if everything works. Once again, well, ladies and gentlemen, Aquilon here, and welcome back to each and one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, but more importantly, hit the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. Of course, not many people will see this over on YouTube, because that is just VODs. You are effectively just watching a collection of all my VODs. I upload them there so that I don't lose them, because YouTube doesn't delete VODs, whereas Twitch does. So it just makes it easier to keep track of everything I've done over the years. You know, legacy, if you will. Not a big legacy, granted, but a legacy nonetheless. So that's sort of why I do it. I hope that everyone's going to be good, and I hope that your day is going well. I don't have high hopes for tonight's stream. I haven't been up for like a fucking while, actually. CDJ, how you doing, brother? Having a good day? My day's been good. Yeah, my weekend not so much, but my day has been great. Thanks so much for asking. Yeah, all in all, you know, it's been a fucking hellish weekend. One that hopefully I'll never have to go through again. Because I have a fucking generator now. So I don't have to worry one bit about my power going out or about my government fucking up. All of that is now sorted. Dreneman, how you doing, brother? So yeah, I guess I'm better than I was over the weekend. Chili Pepper, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, bro. Hey, I'm happy to see everyone here. I'm happy to see everyone coming out, hanging out. Lunari, how you doing? They're tired, but glad you're back. Dude, I am very glad to be back. It's been, what? It's almost been 5 days, I think, since last we streamed. When was the last time we streamed? Was it Thursday? I think it was Thursday. Was our last stream. And then, yeah, I think it was Thursday. And then everything went to shit. Like, Friday morning at like, maybe 3:30 a.m., the power went out, and it was gone. It's gone. No power. But we finally have a generator, so even if that happens again, I have a generator. So I don't give a shit. If I have to stream, I can stream, because I have a generator now. There was a fuck up to get. Not gonna lie. It was a fuck up to get, because everywhere we went, there was literally no generators left. People were buying generators left, right, in the center. So we had to basically order one from a store, and they delivered it yesterday morning. Do you know what happened to my hand? Oh, nothing weird or crazy. Like, my hand is fine. I can actually remove it from this. It's fine. It's not sore. What ends up happening is a little bit of carpal tunnel, like mild case of carpal tunnel, where the nerves in my arms get sort of squashed, and then that dies, and I get a weird tingling sensation up the side of my hand. So I'm basically just wearing this until it heals, and then we should be good again. King Julian, how you doing, bro? Malphas, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, everyone. Very happy to have you all here. Very happy to have you all. I wasn't expecting people to actually tune in tonight, because it's been, what, 5 days? And whenever you go out of stream for that long, it almost feels like you're starting over, you know? Doing fine. Thanks for asking. Hope you're as well. I cannot complain. I'm a little bit tired, but, you know, that is just what it is. I don't know what caused that. It might be the fact that I haven't had caffeine in like a good week. That might be it. Not getting rid of your DJs, dude. I will never try to get rid of the DJs, but the DJs may find somewhere else to lodge themselves, you know, when you're not live. But luckily now, with the generator, things should be more stable. You know, even when my country can't generate electricity for, you know, whatever reason, that happens the whole time here. I have a generator, so it's like, fuck up. I don't care. You know, I can just start that up and go. so it doesn't really matter. Silas Kingslayer, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Very happy to have you here. Silas, League of Legends Silas, or different Silas? I believe Silas is actually a Kingslayer, no? Thanks for the follow as well, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome. We are just starting up. For those of you that's coming in and going, wow, this is pretty boring. We're just starting. Like, calm the fuck down. We'll get there at some point. Like, things will get exciting eventually, but what do you want me to do? I can only do as much as I do, and that's about this. We'll see as soon as people start filtering in, as soon as I send out notifications and stuff. Does that mean, since you got a generator now, Akko, that will lead to a lot more Final Fantasy XIV streams? I mean, it will lead to a lot more stable streams. Whether that's going to be just Final Fantasy XIV streams, I can't answer that. It will likely, yeah. But I mean, it will lead to the same amount of Final Fantasy XIV streams as we normally have, which is about 3 a week. Tuesdays is Daish. How you doing, brother? League Silas, yeah. Easy. I love that fucking champion. Tuesdays is just chatting and reaction day. So that's where I hang out with you guys and we talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about. And then Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays is Final Fantasy Day. And then, of course, Saturdays again is just chatting and reaction days. You've got to keep the content going, you know? Got to keep the content farming up. And if you have a full stream of just reaction content and sort of just chatting stuff, that really gives 2 of my channels a shit ton of content to work with for the next few weeks. Whereas if all I do is just chat and play Final Fantasy XIV, there's basically 2 of my channels that's going, what are we supposed to put out? Like, we have nothing to do. There's no content for us. And the reaction channel needs content. So, you know, it sort of, you kind of have to do it. Nika Spider, how you doing? Silas is a cunt in-game and lore. I still like him. In-game, he's fun to play. Being able to steal literally anyone's ulti on the map, that's cool. So I don't see why you would think he's a cunt. What makes you dislike him, Lunari? Just because you like Ahri? Is that why? Because you like Ahri and Silas owns Ahri? Or is there a different reason for it? Actually, does Silas currently own Ahri? Silas isn't really in the meta right now, is he? I mean, he's never going to be bad, but I don't think he's in the meta right now. Matchup are very skill-based. Ah, right. Grab, steal my ult. I like that. That's a fun way to play the game. I finally finished the damn tower this past Saturday. Felt so good. What tower, Nico? Are you talking about Kugani Tower? Or are you talking about Torghast Tower? Leo, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Leo, thanks for the first time chat as well. Holy shit, bro. Really appreciate you. Hey, brother, you remind me of my buddy Lippo. He's kind of guy who goes fishing on February 3rd. Black hair, he's a legend. He once told me I look like a milked apostrophe. The guy is as strange as it gets, but he's a good lad. He goes running on Fridays and once considered taking hostages, but he never did. It was a dark period for him. Jesus. All right. I don't know how to respond to that. I don't think I've ever been close to taking hostages. Trying to think now about the darkest days of my life. I mean, the darkest thing I've ever done is like punch a closet. I got angry. I didn't even punch it hard enough to break my fist. So I don't think I've ever been that like angry or upset. I climbed up the Kugani Tower too. Now the trick jump to land on the lamppost. So I don't even want to go up there again because if I miss it again, I'm gonna lose my shit. Too bored. How you doing, brother? No, I mean, we will go up there eventually, but I just also found out that apparently I don't have the sightseeing log for Stormblood. So I did all of that for nothing. The hardest part was that one corner just before the top. Oh my god, I fell so many damn times. Dude, there's a few of the moments there where the fall is just... It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, it's not like it gets easier. I guess if you keep doing it, like, time after time after time after time after time, you can absolutely, you know, you'll eventually hack it. And you'll know exactly how far to jump, how far not to jump, all of that shit. I can also see in this space where a controller might actually be a little bit better, mainly because you can vary your speed with controllers. I don't know if you can do that on Final Fantasy XIV, if they have variable speeds based on where the analog is, but usually that's something you get quite a lot of when you play ported games. You can find very quickly that the movement in this game was very much meant for controller, because to walk, they don't have an actual key that you press to walk. They just want you to press your keyboard not quite as hard, which of course is not possible, because if you have a mechanical keyboard, it's either pressed or not pressed. So that gets annoying. But other than that, I think it's fine. You have that on 14 with controller. There you go. So you can actually vary how far you can jump, how far you want to jump, based on how you hold the analog stick, which you can't do on keyboard, obviously. Muscle memory memorized. It is all about just muscle memory, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, look, if I'm going to be honest with you, Kugani Tower, yes, may just be one of those things that people look at and go, well, you know, it's a jumping puzzle in a game. Who gives a shit? Yeah? Who gives a shit? But it's not just a jumping puzzle inside a game, is it? It's... You have to look at things like this slightly more... Like, zoom out a little bit and look at it from a design philosophy standpoint. Ask yourself, what could possibly have possessed a company that is making a game like Final Fantasy to actively go and say, look, what we want in our game is content for absolutely everyone to enjoy. And we think that there might be some people that like things like jumping puzzles. There might be some people that enjoy this. So, obviously, it's not going to be something that everyone does. Some people will do it for a laugh, but based on the comment section on my 2 videos about Kugani Tower Savage that I've uploaded, most people, like, tried it maybe for a little bit and then gave up and they sort of moved on. You know, they were sort of, who gives a shit? You don't need stuff like that in an MMO. Grandorius, I understand that Final Fantasy games have always had jumping puzzles. I'm specifically talking about the genre that we know as MMOs. You don't need things like a jumping puzzle in an MMO to make things fun, you know? You can have a lot of other things. But one of the things that sort of stood out to me when it comes to Final Fantasy is their compartmentalized design philosophy when it comes to content within Final Fantasy XIV. So every single thing in Final Fantasy is almost approached as a compartment within a greater whole. So you view the game as sort of this big compartment of things that's happening. Yeah, Guas, how you doing, brother? I granted this also for a 1 million token round, and I love the jumping games, even if it only has 2 maps. The jumping games are actually kind of fun. Hey, what's going on, Akko? Glad you're back with us. For Oren, I am very happy to be back. But okay, so you view World of Final Fantasy as one giant bubble, right? And then everything that happens within Final Fantasy is obviously inside this bubble. Now, if you compare something like Final Fantasy to World of Warcraft, what ends up happening is that the entire bubble is connected to everything else. So you have the bubble, and the bubble connects everything else. And then you play Final Fantasy XIV, and you go, wait a second, but they don't have, like, actually just one big bubble. They have multiple smaller bubbles that basically fit into this large bubble, and you can play in any of these bubbles depending on what you feel like. So if you want to do some raiding, you can go raiding. If you want to do some trials, you can go trial. If you want to do glam, you can do glam. If you care about your house, you can house. You know, you can craft. There's so much you can do. And then you find out that they actually have these smaller, more insignificant bubbles called jumping puzzles. Jumping puzzles. You're talking about the golden saucer. When you think about things in video games, those things are fundamentally unnecessary in the game. Would Final Fantasy XIV still be fun if you remove the jumping puzzles? Yes, of course of course it would. Would Final Fantasy XIV still be fun if you removed the golden saucer? Yes, of course it would, because it's a fun game. It has a bunch of things to do. Would Final Fantasy XIV still be fun if you removed Palace of the Dead or Heavens on High, for example? I imagine yes. I imagine there would still be a lot of people that find a lot of interesting, fun things to do in the game. So these things aren't like pillars of the game. They're in no way, shape, or form important to the game. Digimark, how you doing? Amon, how you doing? Farron, how you doing, bro? Disco, how you doing? They're in no way, shape, or form important to the game, and yet they're still being added to the game. Why? Wait, chat, why do you think because remember, there are actual devs that have to work on that. It's not like it just happens by accident. This is dev time. You're physically removing devs from other pieces of content and putting them on content like jumping puzzles, like the Golden Saucer, like Heavens on High and Palace of the Dead. Why would they want those things in the game? It literally just exists because not every player is the same. That's literally the only reason. We can say that it's because they love us, and I'm sure that is true to some extent, but it literally exists because not every single player finds the same enjoyment from the same things. So the only way you can actually keep people happy is by saying, okay, we are going to design as many possible fun things as humanly possible, and hopefully everyone finds something that they will enjoy within this mesh of things that we have created. And World of Warcraft, every single expansion they miss this by a breath. Every single expansion. Shadowlands, by a breath, they missed this bubble approach to video game design. BFA, they missed it by a breath. The bubble design of BFA. According to me. All right, Dogfuzz, according to you, right? Because you say this is according to me. So according to you, what is bubbled design in World of Warcraft? Because I can actually show you objectively that World of Warcraft does not have this kind of design. So this is not an according to me or according to anyone. This is factually true. So according to you, what about World of Warcraft exists in its own bubble? Now, of course, I'm gonna assume you weren't here when we started talking about it, so you don't have all the facts. You've basically come in, you've heard me say something negative about World of Warcraft, and you went, not on my watch. No one insults a billion-dollar company on my watch. So, let's go. Shadows Gallic, how you doing, bro? I'm on, how you doing? Gilgamesh server? Ooh, nice. Jury Cover, how you doing, brother? Lucius Babby, how you doing? I'm really interested to hear how it's not a literal interconnected system of highways in World of Warcraft. That is fucking hot. Jesus. We'll open this one up a little and let it breathe just for a while. I try to be as objective as humanly possible. Look, there are things that I'm very subjective about. Like, for example, the fact that I think World of Warcraft is an absolute dog shit game. That is a subjective take. Because there are many people that still love World of Warcraft and really enjoy what WoW is doing. I'm just not one of them. And I fully acknowledge that. And that is fine. But when I'm talking about something like this, there is no subjectivity. In World of Warcraft, if you wish to be a raider, you will also have to engage with every other system that exists within the game, bar none. You will do the reputations, you will do Chorgast, you will do the Covenant system, you will collect all of the, what the fuck is it called? The conduits. You will level your conduit system. You will level all of your soul binds. You will do all of the Mythic Plus. You will do all of the Great Vault stuff, and then you will also raid. That is a connected system, objectively provable. It has literally fuck all to do with my opinion. That is objectively true. You will engage in all of those systems if you wish to be a raider. Even crafting to some extent. You will need crafters at some point because there's going to be enchantments. There's going to be flasks and pots and all the rest of it. So you're basically playing a game where everything is forced upon the player. Now, you could very easily say, well, dude, the only thing I do in World of Warcraft is collect mounts. I'm not forced to do anything. Congratulations, you've managed to not play the fucking game. Because if all you do in World of Warcraft is collect mounts, then you are not playing the game the way that the developers want you to play. And I'm very happy for you. It's great that you've been able to basically say, fuck you, Ian. I don't care. I will just collect my mounts, and that's all I care about. But if you are someone that actually wants to play about 90% of the content in World of Warcraft, then you will be forced to do 100% of the content within World of Warcraft if you want to do something that is actually designed to be done in the game. So, no, this is not a subjective thing. This is an objective truth. Final Fantasy is completely unconnected from the rest of the world. No matter what you do in Final Fantasy, it exists only for you. You don't have to do anything for anyone else. You don't have to partake in any systems that you don't give a shit about. If you want to be a raider, all you have to do is raid. There's literally nothing else forced upon you. You can literally just raid, and that's it. Like, there's no, oh, by the way, you first have to do Palace of the Dead, then Heavens on High, then collect a bunch of gear from a bunch of unrelated systems, and then maybe we'll let you into the raid. It's like, no, fuck off. I just care about trials. That is all I'm going to do. And if you even fall behind, they have an alliance raid that helps you catch up. So, no, there is no subjectivity here. It is objectively true. And that is sort of, that is sadly just one of those things that World of Warcraft will not get away from. As long as, and when I say that they missed the mark by a breath, if BFA launched with the island expeditions completely removed from power gains, right? If BFA had the nightmares completely removed from power gains, you guys remember that nightmare run that people used to do, you know, where you tried to do as fast as possible to get good scores and shit, right at the end, patch 8.3, I believe. I think BFA would have been accepted far better. I genuinely believe. I think people would have received BFA a lot better. It was the fact that you are sort of forced into island expeditions to level your neck, even though anyone who is interested in leveling the neck wouldn't really be interested in island expeditions. You know, because the people that want to level their neck are PvPers and raiders. They're the ones who really want to level their neck. And if you think about island expeditions, it's not PvPers and raiders that jump to the forefront of people that will enjoy this content. When I think of island expeditions, I'm thinking of people that like transmog, people that like collecting mounts and pets and things like that. You know, very casual, very laid back, fun content that people can do at their leisure. Also, it's kind of weird to me. Why could you never... Could you solo queue for islands? I don't think you could, right? You had to do it with 5 people, if I'm not mistaken. Could you solo from the beginning? I'm trying to remember now if that was available from day one. Because I remember having to wait in a queue every single, and I would have signed up 100% solo if I knew I could do it. If I knew I didn't have to give a fuck about doing it with a group. Mighty Ranadin, you bastard. Thank you for what's up, dude. Really appreciate that. 7 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to remember now. But anyways, it would have been better if it was purely solo content. Because I think you could have turned it into a sort of Torghast-esque kind of place instead. I definitely don't remember soloing them in the beginning. And then look at Shadowlands. If in Shadowlands, Covenants was completely cosmetic, so there's no power behind Covenants, Conduits was not a thing, Soulbinds was not a thing, so it didn't exist, Torghast had no player power, it was only cosmetic, I think people would have actually enjoyed Shadowlands. It had some phenomenal dungeons, there are some truly cool dungeons in Shadowlands. It had phenomenal raids. There are some truly cool raids in Shadowlands. The problem was that you had to do so much else in order to actually get those things done that most people didn't even do that. So, yeah, it's astounding to me that Final Fantasy actually does this consistently. Every single expansion coming up with new ways to sort of amuse the player base, shall we say. And yet, they don't think to themselves, hold on, if we're going to make these things, we need to ensure that people actually play these things. You know, going up on Kagani Tower is not a prerequisite to anything other than going up Kagani Tower. That's it. Like, there's nothing to gain from going up Kagani Tower unless you're someone that's really into sightseeing. Which is the only thing that you get there, is the sightseeing log entry that sort of says, hey, I was able to go up. So that's it. Kagani Tower does not, there's no requirement. It just exists because it's fun. And I love that about the game. I really love that about the game. So much fun. That game is so much fun. Alfanier, that the power strong arming is a rod of some trust for the WoW player I talk to. Sadly, can't say this is my experience. What do you mean, Amon? Tigress, how you doing? Oreb, how you doing, brother? Brielle, how you doing? You getting a lot of frustration? Yeah, sure, but you don't gain anything else. I get you pictures for the housing items. Well, yeah, but again, it sort of, you know, it's for people that's actually into that type of content. They're not forcing raiders to finish their sightseeing log before they can go to dungeons, right? Bring back the days when all you needed was gems, enchants, and flasks to raid. Or I would even remove that, if I'm honest with you. I would even remove that. Baines, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the Ask Me Anything. Okay, if the next expansion will be a dragon-ish, could it be that we will see the end time dungeon, but this time it will be in the present? All right, so Baines, your first part of the question is, if the next expansion is going to be dragon or dragon-ish, will we see the end time dungeon, only this time at present? I'd be very sad if we didn't see the end time dungeon feature again, because there is still one character we have not, or one event we have not seen. There's some arguments about Bane and you know, whether or not we've seen the madness of Bane. I don't think we have, but you know, who am I to judge Blizzard on their storytelling? But there's at least one specific event we haven't seen, and that is Morozond, right? Nosdormu turning himself into Morozond. That we have not seen yet. So it would be nice if we could revisit the End Times dungeon. However, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I would prefer if Blizzard pretends that Shadowlands never happened. How would you guys feel about that? Like, how would you feel about Blizzard effectively coming out and saying, look, we are retconning the whole of Shadowlands? Find some good story way of doing it. You can use N'Zoth. There's even other ways that you can do it. But you basically just retcon all of it. Just fucking go, okay, never mind. Never mind. This clearly didn't work. And look, from a lore perspective, it's going to be sad, right? It's going to be rough because there's so much lore that was revealed that is now just no more, and so much lore that was destroyed that is now sort of undestroyed, but you can't help but remember what direction Blizzard wanted to go with the story in the first place. But I feel like I would be willing to swallow that. I'd be willing to take that L and go, all right, fine. So we're all going to pretend like Shadowlands never happened, and we're just going to move forward from that moment on. That's sort of the only thing I can see Blizzard currently doing with this story. If the next expansion is Dragonish, I'm not filled with hope. Because myself and Alpocalypse was actually talking about this today during the podcast. Alpocalypse makes the case that Steve Denuser is not as horrible a writer as people think he is. He's not a good writer. Alpocalypse just says he's not minus 5 out of 10. He's more like 2 out of 10. And the argument that Alpocalypse makes for this is Steve Denuser writes sort of implicitly. Now, is there anyone that doesn't understand what I mean when I say that? Baines, I'll get to that question in a minute. You can say everything from time Denuser came into the picture and Ian is the game director. Well, Legion was still fine, right? Or is that he's too implicit? Alright, so Niga Spider, okay, so let me explain it this way. There are 2 ways to write anything, right? There's 2 ways of telling a story. There's 2 ways of writing a book. You can use implicit facts. Okay, it's kind of an oxymoron, but it's an implicit fact. So it is implied. Someone says something to someone else. Say, for example, someone says, hey, do you have the number of the fire department? I need them quickly. And then you see in the distance something like smoke coming out. It's implied that something is on fire, right? Like, that's implied. Something is on fire. Then there's explicit. So the person comes, hey, I need the number for the fire department. My fucking house is on fire, right? That's explicit. Now, good writers, great writers even, will use a mixture or a balance of explicit thought. Holy shit, Drenaman, really appreciate that. But that was so loud. Why was that so loud? Really appreciate that, bro. Can we get some love in chat for Drenaman and the 5 community subs? Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is very much appreciated. I think I know why it was so loud. I'll just quickly change this up. Just to be sure. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, Drenaman, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So anyways, what I was saying was great writers will use balance of explicit and implicit sort of storytelling techniques. So a lot of things will be explicitly stated, and then there will be things that is implied as a result of the explicitly stated facts. So you give people just enough. I spoke to you guys the other day about this. If you go back and you watch movies like Sixth Sense, you watch movies like Shutter Island, you watch even like series like Lost, for example. The one thing that all of them have in common is after you see the end of it, right? Drenaman, thank you so much for another gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat all around. When someone actually takes out money to grow the Degenerate Club, it has to be celebrated. Welcome to all the new degenerates as well. Very happy to have you all here. But okay, so if you watch those movies again, it becomes incredibly obvious that the ending was also always going to be that ending. You know? Like, try and watch Lost again. I always say Lost is perhaps the worst show when it comes to rewatchability. It has zero rewatchability. Just can't. Because once you know what the ending for Lost is, everything is just like, oh, okay, oh, that's so obvious. Holy shit, dude, that is so obvious. Because they use a mixture of explicit facts, and then they sew in these implied little things that if you follow the right breadcrumbs, you will end at the right conclusion. But there's so many breadcrumbs that you can sometimes get sort of bogged down with a wrong breadcrumb, and you're just sort of following your own ass for a while, not really sure where the story is going to go. Steve Denuser uses almost no explicit facts. Like, almost no. I'll give you guys an example of this. I can literally draw it up here. My newest script. Arcanox, how you doing? Maria Pigeon, how you doing? Meggy, how you doing, brother? So I'll give you guys... this is the newest script for the main channel. And I'll quickly give you guys a couple of questions that, Asmongold inspired me to come up with the questions of my own. Spartan, how you doing, brother? These are things we still, to this day, do not know anything about. And the Shadowlands, by the way, is over. The Shadowlands is fucking over, right? What did the jailer do to be banished? Anyone in chat? Like, what did he do to get himself banished? Spectre, how you doing, brother? No one knows, right? We see that he's banned. Yeah, we see he is banned. And we see that they ban him, but we're never told why. It's implied why. There is implications for why he was banished. No, when he kidnapped Anduin, he was already banished. His banishment happened a long time ago. Okay, so there's implied reasons. The problem is that if you and I sat here, chat, and we said, okay, let's come up with reasons as to why he was banished in the first place, all of us could come up with a completely different reason, and all of us could either be 100% correct or 100% wrong, because we have literally zero evidence to even make an educated guess as to what happened to him or what he did. What was he afraid of? Anyone in chat? Activists go there first and all that. Nanago, how you doing? Who's afraid of the final lands? The bigger bad. Alright, but again, this is implied. Because we could look at some of the stated facts from earlier, yeah? And we could say, okay, hold up. How about if we go, what is the earliest known moment that we have of Zuvul interfering within our universe? CM Penguin, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The earliest known moment that Zuvul interfered within our universe was... Anyone in chat? Just Red, how you doing? Sargeras. That's it. The earliest known moment that we have of Sargeras interfering in the universe was Sargeras, when Sargeras met the Nethrezim, and the Nathrezim told him about the Void Lords. So we could say, well, maybe he was afraid of the Void Lords, because that's what the Nathrezim warned Sargeras about, right? right? But that's implied. That's not explicitly stated. It could just be that they used the thing that they thought Sargeras would be most afraid of. And that maybe he's not afraid of it at all. That maybe he looks at it. So Apocalypse, for example, has a different theory. He states that a cosmos divided will not stand, which for Apocalypse implies that what he's afraid of is the other. Remember the whole one power became 3, became 4, became 6, but 6 was actually 1, and there was a 7th power, but the 7th power wasn't part of the 6. But then originally the 1 power was actually not just 1 power, it was 2 powers. And then one of the 2 powers became the 6 that had a 7th, but the 7th wasn't part of the 6. And then the 1 that was the other one of the 1 when there were just 2, that's now the 1 on the outside of the 6, but also the 7, but the 7 isn't really one of the 6. So you have the 6 on the one side that is actually the 1, but it is the 6, but it is 7, but it's not 7 because the 7 is not actually part of the 6, but it is the 6. And then you have the 1 that is not part of the fucking 1, but is the 6, can also be the 7, but isn't really the 7, but the 7 isn't really part of the 6. But there is the 1 year and the 6 year that isn't the 6, but it is the 6. So he might be afraid of the 1 that isn't year, right? That's the fear that he has, okay? And easy to follow. I think everyone is on board, yeah? I think everyone goes, oh, that makes a lot of sense now. I really think I explained that well. But anyway, so again, we're talking about implied. It's implied. There's nothing explicitly stated. It's implied. Okay, so what was his motives? What is it that motivated the jailer? Very similar to why he was banished. What was he afraid of? What was his motives? Was there something he saw that he shouldn't have seen? What was the motive there? A big one. One that I think all of you will immediately fucking lose your shit over, because I did. What was the deal with Helia and Sylvanas? This is something that happened, by the way, 2 expansions ago. What was that deal? What deal did they make? They made a big deal of the deal. You know, we saw the deal. We then saw a cinematic of the deal going wrong. And yet we have no idea what that deal even was. Come on. I mean, that's just another big, fat fucking question mark. If I'm going to be honest, like, why didn't he at least tell someone? Stands to reason that he did tell Denathrius, but, you know, who knows? What a big soul on the planet. We're not even getting to that. Like, that's a whole new level of things that we don't fucking know. So, next one. Why did he want Teldrassil to burn? What was the point and purpose of Teldrassil burning? Was there no point and purpose to Teldrassil burning? Was it literally just to start a war? Because I feel like there's better ways of starting a war if that's all you care about, right? My theory, the 6 combined become 1, points to Azeroth. Zuvul wants to wake Azeroth up to fight against the 7th Cosmic Force, which is a threat. But Herastius, he doesn't want to wake her up. He literally wants to bleed her of all her power, use her power to fight whatever force he thinks. That's what the cinematic showed. No, there was a deal between Sylvanas and Helia. Then Teldrassil banned with no reason whatsoever. Now, we could imply that maybe Teldrassil burning was a way to get Elune in the fight. So Zuvul wanted to entice Elune into the Shadowlands as well. Maybe, but that's again implied. What I'm looking for is facts. I want to know factually any one of these. If you can answer any one of these factually. Because these are all questions that I have following Shadowlands. Shadowlands is done now, and I have no answers to any of these questions. And by the way, this is just the big questions of the expansion. I haven't even written down the smaller, more side questions that the expansion have opened up. For example, what was the point of the Drustvar? Why introduce the Drustvar into the expansion when they seemingly have no real place there? They serve as a very quick plot line within Ardenweald, and then fuck off again into whatever universe. Then they also introduced the trolls and some troll lore, which again seemingly only introduced in order to push a little bit of narrative in Ardenweald, and Bwonsamdi and Muazala is now inside the other side. That story literally just ended as quickly as it began. So what was the point and purpose of those stories? Those are small stories, by the way. I'm not even focusing on those. I'm asking the big questions here. I just need facts. Someone with some facts that can point out why these things happen. So we don't know why Teldrassil burned. How did Argus end up in the Shadowlands? I enjoyed the Drust story as well in BFA. I even kind of liked the Drust story in Shadowlands. The problem was just that it didn't really fit. If you wanted a Drust story, then surely the Drust story should have been told. But it wasn't told. The Drust was sort of just there. And then they weren't there. But they were there, but they weren't there, you know? It's kind of like, oh, well, you know, take it and leave it. Who gives a fuck? So, how did Argus end up in the Shadowlands? We were told that every single creature that comes from one of the cosmological powers returns to their own cosmological power. Argus, seemingly, is a Titan from the Great Beyond, which would make him a Titan of Order. We could argue, wait, Argus's planet was in the Twisting Nether. All right, that makes him a Titan of the Twisting Nether. How was Argus a Titan of Death? Like, where the fuck did that come from? Like, no explanation. I'm not saying that Argus couldn't have gone to the realms of death. It would have been nice to know fucking why. Like, you know, a little bit of breadcrumbs, if you will, as to how the fuck did Argus not go to Order or to the Twisting Nether? How did he end up inside the Shadowlands? Also, how did he bring down the Arbiter? You know, again, makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Like, no sense whatsoever. But anyways, we'll again leave that there because we can imply a bunch of things, but we have no answers to any of these things. Why did Denathrius banish the jailer just to later help him? Rat the Seagull, you are not alone in that feeling. Erastius, yes, that is what we call Taliesin's own headcanon. So Taliesin, in his own headcanon, states that the Nathrezim infused Argus with the powers of death. That's perfectly fine. That's a valid theory, but that's my point. There's no facts about that. There's literally no stated fact that says, yes, he went to the Shadowlands because of X, Y, and Z. It's all, he went to the Shadowlands. No one knows. Like, guess. Make up your own fucking story. We're basically playing World of Warcraft as a build your own fucking adventure. That's what it is. You guys remember those books where they sort of told you, if you choose this, go to page this. If you choose that, go to that page. You guys remember that, right? Oliverius, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're basically playing that, but they don't even tell you which page to go to. They just go, whatever you choose, go to a different page. Like, pick the page. Doesn't even matter what page you fucking pick. Just pick a page. Go there. That's where the story continues for you. Right? It's very strange, very weird. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But anyways, that's where we are right now. Why did he divide the cosmos only to then claim that a divided cosmos will fail? That is the one question that would have been easy to answer if we had any answers to the previous fucking questions. See, Steve Denuser, at his core, is an implicit writer. And in my mind, one of the worst at it. Because Steve Denuser's idea of mystery is we just won't tell him. You know? It's like the worst ever thought out treasure hunt in the world. Because they don't even tell you which city the treasure hunt is going to take place in. They just tell you that there will be a treasure hunt on Saturday. They also don't tell you which Saturday. They don't fucking tell you which... they don't tell you which country, which town, which block or neighborhood of which town. They don't tell you which time. They literally just say Saturday. There will be a treasure hunt. And you then have to figure out where the fuck is this thing going to take place? Because no one told you anything. That's Steve Denuser. He is... He writes, in my opinion, Steve Denuser would do really well writing very short quest chains within World of Warcraft. If you left him to write, very short, concise little storylines, he would probably be pretty good at it. But as the lead narrative director of World of Warcraft, he is utter shite at what he does. Utter shite. I can big brain predict the next major expansion is going to be Void related. Then will be used the power of friendship and emotions to beat Void Lords. Max, there is no real power of friendship in Shadowlands. Or at least in World of Warcraft. Alvarius, that's not even true anymore. I read Before the Storm. I read, what's the Shadowlands book called again? Into Shadows or something like that? No? What was the Shadowlands book called again? Shadows Rising by Madeline Aru. Yeah, that's the one. I read both of those. I still don't have a fucking clue what's going on. So if there were any actual facts in those books, they were hidden really well. They may be written in like invisible ink or some shit. Because they were not on those pages. I will tell you that much. But I genuinely believe we would be better off if Warcraft lore was actually a book of which you are the hero. Kind of the same way as vanilla lore. You have a huge amount of little stories in every zone in the world. You walk your path through some of them, and the raiding counters and everything else is just a consequence of one of those little stories. But no a plot to follow, nothing like that. I didn't mean that as a joke. Max, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't actually, like, I didn't mean it as a joke. That's what World of Warcraft has always been. Like, how many of you here have played World of Warcraft since vanilla? How many of you started playing World of Warcraft in vanilla? Yeah, Christy Golden does write a lot of the books. Okay, so if you thought, right, if you thought that raidconning is bad now, you don't remember a lot of what happened in the early days of World of Warcraft. With one big difference. Blizzard was in no way, shape, or form shy of going, yeah, we changed it. Almost every single, literally every single fucking BlizzCon, there would be people standing up and going, excuse me, what about this in the lore? And Chris Mason would be like, yeah, we changed it. We didn't like it. You want to know why? Because why not? It's your fucking story. You can change as much as you want, right? If you want something that's cool and some of the previous lore is sort of standing in your way of doing something really cool, you can just go, well, fuck it, right? I'm changing it. Screw it. Because I want to do the really cool thing, but I can't do the really cool thing as long as the lore is as it is, so I'll change it. And they tried to find some really, like, interesting ways of explaining some of the raidcons, but all in all, a lot of the things were raidconned back in the day. It wasn't as big as the raidcons today, I should state. Like, today we have raidcons that happen that basically destroy massive swaths of lore, just completely wipes it out. So by sort of comparison, today's retcons, I think, is a hell of a lot more impactful than the previous ones. But, you know, they would make small changes here and there and sort of go, screw it. You know, we'll do this instead because it's cooler than what we ultimately thought it was going to be. But there's a reason for it. You guys must be aware of scope and the importance of scope. Have any of you heard me talk about this before? Like, specifically talking about scope when it comes to video games. No, not mouthwash. Just scope. Okay, so scope can be applied specifically in video games, like very widely. You can have games that lose their scope. Now, scope is just really another word for focus, right? So you'll see this a lot, especially in games that gets cancelled. The studio will talk about how the scope of the game became unsustainable. So in other words, they did not control what they wanted the game to be, and as a result of this, the game sort of turned into a mess. So if you want to have a first-person shooter, that is perfectly fine, but you know, you can't just let your developers run amok, because before you know it, you've turned your first-person shooter into a survival RTS game. And it's like, well, hold up, now we have this weird survival RTS first-person shooter? Kind of, what the fuck is this game? Like, everyone's just sort of bullshit, and now no one knows how the fuck any of this is supposed to fit into this game, because everyone was working on something different. Right? That's what they refer to when they talk about scope. It's basically the plan that you have before you go into a game. And usually, you want to keep that plan as small and concise as humanly possible in order to tell the story. World of Warcraft is anything but small and concise. So when I hear people going, well, 10.0 is going to be great because Steve Denuser finally has the ability to tell his own story, I'm thinking, no, actually. Because what Steve Denuser ultimately wants to do with World of Warcraft is literally the thing that World of Warcraft was never designed to do. Wait, think about all of the different elements of the story that makes up World of Warcraft. Just think about the sheer amount of different stories that exist within World of Warcraft. And then explain to me how anyone tells a single chapter-driven, storybook-esque kind of story within that universe. It's not possible. Can't be done. There is too much. So what you would ultimately end up with is too few pages really diving into anyone's story. You'll end up with a bunch of small, unfinished stories because there's too much fucking story to actually get into your game. What did Chris Metzen do back in the day? Well, he treated every single WoW expansion as a one-shot. Every expansion was effectively its own story. They find ways of linking expansions together so that it feels like a continuous world, but the story of an expansion is literally that expansion's story. No more, no less. Let's do the coolest shit we can for that expansion. And it works. Because when you have the expansion, say, for example, of dragons, you don't need to care about every other part of the story. You literally just need to care about the dragons. Because that's the part of the story you want to tell now. Is there anyone here that's ever played Baldur's Gate? Or knows anything about Warhammer? VTX, how you doing, bro? Okay, so Baldur's Gate, or at this point we should probably, I believe the world for Baldur's Gate is called Faerun, if I remember correctly what Apocalypse told me this afternoon. I'm a massive Baldur's Gate fan, and I still don't actually know what the bigger world of Baldur's Gate was called. I usually just refer to it as Wizard of the Coast, because that's their universe. Now, when you play a game like Baldur's Gate, you're learning nothing really about Icewind Dale or Neverwinter Nights or any of the other thousands of stories that exist within the big world that Baldur's Gate is but a part of. An important part, it's the capital city of this world, but it's still literally just a small part of a very large story within that universe. And the universe too large. If you wanted to write a story about the whole of the Wizards of the Coast world, it would not be doable. Because there are many stories in there that don't really connect with one another. It's impossible to do. If you tried to do Warhammer, right, and you said, okay, I'm going to do all of the Warhammer stories in one game, good luck. Are you going to tell 40,000 years worth of story in a single game? I'll suck your balls if you can. It's not doable. Unless, of course, this is the longest game in the history of the world ever. So, in other words, this game takes about 10 years to finish, then maybe you could do it. But otherwise, go fuck yourself, it's not happening, right? The story is too big, and World of Warcraft is literally the same thing. It's a behemoth of story. So, the best way you can do it is to hone in on a single specific story that you want to tell, and tell that story well. And make sure that that story is fun and people enjoy it and people really get taken with it. But don't try and bring all of the stories together in a single expansion using a single villain that is absolute dog shit. Someone took my name. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Been enjoying YouTube vids for a while now. Glad to see you on stream for once. Yeah, sorry about not streaming earlier, ladies and gentlemen. We had some power issues here in South Africa, but hopefully that should all now be fixed. I thought it was said in the Forgotten Realms. The Forgotten Realms, I believe, is part of it, but I think the world itself is called Faerun or some shit like that. I can't remember. I can Google it, but you can't really. Kids, how you doing? You can't really tell those stories, and that's sort of my point. Steve Denuser, if he sticks to this weird bonkers thing of his, where he thinks to himself, "Hey, you know what? We're going to write these incredible stories in World of Warcraft, and no one's going to be no one's going to be any the wiser." It's going to fail every single time. Faerun, that's the one. It's Faerun. That's the world. That's like I believe, like the entire world is called Faerun. And then within that, there's different smaller stories that sort of do. Or the world is called Torub, something like that. But it's a massive fucking world, and every single game takes place in its own little bubble within this world. They'll have sort of cameo appearances, and they'll have sort of Easter eggs, but no more than that, right? Hydrate tab. I'll send you a case or something. I have hydration right next to me. I just get busy and then I forget to actually have a drink. But yeah, I'm not hopeful for 10.0. I'm going to be honest with all of you. I'm not hopeful for 10.0. But can you guys believe that a man that has nothing to do with World of Warcraft had some lessons for World of Warcraft? Would you guys believe me if I told you that? Cronin, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I really appreciate the kind words, Cronin. For those of you that is here for the first time, please be aware that this chat is absolutely degenerate as fuck. Don't trust anyone. They'll say things and you'll do things that you regret later. All right? Literally. The people in this chat, half of them has been banned from every other... That's why they're here. They're basically not welcome in anyone else's chat. So they come out here because, what are you going to do? You're wholesome? Yeah. I'll suck some dicks if that's true. That is not true. Fucking liars. The lot of you. What are you doing? Evil Toot. Thanks for doing what's up. Really appreciate that. 8 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But anyways, there's some who's your favorite video game writer of all time? Chat. Like, who's your favorite video game creator, writer of all time? Who needs them? Spartan, I'm happy to have you all here. Ishikawa, alright. Natsuko Ishikawa. Okay, there's a lot of people Ishikawa here. Alright. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I do think you guys are wrong. Not because I think Ishikawa isn't great. She is absolutely amazing. But there is better than Ishikawa. There is one guy that is better. I believe that this guy is the god of video game storytelling. Alright. The man, the myth, the legend himself. Mr. Hideo Kojima. Now, is there anyone that doesn't know who the fuck he is? Please tell me you all know who Mr. Hideo Kojima is. I mean, if you've never played Metal Gear Solid, or if you've never played Death Stranding, then I'm sorry. What the fuck are you doing? You should. Okay, Hideo Kojima is a god. His stories are incredibly dark. It's frightening. It's disturbing as fuck. Like, genuinely speaking, I've never been more disturbed in my life than whilst playing Death Stranding. But he does this thing with storytelling that is just absolutely next level. He basically weaves in this massive moral fabric within a fantasy story. You're literally just playing an incredibly cool fantasy story, but if you really think about what his games does, it's commentary on the moral fabric of society. Metal Gear Solid, for example, warned about the lusts of man, nuclear war, evil, countries going to war with one another. It was incredible. Death Stranding is just so disturbing in how it deals with the afterlife and man's sort of relationship with the afterlife. And if I really put a lot of thought into the game, I could probably tell you that there's a hell of a lot more. But I've only played it once. I'm gonna have to finish it a couple more times in order to get the story fully fleshed out, because it is a large fucking story with a lot going on. But so Hideo Kojima writes the following. Now, he didn't say this particularly specific to Blizzard Entertainment, but he may as well have. Like, he could have tagged Steve Denuser in this, and it would have made sense. The same is true of American comics and video games. But in order to create a hero, you need villains. Good and evil, light and dark can be vague, but heroes and villains need to appear as a pair. The popularity of heroes alone will not suffice. The balance can be maintained only with the popularity of the villains. In other words, we must create characters who are attractive even if they are evil. And he calls this the distortion. When I say the words The Dark Knight, what comes to mind? Joker. Instant. Joker. You think to yourself, Joker. It has to be the Joker. One of the most amazing appearances on film ever. One of the most inspired performances by an actor ever. The Joker from The Dark Knight. It was bonkers. It was off the fucking wall. You remember Batman because of the Joker. If it wasn't for the Joker, Batman would mean nothing in that story. When I tell you Harry Potter, and I tell you that Voldemort is actually the lead character in Harry Potter, many of you will go, yeah, I kind of get that. I kind of get that. Because without Voldemort, there is no Harry Potter. If Voldemort didn't exist, Harry Potter's parents wouldn't be dead. Harry Potter would have grown up most likely a spoiled little brat because his parents were incredibly fucking rich. And Harry Potter would probably not have gone on to be one of the greatest wizards of all time. Hermione Granger would not have turned into one of the greatest spellcasters of all time. The fact of the matter is that villains create heroes. It is the villain that challenges the hero. It's the villain that pushes the hero. It's the villain that we contrast the hero to. And if you do it really well, and this is where I will give Ishikawa a lot of credit, Final Fantasy is one of the few games out there where you look at the villain and you're not sure if you hate the villain explicitly, you know? Like, think of all of the villains. They make sense. There's a human element to the villains. The primals even though they don't have many personalities or much personality, the beast tribes that summon these primals, there's a reason for you to actually kind of feel sad for them. Because you understand why they're doing it. They're created in such a way that you care about the beast tribes and you care about why they're doing this and you can understand it. The Ashians is the same thing. The Empire, even though you can't understand what the Empire is after, they have nobility and morality and principles within the Empire that you can look at and go, whoa, that's quite what is that? What was that general called again that helped us? Was it during Warring Triad? You had a Garlemald general or lieutenant that helped us. What was his name again? Regula von Hydrus. That's the one. He showed you another side of the Empire. A side of the Empire that you genuinely looked at and thought, I do not think they were like this. Okay, that brings a whole new level of what the fuck to the fore, right? That's what great villains do. A great villain creates cognitive dissonance within the player, within the viewer, or within the player base. There's that moment where you go, I know I should hate you, and I know you should be defeated on principle, but I kinda also root for you, you know? I'm not sure. I'm not 100%. There's like 10% of my mind that is going, yeah, I kind of get why you're doing this, you know? I kind of understand why you're doing this. And that's what brilliant storytelling is all about. Creating that cognitive dissonance within the player base so that you're kind of holding two thoughts in your mind at the same time. For those of you that don't know what cognitive dissonance means, you're holding these two thoughts. Yes, they're evil, but, you know, they also have some rationality behind them. And now take all of what we just said for the last 9 minutes. Zuvul. Go. I want to talk about stuff without fights. Who would fight? You want to know why Shadowlands failed as an expansion? Its villain sucked. It had no villain. So it doesn't matter how good Steve Denuser tried to write this story, there was no villain. There was no villain. There was nothing for the player base to rally behind. There was no reason for the player base to get angry and want to stop someone. The villain was there and no one knew, was he actually the villain? Wasn't he the villain? You know, should I care what he does? I don't know if I should care. Maybe I'll care a little. I mean, I won't care because he's fucking whispering the whole time. Who knows? That's the problem with Shadowlands. It had no villain. Hideo Kojima actually uses a brilliant example, Tom and Jerry. If you want the most primal example of villain and hero, Tom and Jerry. The one cannot exist without the other. It's perfect harmony. And in the past, Blizzard have had these heroes and these villains purely because they were known to us. When we knew that it was Sargeras, every single person that plays World of Warcraft knew what Sargeras had done. Even the people that don't give a fuck about World of Warcraft lore, you know, the people that just raid knew who Sargeras was just by extension. Roadrunner and Wily Coyote is the same principle, right? In principle, it's the exact same thing. You know that you should be on the side of the Roadrunner because the Roadrunner's doing nothing wrong, but then you also kind of feel for the Coyote, you know, because everything keeps going wrong and nothing's working out for him, and you feel sorry for everything that's going wrong the whole time. That's what good villains do. They draw us into the story because they awaken something dark within us. Shadowlands didn't have that. It was the first time in the history of World of Warcraft where it didn't really have a well-defined villain. Its villains were sort of all over the place. You know? The villains were just sort of there, and you were just sort of, okay, I guess. Who knows? Also, the build-up of Zuvul was kind of rushed. I think during the Nathria raid, while we fight Denathrius, Zuvul as the Zeta should still be in chains, and because of the anima flow from Ravenwraith shackle these chains. In 9.1, Zuvul could focus on recharging himself, finding ways to get his power back, because the Covenant leaders took that away, which could be Korthia. Well, Tomzar, let's just talk about this quickly. Korthia. The City of Secrets, yet what secrets did we learn there? What secrets did we actually learn from this City of Secrets? Something about fractals, something about the place or position of the sepulcher, but that wasn't really a city. It was basically just a library with one book, and it was the shortest short story in the history of the world. It wouldn't be a secret if they told you, Celiaco. Yeah, I'm sorry. Fuck me, right, for thinking I should at least know about something in the game that I'm playing. No, at the end of the day, I think, my personal opinion, Denuser should no longer work for Blizzard Entertainment. I think, I don't even know if it's him as a writer, but I think as a director, a lead narrative director, Steve Denuser doesn't have a clue. He doesn't know how he wants to direct the story. He has no plan. He just sort of throws stories together and then, you know, it'll do, you know? And if it doesn't, who gives a fuck? The secret was the friends we made along the way, but I lost friends as a result of Shadowlands. I didn't make any friends. You should go make Bollywood movies, the flappy fuck. Like I said, it's sort of like Ian Hazzikostas in this instance. Ian Hazzikostas was a phenomenal encounter designer. I think he is a sucky game director, but I think he's a phenomenal encounter designer. I think World of Warcraft currently just has a problem that it has people in charge that should not be in charge. Apocalypse came up with an interesting sort of tinfoil hat theory, if you guys want to hear it. Blizzard, because have you ever thought, why is it that Blizzard doesn't put like any of the systems that work back into World of Warcraft? They somehow only stick with the systems that don't work, and then they try to tweak those systems so that it works better next time. But all of the good systems in WoW just gets removed. And Apocalypse said they're using those systems in a new game. They're not telling people about it. So World of Warcraft has basically turned into a giant beta test for a new game that they're working on. And they're going to take all the shit that worked in WoW and put it in that game. So WoW is basically just right now the biggest beta test ever. And I thought, well, that would be some kind of 5-hit way of going about it, I guess. One of the Blizzard employees wanted to unionize. They have the best job security. They can actively fuck up the game and subscription and yet don't even worry about being fired. Alanax is really just the leaders that can't be fired, or at least seemingly is impenetrable or impunitable at the moment. But the normal Blizzard employees can still be fired, I guess. I don't really have an opinion on the whole unionization issue. I don't care. Yeah, Thorborg. I mean, we have been beta testing it. I think there's a lot of good news on the horizon. Gonna be honest. I do think that there is good news on the horizon. It looks like Blizzard is learning. But we'll have to wait and see. Is there anyone in this chat that has genuine hope for the future of World of Warcraft? So I forget if the company fails, they fire the CEO. Blizzard needs a lesson. Well, why are we not firing our fucking president then? Because the country is failing and he's still the president. Cautious optimism. It really just blows my mind that Ian and Steve still have their jobs. Say what you will about Blizz and Contech, but they have to know the player base is unhappy and therefore leaving, which equals less pay. I just don't get it. Well, I don't get it either. I don't have any hope. Okay, so basically, very few of you have any hope left. Just needs a sequel or some shit, not tacking on new mechanics. I don't necessarily think that World of Warcraft needs a sequel. I think World of Warcraft just needs direction. I think it can absolutely work, even without a sequel. It can work. They just need to figure out how they want to make it work. Blazing Star, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 11 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day. I am, Blazing Star. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I hope only for that my friends gets a good game. Your friends get a good game. Did you get a good game, though? What would be the point of a sequel if it was made by the same people with the same approach? No, I mean, there would be no point, right? Not as things stand right now. Man of Steel, Batman vs. Superman, or were my DC movies still? Digit, how you doing, brother? WoW needs to die and be reborn. They fucked up too much lore for it to make sense, in my opinion. But there's still much that can be told in this universe. There's still many stories that have not been explored. You can still fix it, right? It just... there won't be a WoW 2. I can tell you guys right now, as much as it would be cool, I can understand why Blizzard would never do it. I can fully understand why Blizzard would go, hell no, we are not doing this. It all comes down to risk. The risk of making a WoW 2 is immense. First and foremost, you have to hope that everyone that has stopped playing World of Warcraft will play WoW 2. Right? Or will come back to at least try WoW 2. You have to hope that new players is willing to pick up WoW 2. Then you have to hope that everyone that is currently playing World of Warcraft will switch to WoW 2. And you have no guarantee that any of those things will happen. Or you keep making WoW 1 and at least you have the people that you have right now. Yes, you may not have millions of people, but at least you have players. you have no guarantee that WoW 2 is actually going to result in players. So I feel like the cost, the potential cost of doing a sequel for World of Warcraft is just too high. I would be well surprised if Blizzard said, yeah, let's give it a go. Let's see how this could go. I wouldn't do it. If it was my company, like, I can ask you guys, literally put yourself in the position of CEO of Activision Blizzard. Would you be willing to take that risk? Knowing that you have thousands of people that work for you, there are millions of dollars at stake with no upside, right? You basically have a shit ton of guaranteed downsides and no guaranteed upside. Numbers are right now, since we don't know. Even if the numbers are low, let's imagine they have 500,000 players. That's at least 500,000 players, you know? You don't know if you're going to make WoW 2 and get 500,000 people to play it. New World currently is struggling to get even 100,000 people to fucking play their game. And that's a new MMO, right? Reanimated, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kind of late bloomer, I guess. Loved recent videos of yours and Twitter posts. Reanimated, very happy to have you here, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, they basically have at least 500k more players than the New World, which means the risk is still too large. You don't know if your new MMO is actually going to do anything to bring in the same amount of people. Or more, or less. You don't know. I wouldn't do it. Iggs Dob, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Could WoW 2.0 live alongside WoW Classic and WoW 1.0? You could, but it becomes risky, right? Because now you're starting to compete with yourself. You're basically starting to make games that fight for the same audience. And it's the same company doing it. And while you could say, well, is that bad? It can be, considering how many people is required to make a game, right? MMOs are not cheap, and they require lots of people to work on them. And if you're gonna have two MMO teams that is basically working on the game, it's a stretch to say that is worth, you know. Would Microsoft prefer to have a clean start with WoW 2 a few years after the deal goes through? Cranky, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Clean, how you doing? No, I don't think so. It's too risky. It is too risky. I'll give it to you guys in something more personal. I started 3 new channels on YouTube. I kept my main channel. Even though my main channel is about World of Warcraft specifically and primarily, and I don't really want to cover World of Warcraft specifically and primarily, I kept my main channel. Why? Because I have no guarantee that any of my second channels, or my third channel, my fourth channel, will grow to the size of my first channel, right? And until such time that they do, there's no point in letting the first channel die. Illudrin, thank you so much for paying the gift, well, paying forward the gift. Thank you, thank you, thank you, really appreciate that, Illudrin. Welcome officially now to the Degenerate Club, and the fact that you've just given money to grow it. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Already cannibalizes their player base with Classic, Vanilla, and TBC? Well, maybe. Maybe. Amado, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too fucking kind. Separate his WoW content from his MMO news content. I've stuck to doing MMO on the main channel, and I think that was a good... I think that was a good decision, because my Final Fantasy videos is doing a hell of a lot better than my WoW videos. So I feel like that was a good move to say, right, I'm going to do MMO stuff on the main channel, and then I'll do everything else everywhere else, you know? I'm jealous. I want my triple thank you as well. I did some for 6 months. But I did give you a triple thank you, Maria. If I didn't, then let me say, Maria the Pigeon, thank you so much for the 6 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hayako, are you seeing more views with your new stream time? I don't know. How many viewers do we have now? I have no idea. I have no idea how many viewers I've had, how many viewers I get. I have no idea how many of you fucks are in here. 136. I'd say, yeah, probably. It's about, I mean, 30 more than usual. But then again, we've had days just normally where we get like a crazy amount of viewers just in the old stream slot as well. So, yeah, I'd say it's definitely more. But I would say what's better for me now is I see a lot more of the same faces. People who I usually would only see for like a short period of time before they either had to go to work or before they had to jump out. I'm seeing a lot more people now that is just sort of, they can hang out, you know, they can be here, they can chat, they can sort of shoot the shit. So it's a lot more fun. Sophia Storm, how you doing? Because it is just like over a million subs now, and while it keeps getting worse and worse, then the numbers will take such a nosedive, and Blizz will call it quits. Games dying. There's a bunch of MMOs that have very small player bases, but they still make enough money to make money for the company. So I don't know about that. Wolfhard, how you doing, bro? In the stream, so fuck yeah. Yeah, I like the new stream time. Because it gives me a hell of a lot more time during the day to actually, you know, go to the gym, work on some videos, do all that kind of stuff. So the new time works for me really well. It doesn't work for my social life if I had one. Because I'm basically, every night, I'm busy. Well, every night. When the power's out, I didn't, but hopefully soon. So it's not great for social time, but who gives a fuck about that, right? Ryan, thank you so much for the Prime, so did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bitch, we are your social life? Well, true. You may be JKing that, but it's not a JK. You guys are literally the only people I hang out with. Outside of my brothers, which I live with, so that's fine. But outside of that, this is literally the most social interaction I get during a day. No booty for me. Why not? I like booty as much as the next man. Do I not deserve a little bit of booty? Next Final Fantasy 40 stream is tomorrow. So, for those of you that might not know, the current stream schedule, I should say, is Tuesdays and Saturdays is just chatting and reaction days. Drelleman, you bastard, thank you so much for the tier 1, sir. The gifted sub, actually. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to whoever got that, really appreciate that. It only fucks me over because your new streaming starting time is 2 a.m. in the morning for me, and yet you're always here, King Julian, drunk as a skunk. So I'm going to assume you don't really give a fuck. You're up anyways, so who gives a shit, right? So yeah, who gives a shit about that? But okay, so Tuesdays is just chatting and reaction day. Saturdays just chatting and reaction day, and all the days in between those 2 days is gameplay day. That's when we play Final Fantasy 14. And soon, hopefully, we'll play Hogwarts Legacy. I really want to play that game. I don't know if I want to play that game on stream, though. I don't know if it's going to be a good stream game. What are we reacting to? Whatever you guys suggest. Ryan, by the way, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. So I don't make up... I don't really come up with my own things to react to. I usually just react to whatever chat wants me to react to. What's the last one we've... that's still useful? That's not completely outdated. We have a couple here that's completely outdated. Yeah, I see one from Noble. And I see one from Balila that people want me to react to. Yeah, we have to watch the Lalafell propaganda one as well. I can't remember which one that is, though. Which one is it again? Ah, oh, fuck me. Can you link it again, please? Noble Shadowlands recap was a good story one. Well, I'll give it a go. There's people who suggested things yesterday. By the way, for those of you that want to suggest content for us to react to, you can do so in the content suggestions tab on Discord. Drillman, you bastard. Thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Let's go. Let's fucking go. When we have one of our own growing the Degenerate Fund, I want to see some fucking hearts, you bastards. I realize that most of you are dead inside, but that should give you a little fucking fuzzy feeling, at least, where your heart should be, right? So, let's hear it. Let's see it. I really appreciate that, bro. Alright, so thanks for the repost. Now we can watch that as well. Oh my god, there's so many fucking videos. There's so many videos. Alright, yeah, well, there is so many content suggestions, which is actually one of the reasons I've come up with exclusive reaction days. Fricky, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, Ako, do we know yet the name of the new Menace in WoW? Dude, I don't even fucking know who the old Menace was in WoW. Like, no, of course not. Like, we don't even, like, I don't know, shit. Anything could be true at this point. No, I have no clue. Just no clue. Holy shit. Ryan, thank you for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate it. Only just joined the Degenerate Club as well and already gifting subs. Dude, thank you, thank you, thank you. It is very much appreciated. I see you guys are really trying to get that Skamar strain to level 5. You guys do know that it's a scam, right? That's just Twitch's way of getting you to give me money. Now, don't let me stand in your way. If you want to throw your money away, you are absolutely welcome to do so. I'm not going to say no. But it is a Skamars. Like, don't let that fucking bar fool you. Nothing happens when it goes to full. Like, nothing happens. You get a bunch of emotes and that's it. Like, and it's not even... I don't know what's the emotes this month? Is it doggo emotes or some shit like that? I think. It's nothing special. We don't have any control over it either. It's like Twitch's emotes. They give them away. Ryan, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. There should be a new podcast on Patreon tomorrow or the day after. Soon. And I'm sort of experimenting with different things. This is actually going to be, I think, quite fun. And I can't talk about it because Twitch subs will also be involved in this. At the moment, there are exactly 2 days a week that I do not stream, which is Sundays and Mondays. Now, I do stream for 2 hours on a Sunday evening over on YouTube, but then after that, I don't stream at all. And I've sort of been thinking about doing unlisted private streams for patrons, YouTube channel members, and Twitch subs. If you guys are interested. So if you are a Twitch sub and you are part of the Discord, whenever I'm playing games, I can always just hang out with you guys, because those are the only days that I actually have to play games. I'm currently busy with Mass Effect 2 again, so I'm sort of finishing that. And those will just be sort of like very relaxed, chilled fucking streams, just me playing other games, like the games that I don't play on stream, like heavy story games and stuff that I will never play on stream. That's what those... You're literally just gonna sit there with me while I play games. That's basically it. Like, let me not hype this too much. It's not that hype. It's literally me just playing games and you guys getting to see, I think, some PTOD? POTD? I don't know. I don't know. Do we have to give tokens to get in? What No. It's not one of those streams. Janan, it's not one of those streams. if I wanted to make a stream like that work, I would have to let people give me money not to do a stream like that. Then I would make stupid amounts of money. Dude, why is everyone so obsessed with me making an OnlyFans? It will never happen. And if there's anyone that seriously want me to make an OnlyFans, if I ever made an OnlyFans, it would have 0 porn on it. Like 0. I would not do that. I do have Baldur's Gate 3, but I don't currently play it. I'm waiting for it to finish like all their bullshit and actually release. Like once it's properly released, I will go back and play it. We're going to play Swatter. So Truffle Shuffle Gaming, Swatter will be probably either at the end of Stormblood or at the end of Shadowbringers. I haven't decided yet. But we will at some point take a break from Final Fantasy XIV to play some Swatter. I don't expect Swatter to be... I don't expect to play Swatter at the same level as I play Final Fantasy XIV. Because Final Fantasy XIV can definitely be my new, this is my game, right? And every other game just sort of forms part of that. So when there's new games coming out, I may play the other games a little and then go back to Final Fantasy XIV. But I'm loving Final Fantasy enough that I don't really want another main game. So Swatter is more going to be just me testing it out, giving it a fair shake, seeing what it's like, making some videos on YouTube about my experiences playing through like Star Wars: The Old Republic. You know, but it's probably not going to be sort of the game that I leave Final Fantasy for. Star Wars: The Old Republic beating you. Swatter is amazing for story, but it's way more laid back. Well, that's the thing. I'm probably just going to play it for a little while just to see what it's like. Because I said that I want to try different MMOs and give my opinion on what those different MMOs feel like. And very specifically, how does that sort of link up with my experience as an ex-WoW player? Because as a veteran WoW player, I'm obviously one of those people that were caught inside the bubble for a long time, believing that nothing could ever be better than World of Warcraft. And now, coming out of my shell, playing some Final Fantasy XIV, I can't believe that I ever fucking thought that. Nerdy Cat, we are going to. I am open to trying any and all MMOs on the market, even ones that people feel is incredibly horrible. I would still try. Beating you, I would say if you haven't tried Final Fantasy XIV yet, I would absolutely say go for it. I don't know how many years Final Fantasy has left on the PlayStation 4, but I'm assuming there's still quite a few years that you can play Final Fantasy 14 on the PlayStation 4 before they'll discontinue it. So even if they do discontinue it, they usually give you a free upgrade to the newest console. So by the time they do discontinue it, they'll give you an upgrade to the PS5. Jason Rain, that would very much depend on World of Warcraft. The amount of changes that I think World of Warcraft would have to make in order to get me to view it as my main game again, I don't think they will make. Banning increasing level cap when they brought in Chromie time? Raps, how you doing, bro? Yeah, so a lot of people... Oh my god, there were so many stupid fucking comments on that video. Let me see if I can find some of those comments. Dude, there were some comments in there that truly broke me. Like, 100% broke me. I looked at those comments and I wanted to claw my fucking eyes out. But that's not necessarily unique. There are many times when people say shit that I just go, what the fuck? How are you saying these things with a straight fucking face? Well, I'm just looking for it now. Okay, hold up. I'm just looking through it because I know I responded to this guy. Okay, so here it is. So this was I do not. This was actually not the horrible comment that I was referring to. This was just a comment that I did not agree with. I think the horrible comment got removed by, like, I think he deleted his own comment after realizing that I'm not a fucking pushover. Something happened there. What just happened? Is the gifted subs only coming through now? Well, that's quite delayed, I'd say. I think the gifted subs are only coming through now. Well, thanks, Twitch. I really appreciate you being so fucking diligent in, you know, being late to the party. But anyways, really appreciate those, gentlemen. Okay, so Shiro had the following to say. So effectively, and this, by the way, is what if there is no levels in 10.0. So effectively remove the RPG portion of MMORPG. At that point, just remove the world from World of Warcraft and fully embrace a hub-based MMO. There is only Stormwind, Orgrimmar, and you just queue into tiny instanced areas for content. We can call it Warcraft Online 2. Can you guys see how an argument gets completely twisted by someone with no ability to follow an argument to begin with? Because how is me saying that World of Warcraft 10.0 will have no levels, how does it end with this? I mean, genuine question. How do you end here? Is levels the only way that you progress in RPGs, or is progression the thing that's important in RPGs? What would you say? So if I gave you a bunch of levels that meant fuck all, so you go up in level, you don't gain any power, you don't gain shit. I just gave you a, like, there's just levels. Yeah? Would you say that is an RPG? Because, hey, there's levels. So you are playing an RPG, right? I mean, there's levels. You have levels. You go up. There's experience points. And when you go up, nothing happens, but you are going up in levels. Of course not. Most of you would go, why is these levels here? Well, why even have these? Because they don't mean shit. Sure, they might be some way for you to know what level you are in the game, but since that level is literally not tied to anything in the game, there is no progression, which is the important bit of RPGs. It's not levels, it's progression. RPGs are famous for player progression. It's the ability to see your character get more powerful. This video also had a bunch of comments. I think that the person doing this got, like, I think he removed his comment eventually, because I actually retweeted his comment after. I saw it, because it was horrible. So, you see, I hate having conversations like this, specifically on YouTube. Do you have any idea how many people respond to a video like this with not even watching the video? Because there were genuinely people here in this video that commented that this is the worst fucking idea they've ever seen in their lives, and I should go fuck myself. And then they write this paragraph of shit, right? And you go, wait a second. Like, the things you're writing now has nothing to do with what I said in the video. Nothing. You're effectively just making shit up. You saw a title and you went, well, fuck this guy. I don't agree with that title. And now I will pretend like I've seen the video already, and I will just go off the fucking rails and write a bunch of bullshit. Please don't be this guy. I'm begging you guys, please don't be this fucking guy. Which will support vertical eye level in raiding and or PvP content. Eye level is fine, Because even if you didn't have a visual item level, people would still find a way to figure out your power level. And you are going to need stronger gear in order to make people feel like they're progressing. So item level is never going to be removed from any game, really. Even Final Fantasy has item level. There's nothing you can do about it. The thing that you can do is making it easy for people to get to max item level in the game, and then putting different things in their way to actually sort of distinguish themselves from everyone else. So Final Fantasy, for example, does this in a very weird but also wonderful way. Getting the best gear in the game doesn't seem to be the hardest thing in the world. It's literally just a bit of farming, and a couple of weeks of farming and you'll have the best gear in the game. Right? There's no two ways about it. But then there are things like ultimates, which is pure cosmetics. There's no gear really from those ultimates. They exist primarily to test yourself and to show yourself as being better than everyone else. And that really is it. If you've done those and you get the items that make you look like you're better than everyone else that you're better than everyone else because you've actually done the content. So this in a sense for World of Warcraft would mean Mythic no longer provides item level or gear upgrades. Mythic is purely mount and item based. So, or static item based. You can get really cool items in there that you can transmog your gear into to make you look really awesome, but there's no real gear upgrades from Mythic raiding. I believe that way you sort of remove that incredible onus on item level. Because right now people are obsessed with item level in World of Warcraft. Like everyone cares about item level. I don't think that's healthy. Because you are ultimately like, you're building a weird game that doesn't even make sense, because the research shows that people who care about item levels forming a party, their parties fail more often than people who don't. Well, that's the case in Savage. I mean, ultimates cannot be outgeared due to item level sync, I believe. Yeah, but Savage is also, I believe, completely like gearless. There's no gear in Savage, is there?
When you raid Savage, you will have a mix of Savage, Tombstone, and crafted gear for your build, all different hills.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about Savage is above Extreme. You get Extreme and then you get Savage, right? And then Ultimates is sort of like the crazy shit. That's like where the craziest of the craziest people go in order to get their gear. Correct? Not gear, in order to show the size of their dicks. That people go to the extreme, like people go to the ultimates for, like, this is my big dick, look at me. You're going to react to some of the videos and content because that's just about 4 videos. I will. I told you I will. Streams are same level roughly. Savage are raids and Extreme are trials. Trials is 8-man. Raids is also 8-man, isn't it? No, how many people is in a raid? Not the Alliance raids. They're 24-man. Yeah, both are 8-man. Yeah, because 8-man is the largest group that you can form. But then crafters can also make gear that is very close, I believe, to top item level, no? Like, crafters can make some incredibly good gear, as far as I know, in Final Fantasy XIV. Not top, but it's close to it. Content mainly, they're the same kind of fight. Entry level for Savage, yes. But it's entry level for Savage. So if you wanted to do Savage, you could go in with full crafted gear and you'd be able to at least do it, right? Okay, so that's how you defeat the item level worries. By making it possible for everyone to get into the hardest content in the game through crafted gear. And that's it. Currently, crafted gear is item level 580. Savage gear 600. Minimum item level for current Savage is 580. Well, there you go. You see, what they've done is effectively they haven't made the requirements for gear so high that not everyone's going to be able to get there. Everyone is going to be able to get to at least 580 minimum for Savage.
8-man bosses and have the extreme difficulty. Raids are 3 tiers of 4 8-man bosses with a full story and have the Savage difficulty.
Yeah, it's just your difficulty settings that really fucking throw me off, because I don't understand why every piece of content has its own name for difficulty. Like, why could everything not just be called, like, Savage? That's hard enough. Or Extreme. That's hard enough. You get Extreme Trials, you get Extreme Raids, everyone's happy. But no, you don't get that. You get Savage Raids and Extreme Trials. And those are not the same, but they are the same, but they're not the same. Obtaining minimum item level is easy in Final Fantasy XIV. Learning the Extreme Savage is the hard part. But this is exactly the point that I wanted to make. We got sidetracked with my horrible understanding of the difficulty settings within Final Fantasy XIV. But this is the point that I wanted to make from the very beginning. If you want to defeat the purpose of item level or the strength of item level, then you make the fights hard, not pertaining to the gear that you're wearing. Because here's the thing. I don't think it really matters whether you have 580 item level or 600 item level in a Final Fantasy XIV fight. Whoever knows or can grasp the mechanics of the fight faster is going to do better, regardless of how much item level you have. Now, if you have two players that is exactly equally good, that's when the item level will matter, right? Because that's the moment where you'll start to see that both know what the fuck they're doing, and now the guy with 600 item level is doing better than the guy with 580 item level. But if you have players, like a brilliant player at 580 and a horrible player at 600, the 580 guy is still going to do a hell of a lot better than the 600 guy, because most fights in Final Fantasy XIV will have mechanics that nearly kill you, will have mechanics that straight up kill you, and they will have mechanics that can nearly kill you, followed up by mechanics that will kill you if you get hit by it. So knowledge of the fights is far more important than the gear that you have on your back. You obviously don't want to go too low, because if you go too low, then something that is just supposed to be an AoE effect one-shots you. That's not good. But, it sort of removes the idea that item level is required. Whereas in World of Warcraft, there are so many bosses that have soft enrage timers versus hard enrage timers versus things that has to be absolutely burnt down ridiculously quickly, and also damage mechanics in the game that is almost undodgeable. It stands to reason that you are going to get hit by some things. And so what players do is they go, right, we need the best item level people so that they don't put that much pressure on the healers. So the healers don't have to heal someone from 20% to full. They can heal someone from 40% to full. We also need the best gear because we need people that can do top DPS to get us over certain soft enrage timers or certain soft blocks within the fight. And then also all of these other mechanics that have to be tracked and traced. World of Warcraft designed a game where the players effectively gatekeep each other. And it's incredibly unhealthy. Gatekeeping is almost never okay. And when you see gatekeeping happening in a game, it's annoying, specifically if you realize that a lot of this gatekeeping is literally by design. Because suddenly you find players who maybe want to do a dungeon or a raid being turned down for the position because, well, you're not good enough. You know? You're not good enough. And it's not by some actual measurement. It's that you don't have enough gear to be good enough for our group. PS3 trauma. It's about 3.2. The devs said that if player can't defeat Savage Raid in 1 week, it's all dev's fault. So I wouldn't actually agree with that, if I'm honest. I think if you're going on Savage difficulty, so this is sort of where I guess disagree with a lot of people. I believe that almost everyone should be able, in a very easy time, should be able to defeat normal stuff, right? Whether that be in WoW or whether that be in Final Fantasy, doesn't really matter. I then believe that not everyone, but most people should be able to defeat heroic or, hard dungeons and trials and stuff in Final Fantasy in a reasonable amount of time. I would say about a week. You should be able to clear most things. And if you're talking about the whole raid in WoW, for example, you should probably be able to clear the whole raid in a good 2-3 weeks on heroic. Most people should be able to do that. But then when you get to ultimates, or you get to Savage or Extreme or Mythic, I think it's fine if people struggle. I think that's fine. Now, consider in Final Fantasy that Savage and Extreme isn't actually supposed to be on the level of Mythic, but that rather they sort of fall just according to raiders that I've spoken to. Savage and Extreme sort of is slightly easier than Mythic. Not a lot, but let's say 2 or 3% easier than Mythic raiding. And then Ultimates is like 20 or 30% more than Mythic raiding. I guess their argument is we don't want Savage or Extreme to be impossible. We want it to be a challenge, and we want people to have fun with the challenge, but we don't want it impossible. For impossible, we rather do ultimates. Those are the things that we don't give a fuck about. You can get smashed there, right? From what I hear, it's endurance, but then also just skill. Like, those fights are incredibly busy and daunting, and yeah, you kind of have to love raiding in order to do them. I think that's fine. Look, at the end of the day, who here likes struggling with something for a month? Like, genuinely speaking now. If I gave you a puzzle that after a month on this puzzle, you still had no idea how to solve the puzzle, how many of you would still be doing it after a month? I'm assuming almost none of you. Because after a while, it just gets annoying. You know, after a while, you genuinely just go, you know what, fuck this. I have better things to do. I can't waste my life with this specific thing. Now, games are supposed to be challenging, but they're not supposed to push you to the point where you want to tear your eyes out. Because at that point, it's no longer a challenge, it's just impossible. And I feel like you get to virtual impossible if someone struggles on the same thing for weeks. Even, like, people are talking about, like, how unfair it is that Dark Souls or the new Elden Ring is so difficult. It's like, well, Elden Ring isn't really difficult. Much of Elden Ring in the Dark Souls games is about perseverance. You have to stick with it. You just have to keep doing it. You'll get it eventually. You have to learn the fights. The fights aren't just... The bosses aren't just going to fall over and die, right? You just have to keep going. And that's what... That's what most people don't understand. Most people think you should be able to one-shot everything. And obviously, Elden Ring and Dark Souls and those things aren't designed to be one-shot. They're designed to slowly, you learn how to do it and then you get it done. But I think most people wipe... Let's say most people wipe 50 to 100 times on a specific boss before getting it down. Like the average. I'm saying average. I believe there's people that probably wipe a little bit more, and people who obviously wipe a little bit less. But let's say the average, even great Souls players wipe a few times on the first time, first time they fight bosses, right? Nate, yeah, they don't have a physical difficulty setting, but they have things in the game that can make fights easier or harder depending on how you want to play it. And that, there's sort of a balance that you have to strike. You don't want to make things so hard that they become almost undoable, but you also don't want to make things so easy that they become boring. And I feel like currently, as things exist in World of Warcraft, Blizzard have sort of gone over the top with all three of their difficulty settings. Normal has become so intense that a very large portion of the player base for World of Warcraft can't do it. They don't have the groups, they don't have the guilds. They how the fuck are they supposed to do it? You know, I just want to sign up to a random group and go kill some bosses. I don't want to jump into Discord and buy flasks and pots and fucking enchant all my gear. I just want to have some fun. It's a normal run after all. Heroic sort of requires guilds in order to function, and then Mythic requires top-level guilds in order to clear in a reasonable amount of time. So ultimately, it feels like Blizzard have gone over the top with their difficulty settings to the point where, you know, the only thing really casual people have is LFR. And I'm going to be honest with you, is there anyone here that views LFR as actual content or enjoyable content in World of Warcraft? Did you play any Souls-like games, Echo? Days no. I literally just watch videos of people playing it. I've never really played a Souls game. Viking Voicey, you don't have to tell me, bro. I've been there. I raided back in Wrath and DBC when in Polokwane. Well, actually in Pretoria at that time. My ping was anywhere from 800 to 1,000. And when I say 1,000, I mean it's when it maxed out at 999. So you don't actually know if it's more than 1,000 because it maxed out at 999. So I remember those days well. I do LFR because I can't be asked to find a guild group to even do normal. But LFR isn't content. LFR sucks. It's a miserable experience for everyone that's involved. It ends up usually the way you clear LFR is you hope that a bunch of players like myself, like high-level Mythic Raiders, I don't count myself as a high-level Mythic Raider, but I am very quick to at least figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. You end up hoping that you get like 10 or 15 of those people that can carry you through the fight. Because if you don't have that, you're fucked. If you have a group of 30 people or 25 people that genuinely don't know what the hell they're doing, congratulations, you're not killing the boss. You can try, it's not going to happen because people are failing and, well, there's no real way of not having them fail. So LFR, as far as I'm concerned, is not good content design. I get why Blizzard wants it in the game and it's fine to keep it there, but you should not look at LFR as the base level difficulty for raiding. LFR, in my mind, is sort of like an adage to the content of raiding. It's not the base level difficulty. If you made LFR 10-man only, I can actually see that work. I'm going to be honest, I can actually see that work, yeah. Smaller groups will almost inevitably be much easier to control than larger groups. So, yeah, I actually agree with you there. You got your new Gen up and running it. Viking Voicey, it's up. It's working, but it's not running currently. I have power at the moment from the government. So, we're good for now. But yes, the new generator is up. It ran on. We tasted it last night to make sure that it's running, like all of the appliances that we need run. So yeah, it's working. Those streams are going to be expensive as fuck though, because it's a petrol generator, not a diesel one. But you know, it is what it is. Mind you, no, you can queue for normal, but it's not the same as Final Fantasy. The queues is usually someone will make a group, then you'll queue up for it, and you'll hope that you get accepted. Which those people don't really accept everyone. They accept everyone that has more item level than what the instance actually requires. Holy shit, 43 rand a liter. Wow. They actually say that the petrol in South Africa is going to go up soon. We'll probably hit like over 40, 45 rand a liter. Soon-ish, I guess. Which is going to be a nightmare. If that happens, it's going to be a fucking nightmare. Yeah, but Norway's petrol, I'm assuming, is high because they don't actually want people to drive. They actually want people to use like public transport and stuff. Whereas South African petrol is high because the government has so much taxes that they levy on top of it. More than, I believe it's almost 50% of the entire petrol price in South Africa is government taxes. $4. Wait, how many liters is in a gallon? Just to be clear, when people are saying a gallon is about 4 liters, well, that's $1 a liter. Cry me a fucking river, please. 15 rand a liter? That's nothing. We're paying 20, over 20 rand now per liter. Like, Jesus. All right. In Denmark, 1 liter is about 34 rand. Oof. So you have to understand something. In the rest of the world, your governments are trying to get people off petrol because they want to move people to electric cars. They want to move people to, you know, public transport and stuff like that. In South Africa, there's no such thing. There is no real public transport in South Africa. So if you don't have a car, you're not really going anywhere. So if they're trying to move you off of petrol and not using your car, what they're effectively saying is we want you to walk everywhere. And again, the country was not really, none of the cities are really built to be pedestrian friendly. So it's kind of like you literally just get fucked because what they want is money. They don't really give a shit about the environment. And how do I know that they don't really give a shit about the environment? Because they're literally trying to build more coal-fired power plants in South Africa. Now, look, you could take most of the cars in the country and run it on petrol, and I don't think it's going to do as much damage to the environment as coal-fired electricity plants, right? Enjoyed my time here. Sadly, I have to go. See you later. Sure. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, bro. Line to supercharge your Tesla. You're in my town in Texas. Yeah, we don't even have chargers for electric cars in South Africa. I've never seen a charger for an electric car in South Africa. Naomi, how are you doing? The rest is, yeah, well, truth is that, yeah, most other countries are simply just worrying about surviving yet. In most African nations, the environment is not really a problem. If you ask most people in developing countries, do you care about global warming? Most of them will say, fuck no. I couldn't give two shits. I care about, do I have food on my table tonight? Take your global warming and shove it up your ass. I want to eat, you know? Maybe once I have food, I can start worrying about what's happening to the globe. But you know, it's very difficult to be on a high horse when you're hungry. I'm stuck in Priya, but otherwise fine. What do you mean you're stuck there? I know a guy who has a hybrid car, but they're so fucking expensive. I don't even... Like, is there even South African petrol cars? I don't know. Electric cars. Electric cars in... I believe we have some hybrids, but in South Africa. Let's see. There might be. Volvo, Audi... There is electric cars here. I just don't know where they charge them. Takes ages, that's what I mean? Oh, yeah. Praetorium can be quite slow. Got a hybrid last year. I don't own a car. So fuck all of you polluters and shit. I don't own a car. We can power our houses 24/7. What the fuck we gonna do with cars? Draconia, that's very true. I assume you don't drive it into the front room and plug it into the mains. No, but I don't have a car. I don't see the point. You know, you don't go anywhere. True. No, why would I own a bicycle? I haven't been on a bicycle in fucking decades. Like 2 decades at least. The only bicycle I've been on is the assault bike at the gym that I do 2 or 3 times a week. But outside of that, no. I can drive. Don't think I can't drive. My brother has a car. I borrow it when I want to go do something that I can't walk to. But most of the time, I just don't go anywhere. Maslow hierarchy dictates eating now is more important than a clean earth next year. Viking Boise, very true. And as a car enthusiast, right, every time I have to fuel up my 03 BMW M3. See, luckily, I don't give a fuck about cars. People go, oh my god, this is a beautiful car. I need this car. And I'm usually just like, yeah, it's all right. I don't want it. It's all right. It's fine. I literally, a car for me is just wheels that get you from point A to point B. I couldn't give 2 fucks about owning one or which one I own even. $90. That's cheaper than here, I think. No, it's not. No, $90 is a lot of money to fill up. As long as my car has Bluetooth and good AC, I'm happy. I don't even care about AC. Roll down the windows, the wind comes in, you cool down anyways. Like, you don't even need AC. Like, genuinely, I don't give a fuck about things like that. What I care about is my house. So luxuries in my house, very important to me. I want to be able to live comfortably at least. But in terms of cars and shit like that. In fact, I would be okay with a carless future. If you told me tomorrow that I can move to a town that has brilliant public transport with no need or use for a car ever, I'd be okay with that. I'd be like, yeah, all right, let's do that. Auto Lock On, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Dude, I live in South Africa. I know the need for ACs, believe me. But I found that this fan behind me does a brilliant job of cooling me down on the harshest of summer days. It's not like the best job. It's not the same as an AC, but it does the job. You know, I'm not sitting here sweating. I can feel it's hot, you know, and I sometimes wish it would be less hot, but overall it does the job. Plus, I'm not about to start buying, like, look, I don't know about you guys, but I have this... Nah, I don't want to make this a political thing, so let's not get into politics, for the love of fuck. If you have a political opinion, please keep it to yourself or go right into someone else's chat and then come back here. But I have this strange sense of foreboding, almost. You know? Like, we have only seen the beginning of things going really fucking badly. I don't know why, but I get a feeling that this Russia-Ukraine thing isn't gonna go away easily. And I feel like the way the West is trying to deal with Russia is going to leave Russia in a position where their only option is to start World War III. They're gonna have no other option. Because it's all good and well to say, well, fuck them. We'll just sanction the living fuck out of them. We'll destroy their economy. But what you're also doing there is you are pushing a giant in the world into a corner and hoping that he doesn't bite. You're literally pushing a bear into a corner and saying, well, hopefully he doesn't bite back. And that is like, I don't know, because on the one hand, do you just allow them to invade Ukraine? Obviously not. But then also, is this the best way to deal with the issue? No, probably not. And it feels like we're about to see things get a hell of a lot worse. And if you think a war in Europe is not going to affect the rest of the world, I have news for you. I can already tell you what's going to happen in South Africa if fuel prices go up to 40 rand a litre. Function member of society, bro. Take care, DJs. Or take care of yourself, bro. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. There'll be riots. South Africa will be brought to a standstill because people will have no food, no money to buy food. So people will literally start waging war in the country because things will be too expensive. So I wonder how much of that is going to happen in the rest of the world. Ludrin, it's not that their economy will improve. That's not what I'm thinking. I don't think 40 rand per litre is about double what we pay now, and current estimates say that if this thing between Russia and Ukraine continue, consider how much oil South Africa gets from Russia. I believe we get a majority of our oil from Russia. And if this thing continues, we're in for a wild fucking ride, right? Where it is going to be double. That means that food prices skyrocket, right? Food prices absolutely explode if that happens. Electricity prices explode. Everything you can imagine goes up. Now you have people who can't afford it. You have governments who can't fucking pay the people. So you're screwed. It's not even about the average wage per month in South Africa. South Africa has an unemployment rate of 60%. Officially, it's 43%. Unofficially, it's 60%. Because officially, it's the people who's looking for work. That's about 43%. 60% are the people included who don't even, they've given up. They've sort of gone, oh, fuck it. You know, I can't find a job. Who knows? What the fuck does a country do where 60% of its population is not working? And the 40% that is working, the majority of those, about, I'd say 70, 80%, is making about $200, $220 a month. What do you do? So right now in South Africa, I believe 9% of the population contributes to roughly 60% of the entire tax base in South Africa, as things stand currently. It's 9% of South Africans that pay roughly 60% of the entire tax tax income of my country. It's not sustainable. So places like South Africa is going to be completely wrecked. Towing Russian tanks with tractors back to Russian borders. See, but Spartan, I don't even know if I don't even know if we're seeing the whole picture. I'm gonna be honest with you. yes, the media keeps saying that Russia is losing and that Putin is getting a bloody nose. But do we know if that's even true? Like, do we have any... Do anyone here have any reason to believe that the mainstream media is ever going to be honest with us as to what is happening? Draconian, yeah, but 40% of Gauteng and 25% of Cape Town is still very small in the general population of the country. Mimesis, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chinese economy is doing good. Okay, Evergrande, etc. Well, that's a whole different... I don't want to get into, like, proper political discussions here or economic discussions because I obviously don't know shit. I'm just sort of thinking out loud here. Like, don't quote anything I'm saying because I read things every once in a while. I try to stay away from the news as much as possible because I've learned long ago that it makes you depressed and it makes you care about things that you shouldn't care about at all. I just know that I'm looking at things and I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm seeing the truth. For the Russians to keep the country at peace, probably going to be 5 years of guerrilla war. Just don't understand what Putin wants. He may have lost before he began. Ludron, I know what Putin wants. It's the same thing he's wanted for 10 years. And it's the same thing that the whole world now sort of pretends never happened. Which does actually piss me off a little bit. It does piss me off a little bit. Like, people are pretending like this came out of left field. I heard someone on the news the other day say Putin did this unprovoked. Like, unprovoked. How dare he? And it's like, it wasn't fucking unprovoked. Like, this dude has warned you for 10 years, stop the expansion of fucking NATO. Don't expand NATO any further. I do not want NATO on my fucking doorstep. There were professors warning about this in 2014, right? Political science majors warned about this in 2014 already, saying the West is playing with fire. Putin keeps saying, get NATO off my fucking doorstep, and NATO keeps going, fuck you. We'll do what we want. And then the last straw was when Ukraine's president applied for NATO status. And that's when Putin said, okay, no, fuck this. Fuck this. Then I'll take the country. That way you can't make them NATO, and they're now part of Russia again. Because, FYI, Ukraine is actually where the Russian Empire started. The Russian Empire started in Kiev. So, according to Putin, he argues, this is my country. I can take it. Obviously it isn't, but, you know, in his mind, he thinks it is. But it wasn't unprovoked. That's the point. The West caused this. And now the West wants to step back and say, well, how dare he? Like, this was completely unprovoked. No, it wasn't. He kept asking you nicely, can you please fucking stop expanding NATO? Like, I don't want NATO on my fucking doorstep. Like, just, like, keep NATO where it is now, but don't expand any further. And the West kept saying, no, we won't. So it's kind of like Putin is an evil fuck, but the West is not innocent either. Everyone's hands here is dirty as shit. And it scares me because everyone seems to pretend like they had no other options. Like, Putin is like, yeah, well, what else could I do? Say, well, I don't know. I think there were other things you could have done. And the West is going, whoa, what's this overreaction, dude? And it's again like, well, like, it's not quite an overreaction. You're all guilty here. But both of you seem to go, no, I'm not guilty. It's the other one. It's like, okay, so fuck it. We're going to go into World War III and no one's guilty? Like, this is just no one's fault according to anyone? Like, what the fuck? it annoys me. To say the very least, it annoys me that this is where we are right now. Look, it's not about... Okay, so, Homeless Dude, no one is saying that countries are joining NATO because they're forced by NATO to join. But if you have Russia, right? For this, oh my god, we have to go into so much, and I don't actually care for this at all. Why do I know this, and I'm not even... I don't even care about politics that much, and how is it that I know this and so many people don't? And yet, the people that don't are the ones who love sharing their opinions. NATO is the enemy of Russia. It has always been. The literal reason for NATO's existence is a big fat fuck you to Russia. That's literally why NATO exists, is to say fuck you, Russia. Right? Now, every single every single post-Soviet countries that were part of the Soviet Union, are now part of NATO. Right? Except for Ukraine. The entire border on the European side of Russia is now NATO-controlled countries. It's countries that is part of the NATO agreement, which is literally the thing that Putin asked them to stop doing, and they keep expanding. And yes, it's not under pressure. The countries ask to join, but Putin asked them not to let them join. That was Putin literally just asked stop like getting these countries part of NATO, because in Putin's mind, it's the enemy on his doorstep. And if you know anything about geography, you will know that Russia is basically indefensible. You can't defend Russia. There's like a 200-kilometer stretch of flat land that allows you to walk straight into Moscow. You can't defend that land. So effectively, if you lose every country on your border, well, you're a sitting duck. If NATO ever decides to invade, how are you stopping them? You're like, oh, well, fuck me. You know? Chris Gunn said, it's not about that they can do whatever they think they can't, right? It's more a case of what is the lesser of two evils. Because you can absolutely say, let Ukraine join NATO, but then it's World War III, right? Then it is World War III, and you have to acknowledge the fact that we did this thing that led to World War III. You have to at least be honest about that. We knew that Putin was going to go to war if we kept expanding NATO, and we did it anyways because fuck him, right? Or you say, look, Ukraine, sorry, but we don't want war with Russia, so you can't join. Sorry. You need to find another way, but you cannot join NATO. Because we don't want war here. We don't feel like having war. It's unfair, but it is sort of like that choice between two bowls of shit. Like, yes, on the one side, you are telling a country, sorry, no, you can't be part of us. But on the other side, you are also sort of going, well, we don't want World War III. It strikes me as interesting how many people seem to want World War III. Because the way I'm reading Twitter, and just from people in this chat, it seems to me like a lot of people are like, well, fuck Putin. We'll just go to war. You do realize that going to war with Russia is basically the end of the world. Right? You do realize that. Catty bitch, kind of, yeah. Because if the bully has nukes, you kind of go, yeah, right, fuck it, right? If the bully is bigger than you and he has very strong arms and massive hands, you kind of go, yeah, right, fuck it. Right? There's nothing I can do. This guy's bigger. He's going to bully me. What am I supposed to do about it? Unless, of course, you go, well, we don't care that there's going to be nuclear war. We don't think that a bully should be allowed to do the things that he's doing. There's no good options here. That's the point. It's just weird to me that some people seem to think that there are good options. I guess that's my problem, is that there's people who seem to think that, well, actually, fuck Russia. And then if you do say fuck Russia, then that's going to be a good idea. Okay, so a nuclear war would be the end of the world. Like 100% would be the end of the world. It would end all of it. Calties, thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. An interesting discussion, I see. Well, I hope that people recognize that I'm not making any judgments. If you're getting triggered by this conversation, you're welcome to leave. Because it's supposed to be a conversation that you can actually, like, keep your head in and be rational about it. I realize it's difficult, which is why I'm not making any sweeping statements. I don't support anyone in this war. I feel like America has always been fucking hopped up on war steroids. Like, you just mention war, and the American government immediately starts working together as if there is no two parties in that government. It's insane to me. Like, the last 4 years, the Republicans and the Democrats have literally wanted to destroy each other inside Congress and the Senate. And one fucking mention of war, and they're united as if they're the same fucking party. Yeah, let's go. We're gonna wage war now. I said, yeah, because none of you are the fucks who's gonna fight this war. Like, you're not the assholes that's sending kids to die on the battlefield, right? But who cares? Because you're back home in your fucking mansions and shit while everyone else is dying. It's bullshit. And it's annoying to me. I don't know what the answer is. I just want to be clear. I don't know what the answer is. But I don't think the answer is full-blown war between the West and Russia. Because here's the thing. Who do you think China joins in a war between Russia and the West? The US and Russia basically have about the same amount of nukes. I believe it's like 4,000 something nukes for both countries. So they're similar in terms of nuclear arsenals. I believe the US has bigger nukes, but they don't have Russia has a number of very small nukes that wouldn't do much damage. It's basically like very small nukes, but they have similar in terms of the amount of damage that they can cause. I would say they're similar. And if you include all of the US's allies, the allies probably have more nukes than the Russians. But China would absolutely join the Russians. I mean, it's already like, isn't there? This was actually in the news, so I'm pretty sure this is not conspiracy. Joe Biden shared information with China on, well, not Joe Biden, but Joe Biden's government shared information with China about Putin's plans to invade Ukraine, and China gave that information to Russia. Also, China is one of the countries that didn't join the world in condemning Russia for invading Ukraine. Russian banks are now 100% running on Chinese. Like, what's the Chinese system? The Chinese have an actual, I think it's called, is it Union Swap or something like that? It's the Chinese answer to SWIFT. Wild Boy, how you doing, brother? I think it's Union Swap. I could be wrong. But they've all swapped to, I think it's Union Swap. No, BRICS is the collection of countries that sort of have economic agreements with one another. But so literally the whole of Russia now runs on the Chinese system. China is trading massively with Russia in terms of electronics. Basically anything that Russia can't get from the rest of the world now, they're getting from China. And that's sort of, so China is absolutely going to join Russia if war were to break out. Russia's nuclear arsenal, considering how bad shape its military seems to be. Crash the Fool, I don't know. Union Pay, that's the one. Thank you. This whole thing started with me asking the following question. How How much are we actually seeing? Yeah, South Africa is the ace in BRICS. So it's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Those are the 5 countries. And really, those countries were built as a response to the dollar and the World Bank. So those countries, or that alliance, wasn't formed as a military alliance. There's no military alliance within BRICS. It is a response to the dollar. So they effectively want to stop the dollar from being the reserve currency of the world. The ultimate goal would be to cut out the World Bank, cut out the dollar, and be able to trade with themselves using their own currency, like a currency that they invent as the inter-currency between these countries. 4%, so the rest is Europe and USA pretty much. Yeah, but that is obviously VTO's going to be changing soon, right? And people shouldn't apologize for being US or American. I saw a couple of people in chat saying, I'm sorry that I'm American. Why? Are you in the government? Because the only person I would accept an apology from is people who work in the fucking government. Tatey Braid, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most weird chat on Twitch. I want to say degenerate, but it's just weird at this point. Great idea, but they have to be stable countries and the more open first for practical reasons. True. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, governments is just so fucking quick to wage war on anyone, right? Because it's not their children dying in war. It's not their people really dying in war. They don't get, like, they're not in danger of anything. So it's easy. It's literally a piece of paper that you sign, and there you go. You've declared war. Let's go. While the people at home is suffering. There are many people in America that could use a fraction of the military spending that America has every single year. I can imagine, Misfit. I feel like this is all snowballed after I asked you about your generator, butterfly effect in full force. Yeah, probably that is where it started. All I'm taking issue with here, and I wish people would understand this in the in the spirit of what it's meant to be. I don't think anyone is innocent in this war. And like I said at the beginning of this, my feeling is that we are only in the beginning of this. Like, I have a feeling things are going to get a hell of a lot worse. And no one is innocent. The West cannot fucking sit there and claim that this came out of nowhere. Russia cannot go and claim that this was the only way for them to respond. Everyone is guilty. And what's interesting is we're all going to fucking pay for it. Pirate, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's very true. Russia is very close to the US-Canada border. The generator is made in China and got it going. No. Actually, I don't know where the generator is made. I think it's a South African generator. I think so. It might be wrong. No, and it's not. It's Ryobi. Where is Ryobi made? The innocent people or the poor people just living their lives as their city is being bombed around them? Yeah. But again, governments be fucking damned, dude. You'll see it from the unfiltered eyes of the international news community. You'll see Democrats versus Republicans. There are so many smaller factors that you'll have no idea about. Oh, I can imagine that. West has become lazy as fuck since the end of World War II. Have we become lazy, though? We're waging wars all around the fucking world. Well, we say we. I'm not part of the West. South Africa is a backwards third world country. All I'm asking, and if there's anyone watching from either Russia or America, we are not worth bombing. If you want to take South Africa, come by boat, say like one guy and plant your flag. We don't have a military. We can't really stop you. There's no bombs needed for an invasion of South Africa. So for the love of fuck, don't bring guns. Don't kill us. Just, plant your flag and we'll go, fuck it. Yeah, this is our new flag. We're happy now. That's it. That's all I want everyone to know in the world. Hey, we are useless beyond belief. Just leave us alone. We have nice beaches, nice summers, beautiful place to come on vacation. So anyone who wants to own us, you'll at least have very cheap holidays without a visa, So, but please, for the love of fuck, don't invade. Won't see snow in Africa this Christmas, a Christmas song told me. Yeah, but we never see snow. If he brings beer and steak, we'll throw a party. Well, true. But I'm spending in USA. It's a joke that many US states would benefit from a US invasion. Whoa, really? They want to bomb? They want your land, resources, oil to grow food? Hopefully, Doc, almost every third country will just open their door to any first world country. Do Blaze the Rains in Africa? I heard it somewhere. I don't know who got censored though. Homeless dude, what did you do to get censored? Hold up, let me see if I can remove that fucking weird timeout that the bot, for some reason, has once again thought was good. Hold up, homeless dude. I'm trying to get you. There we go. You should be untimed out now. China already owns 80% of our mines in South Africa. They could already want more. Get invaded, then the government spends military money to rebuild. Yeah, fucking governments, dude. I hate government so much. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, don't try and do links here. The bot will get you. Yeah, the West has become lazy because everything revolves around the idea of the West thinks that everyone else has the same ideals as the West, such as economic stability, luxurious lifestyles. I mean, why else in the world would people be fucking bickering about the things we bicker about? It is because the West became lazy and comfortable. I can agree with that to some extent, I think. Honestly, yeah, we had some mass riots here. But they lasted a couple of days and then they were fixed. So, not to worry about that now. Although it might become a problem again. I mean, I can only tell you guys because I've been reading a lot more about the Prophet in South Africa. I told you guys about them a while back. I made a video about it as well. Like a proper Alex Jones conspiracy. Which I don't know if it's a conspiracy, but I can tell you from what he says. No, not Prophet Muhammad. It's the guy's name is Siener van Rensburg. Sier van Rensburg. Should have bought stock in Sassel at $2. What were they about, if you don't mind me asking? Basically lockdowns and people not having food and money due to COVID. So that's basically what it was about. It was right about a lot of things, though. But when he is right, he's pretty spot on. Oh, I'm not, like, this is not saying that this is an Alex show. I don't cast any sort of opinions on Alex Jones. But there's a prophet in South Africa that's basically been revered in South Africa for a long time. Like, people look up to him. People view him as the prophet. And he effectively... Yeah, he said the Third World War is going to start over a land dispute between... Well, he sort of says... I'm trying to remember the exact words. But he says the Third World War will start with a civil war over a land dispute in Russia. Now, if you go back in history, you'll know that the Russian Empire came from Kiev. In many ways, Ukraine and Russia is similar. They're kind of the same. Also, remember when he lived, there was no Ukraine. Not really, but it was it was already basically part of the Russian Empire. So he said that that's when the Third World War is going to start, but he also said that it's not going to look like a Third World War for a very long time. He sees a wall in front, a wall all around Europe. This was what scared me a little. He says he sees a wall around Europe, and this wall is a sensor. You can see the smoke in Europe, but no one knows what's going on in Europe. Like, they just see the wall and smoke coming up from behind the wall, but no one actually knows what's going on behind the wall. And he says by the time the world figures out that World War III is already going, it'll be well underway. So, according to him, they're gonna sort of pretend like it's just, how do we put it? According to him, they're gonna pretend like it's just a civil war, and then suddenly, eventually we'll realize, wait, this is a hell of a lot more than just civil war. This is a hell of a lot more. He called it a sensor, right? So someone was actively keeping information from the rest of the world. This is what the wall wasn't physical. He didn't see like an actual physical wall. He said the wall is like a sensor. It blocks any information. You can't see anything. So someone is actively trying to keep the information from the rest of the world. But the war is already going to be well underway by the time it happens. So it's sort of weird. It's a crazy, like, long story. But it's very interesting, the amount of things that he's seen and that has already come true. According to people that follow every single one of his works, he's yet to be wrong about anything. So that's, I guess, something. Someone, no. He wasn't that kind of guy. Like, his childhood was actually very sad. Evil Tooth, the problem is that these weren't phrases that he used. These were, like, he was actually telling people what he was seeing. Like, he wasn't talking in some weird, I see grass burning, and then I see cows walking and shit like that. He would usually tell them about the vision, and then he would tell them exactly what it means as well. And this guy died in 1914 or some shit like that, right? So this guy died long before even the First World War, and he called this war the Third World War. He basically predicted that the First World War would happen. He predicted that the Second World War would happen. He predicted that South Africa would get its freedom from the British. He predicted the fall of apartheid. Just to give you guys an idea of the kind of guy he was. So at the time, there was a general in South Africa called General de la Rey. General de la Rey. And this man would not march unless the seer okayed it. No matter what information and intelligence he got from his military officials, if the seer told him to stay put, he stayed put. He writes it in his own journals. Until the seer tells him to go, he will stay. And when the seer tells him to go, he will not question it, he will go. There's plenty of stories. Like, they take stories from journals and diaries from people who lived during the same time as him that it's fucking eerie, dude. It's eerie. For example, the old president of the Free State. This was back before South Africa was a single country, when South Africa was like four different countries. The president of the Free State was visiting General de la Rey at his home. And they were sitting there during the evening. It was the president of the Free State and the president of Transvaal were all at the house of General de la Rey. And suddenly, Seer shows up at the house and he tells them, listen, you have to pack up and you have to leave now. And they're like, why? And he's like, the British are coming. They know you're here. They're coming to kill you. Now, at that point, none of their forward scouts had seen the British. No one knew that the British were coming. There was no way for them to know. And he told the president, if you stay here, they will kill you tonight. And I believe within a couple of hours, the place was swarmed by the British. Like, they got out. But these are just like one of many stories that this guy saw things and warned people about, and other people are writing about the things that he warned them about coming true. And you just sort of look at it and you go, I don't know if I believe it, but, you know, there seems to be a lot of people that believe them, you know? So, yeah. Whatever it is, you know, it is what it is. It should be fine as long as there isn't a timeline where both Russia invaded Ukraine and Avril Lavigne is still alive. He said, if you guys want some timelines, he said that the Third World War will be in full swing when the ice melts in Europe. He said it's around about that time that the grass will become green in South Africa. That's it. That's the timeline that he gave. He said the war, you will know that the war starts when the war officially starts when the ice melts in Europe. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Because if the ice is melting in Europe and the grass is turning green in South Africa, that's summer. That's not really vague. It's like, yeah, okay, the grass is going green in South Africa, that's summer. The ice is melting in Europe, that's that's winter for us. When the he says the ice melts in Europe. Sorry, he says the ice melts in Europe and the green grass turns brown in South Africa. That is your summer, our winter. Sorry, yeah, that's what he said. So it's sort of like a spring, winter, but he gave those two timelines and he said that's when you'll know that it is coming. Oh, no, that's when you'll know that it is already too late. So by that time, the war will already have started. Now, you know, it is what it is. I'm not saying that I believe this. I'm literally telling you guys a story that is sort of revered in South Africa as the truth. Most, like Afrikaner people you ask, so in other words, people from my culture, a lot of them will absolutely, they believe this. The problem that I have with it is I'm not religious. So what I don't get is how does one have the ability to see visions like this? Right? Because I'm not religious myself. So it makes it very difficult for me to know, like, if there's no God, how do you see a vision like this? Because if there is a God, that makes it easy, right? God showed you and God knew. But if there is no God, and these visions are true, how do you see this? How does this even happen? Because you're not supposed to know. Like, how would you know the future? So, yeah. Could be aliens. There's a lot of things. Like, there's a lot of theories. I don't know. I find these things interesting to talk about. And I think it's interesting to know, you know? If for no other reason, just to, like... Here's the question that I would ask most of you. Crinan, thank you for the 2 months up. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate and weirdest chat on Twitch, I think. Especially today. Things are going very weird very quickly. This is not normally what we talk about. But then again, I blame chat. So here's the thing that I sort of wonder about. If you do believe it, and it turns out that it was not true, you've lost nothing, right? So, I don't know, who gives a shit, right? Like, if you do follow and know what he said, and it turns out that it wasn't true, who cares? Nothing changed, right? It just turns out that he was wrong. But if it is true, and you don't know anything about it, well, then you're kind of fucked. Because now you don't know what you don't know, right? But if you knew, then you would have known what you don't know. But now you don't know because you didn't want to know, you know? And that's sort of where I go, I like reading about things like this. I don't pass judgment. I don't necessarily act on it, but I like knowing these things because it's interesting to know. And if it turns out to be true, then hey, you know, I knew because I read about it. If it turns out to be bullshit, it's just an interesting thing that I knew, you know? I know a lot of bullshit facts that I can do nothing with. Still doesn't stop me from actually knowing those facts, right? World of Warcraft lore and Final Fantasy lore is completely useless in the real world. And yet I know those things, some of it. Because it's fun, you know? And it gives me something to fucking talk about. And it's interesting that so many people in chat are losing their minds over this. Yeah, this is utter bullshit. Fuck that. It's like, who cares? Who cares if it's absolutely bullshit? I wasn't sitting here fucking trying to convince you. I was just telling you something that I know. A fun fact. Useless though, the morality? Well, it's more so that it's not going to help you in the real world, is it? Like, not really. Yeah, there's morals behind it, which is obviously nice, but there's plenty of stories with morals behind it. I do like conspiracy theories. I'm a big fan of conspiracy theories. I'm gonna be honest. One of my guilty pleasures is watching a bit of conspiracy theories every once in a while. Yeah, guys, all I want to do basically is convert all of you to the cult of Akko. It's gonna be lovely. It's gonna be a nice cult where you can basically do whatever the fuck you want. We're gonna have a nice commune with beer that flows, virgins for everyone. I don't know where you're gonna get all the fucking virgins, but we're gonna have virgins for everyone. It's gonna be great. Trigger a surreal conflict? Jesus, did you? Now I'm sort of excited. We're first-time viewers. What's Akalon? Akalon is the one true religion. Eludrin, they don't have to stay virgins. I haven't figured out yet what we're going to do with the virgins once they're no longer virgins. The fuck wants a virgin? Give me a fire-breathing whore? All right, we'll have whores and virgins. What about that? Just to be clear here, it's not just whores and it's not just female whores and virgins. It's female and male. In my cult, we cater for everyone. Like, that's how it goes. Sort itself out, won't it? True. The beginning of the 377th Twitter war. I don't want virgins, I want someone with experience who knows the way. But how can you want someone with experience if you're still a virgin? Pentakir. And don't tell me you're not. You're a gamer. There is about a 70% chance that you're a virgin. A reactive heals as a babyface, top 0.1% patches in WoW, and order it's amazing. Okay, so share it with me. I'll love to watch it. Sleepfish, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first chat. I like that cult. Where can I join? It's available for really anyone. Fun one, thanks for the primes. I really appreciate that. 11 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What was the name of the South African barbecue again? Braai. I've done sex once. Wild boy, exactly. But, you know, if you've had sex only once in your life, does that mean you're really not a virgin anymore? Then maybe technically you're no longer a virgin, but you're kind of still a virgin. You know, you've only done it once. You barely know what you like. It takes a couple of times before you figure out, well, I don't quite like this. That's how it works. 5 years you're a virgin again? True. Lekker braaibroodjies, fill it. Lekker aardappels op je vuur. Although, aardappels, rarig. Pap, bro. Een lekker pappie, met een lekker sausie, een lekker vleesie. 100%. Clean, we're talking about my new cult. I'm starting it today. Is spam refreshing YouTube for new Accolon vids a prerequisite of the cult? Because I'm already doing that. Yeah, I would say why not? Why not? You have to watch every single one of my YouTube videos. This is the catch for joining this cult. You can get as many bitches as you want, male or female, but you have to watch every single one of my YouTube videos. Auto lock on, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome officially to the channel. Thank you. Marriages for Fools, I've already done that. Nice. As a Dutch speaking person, it's so weird hearing Afrikaans. I struggle with Dutch, to be fair. Meyer, essay sounds like Norwegian. Is there anyone here that can actually, that understood what I said there? So I'm a member of the cult. Where do we meet? In Cape Town. Just a bitch about Steve the Doozer. Lol. We can do that too, Crispy. You called? Do you need 10 subs to this channel and watch all your YouTube videos? Yes, pretty much. All the money is mine. You guys get the bitches, I get the money. That's how I'm gonna fund the cult. Yeah, Draconian, you would be able to understand, of course. How much is rent in Cape Town? Depends where you want to live. Like, I would say if you... So let's go rent... let's say property to rent in Cape Town. Private property, why not? Imagine Steve the Newser, Pinata, where break over, good lore falls out. Caso Erto, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Thane Space, you're my fucking brother. Of course you understand everything I'm saying. What are you talking about? My own brother is going, yeah, I understand a little of what you're saying. Like, grew up in the same house and everything. Let's go Cape Town. Cape Town, Western Cape. This is to rent. So where do you guys want to rent? Atlantic Seaboard, Belleville, Brackenfell, Bahrain, Cape Flats. Don't rent in Cape Flats. Cape Town City Bowl is alright. Durbanville, Goodhood, Hout Bay, Kraaifontein, Kuilsrivier, Matroosfontein, Melkbosstrand, Milnerton, Parow, Peninsula, False Bay, Southern Suburbs, Table View, and Blouberg. Where is the best internet? Pretty much everywhere here. The richest place in South Africa that you can live. So this would be actually, it's not the richest. Sandton is the most expensive place to live in South Africa. But where most rich people live would be here, the Atlantic Seaboard. Now, the Atlantic Seaboard, if we were to go lowest price. So lowest price, let's just pass the per day one, because no one wants to rent per day. Although I'm assuming it would still be pretty cheap for a lot of you per day. If you live in the US, by the way, this is going to be, or anywhere that is in South Africa, this is going to be very cheap. These are all holiday homes because they're all per day. Here we go. So here is the first apartment that you can get for 7,000 rand, but it is a very small apartment. It says it's a 0.5 bedroom house. I don't know what that means exactly. Like 0.5 bed house, it means that you basically can't have a bed, or maybe like that's the house. I think. Wait, can it be it? It fucking can't be. Oh, that is the house. that is the fucking house. All right. Yeah. Okay, you could live there. Jesus. Okay, never mind. Let's go for something a bit more spectacular, right? That isn't just the smallest place I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I'm assuming most of these places are going to be very, very expensive. Like, what are you guys after? Shall we say 4-bedroom house or 2-bedroom house? What are you after, chat? Yeah, it's effectively a trailer. 2 to 3 bedroom. Okay, let's do 2 to 3 bedroom. We want to go for houses, flats, and townhouses. Bedrooms 2 to 3, so we'll do 3 plus. And we'll go apply filters, right? We'll stick with lowest price, because why not? But hopefully now we'll get past the per day bullshit. I wish you could filter out per day. But I don't think that's really possible. This place is, by the way, this place is stupidly expensive. We should be able to see places now that isn't just per day. Okay, so here we have a 4-bedroom house in Buckhoven for 11,200 rand. So 11,200 rand to dollar would be $741 per month. So at $741 per month, this could be yours. Yeah. This could literally be yours for $741 a month with a view of the ocean seaboard. The Atlantic seaboard, that is. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice, right? That's houses in South Africa. Let's see if there's a better one here. Like one that's maybe got a bit of a yard, because I don't think you're going to get a yard there at all, really. These are all per day. For fuck's sake. Here we go. 3-bedroom apartment in Sea Point at 14,500. So that is $960. For $960, you can get this apartment. It's not as good as that house, but to be honest, I think that house is maybe wrong. I think maybe it is also supposed to be per day, and they sort of fucked it up. It's very small, but this is the Atlantic seaboard. You can get better houses in different areas. It is humid. It is humid. But anyways, you can get like seriously cheap houses. If you were to come, for example, to the place where I live, or let's go close to the place I live. Jesus, how many fucking things did we go through? Actually, let's go the town just next to me, because that's actually quite a nice town. That's like a beautiful town. It's got more Germans than any other town in South Africa. Is this one? Somerset West. Now, here you will pay. Let's go for this. So a 3-bedroom apartment for about 9,000, which is on the cheapest side here, $596. Gonna be moving home myself soon. So this is the 3-bedroom apartment. That's the kitchen. Sort of the living area. It's quite alright for 3 bedrooms, and for the price, it's stupidly fucking cheap. Underground parking, why not? It sort of bugs me that they didn't show the fucking bedrooms. Maybe you sleep in the, I don't know. But yeah, you could absolutely, so I'd say for anywhere between $700 and $900 a month here in South Africa, you could probably get close to a mansion almost. Like, what you guys would consider mansions in other countries wouldn't be that bad here. I'm quickly going to see if I can... We did this in the past, and I really wanted to fucking... Oh my god, can I just... There we go. So I want to show you the most expensive house that you can buy in South Africa. So the most expensive house that you can buy. This is the highest price in the Atlantic seaboard, and it's this one, right? So it's 1,124 square meters. It's 175 million rand. That is a steep fucking price, but that's the view. That's where your house is, if you didn't know. They literally don't show the house. What is this? They don't show the house. They just show the view. It could just be a grass patch. It could just be a fucking grass patch. That makes no sense. Anyways, this one is one that you can buy. It's a 5-bedroom house in Clifton. Now look at this house. We looked at this house earlier. Let me show you. So this is 172 million. That's so much fucking money. But this is the most expensive house that you can buy. It's 11 million. $11 million that you would pay for this house. But look at this fucking thing, dude. This is a stupid house, dude. I'm going to head out. Spartan, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. I mean, it's beautiful, right? And it's got like 3 different living rooms. It's got 3 different living rooms. So it has a living room downstairs. It has another living room upstairs. And then it has a living room outside. And they all have different fucking names and shit. Look at that pool, dude. Look at the fucking view. Tell me you would have loved to live here. Look at that view. That's literally how you wake up every day. Just chilling. I think we found our cult house. Probably hold us comfortably. It probably fucking would. I want to see what the... Like, do they show... I don't think they show the... Oh, there's the upstairs bedroom. So, there's the bedroom upstairs. That's what you wake up to upstairs. Oh, that's the lounge. The upstairs lounge. I don't know if they call it the sundown lounge or some shit like that in the house. There's another one of the bedrooms. Dude, why would you want to live in a house like this? I don't get it. It makes no sense to me. It's too big. It's way too fucking large. Yes, these houses, but most of these houses have solar power, so they don't really feel. I mean, this is for rich people, right? This is 175 million bucks. No ordinary South African lives in these houses. These are for very, very rich people. That want to sort of do, you know, the rich people shit. This is not for us. The scruffy people in the world, we don't live here. Not cleaning your own home? No. If you have money for this, you're not cleaning your own home. I'd be surprised if you are. Are we not plebs, Keldris? So, what is the average price for a home in Los Angeles? I mean, a normal 4-bedroom house in Los Angeles. You think these are my old homes? Don't worry, I fucking wish, dude. What are you looking at in terms of price in America if you want to buy a nice-ish house, right? 800,000. Because I'm assuming Los Angeles is pretty fucking expensive. I know I can't say America. That's why I said Los Angeles, because I'm assuming it's pretty expensive. New York, I know, is fucking ridiculous. So I won't use New York. I'll just sort of go with, like... You know what? Let's choose a better place. Texas, motherfuckers. So if we go to Austin, Texas, what is a nice 4-bedroom house in Austin, Texas? $700K. Okay. So we'll go with I know it's more expensive, that's why I chose it specifically, but let's go for 700K. All right. So it's 700K, which puts us at 10 million rand. Is that 100? No. Yeah, that is 10 million rand. Okay, so around 10 million rand is what I'm getting from that. So let's see what you can buy for 10 million rand in South Africa. Which is what you guys said is sort of the average price for a house for an average house in Texas. Yeah. We're almost there. Maybe we'll skip a bit because I think we're still a way off. These houses are all 25. 22. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. I could probably just fucking apply filters here. Fuck it. We'll just do a price here. Screw it. We're going to take way too long. So what we want is 9 million to 10 million. Apply filters. All right. So for a nice 10 million rand, which is about $700,000, you can buy this house in Greenpoint, which is a 5-bedroom house. With air conditioning in every room, a nice view. Image of Austin, Texas homes. Of course you can. And no, by the way, if you buy this house in South Africa, there are no hurricanes and shit to hit you. So you don't have to worry about that crap. But this will be 10 million rand. This is your bathroom. I don't like the red, but hey, you get a fucking bathroom. So that's your view. And that's your house on the outside. Mix, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, it's a nice family home. This is a nice family home, actually. Earthclaw, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see what other homes they have here. So these are apartments. This is a house. A 3-bedroom house in Bantry Bay. This is quite nice, actually, isn't it? I like the wooden finishes. Yeah, this is quite nice. I like this house. So this pic that you just sent me is 580K. Very happy to have you here, Mix. Much nicer than the Austin one. What do you mean? What's the HA? What's HOA? What the fuck does that mean, lassie? This is actually cheaper. This house is cheaper than 580. Because this house is only 9,099,000. This one is only 9,009,099. Homeowners Association. We don't have that. We have property tax. And I believe property tax is like... Is it 1% of the whole value or some shit? Jagger, how you doing, bro? We definitely don't have a homeowners association or some crap like that. It's a group of Karens that set rules about the area. Oh, right. No, we have property tax in South Africa. So you pay, like, in terms of property tax, I think you pay a percentage of your, where are your messages? What do you mean, Casso? Where you pay a percentage of the overall price of the home per year. So that's all you have. There's no, like, homeowners association or shit like that. No, that will usually. So what you guys are referring to when it comes to like what you call homeowners association, there is no such thing in South Africa if you live in a freestanding home. So if you live in a home that is completely freestanding, you don't have that shit. If you, like me, live in a complex, which is basically like a complex that has walls and security gates and everything, then it's up to the what do they call themselves? The trust, the trust members, I think, body corporate. They call themselves the body corporate. Then it's up to corporate, so the corporate body of the complex will make certain rules and tell you what you can and can't do, shit like that, right? But that's only true if you live in a complex that has those kind of rules. Sometimes complexes have no rules, and then they don't give a fuck. You can do whatever you want. The one that I'm in basically has a lot of rules, so your house is only allowed to be a certain color. They don't really give a fuck about the length of your grass, though. Like that, they don't care about. But they do have, like, your house is only allowed to be one color. And that's the color that they chose beforehand, and all the houses have the same color. And the roof is only allowed to look a certain way. So they have some of those rules, but like I said, that's only for gated communities. You don't really get that in... like freestanding homes. But the lakes and golf courses are usually nice. Yeah, I don't really play golf, and I don't really give a fuck about a lake, so it's fine. Casso, thanks for the link. I really appreciate that. We will react to stuff shortly, actually. We have to start, probably. We've been just chatting for so long now. We've basically come full fucking circle, from what I can tell. Have we not? Like, we've talked about everything tonight. We've talked about war, politics, sex, drugs, games, and now properties. Niara, how you doing? Now we're talking about homes that you can buy that none of us will ever be able to fucking buy because we don't have the money for it. But we're talking about it. It's always nice, right? Did I miss the sex talk? Pretty sure. Chat, did we not talk about sex tonight? We did. Well, actually, we didn't really talk about sex. We did talk about whores and virgins. But that's only as it refers to my cult that I'm building. But yeah. Well, actually, you know, the night's young. We may still talk about sex in a bit. Who knows? Right? It's sex adjacent. That's exactly it. All right, so I have so much that I have to react to. There's so many of you, funny with your accent, whores and virgins. Eludra. We have so much to react to, but there is one video specifically. So there's a lot of people that told me they want me to react to Noble explains the entire lore of Shadowlands for a viewer. So let's watch. Let's see what Saint Noble can make of this. It's about 21 minutes, which I would say is probably a bit longer than what I think you could spend on the Shadowlands lore. But I'm going to guess why not, you know? If you want to make it wholly clear for a viewer, probably 21 minutes isn't that bad.
I need a summary because I've been only vaguely keeping track of the story for this expansion because it's all been so meh. Okay, you need a summary of the story of the Shadowlands. Okay. I can do this from the top of my head. I can do this. Easy clap. I can do this. Just ask questions along the way and I will fill in the gaps, yeah?
Yeah.
Gather around, children. We shall tell you the story of the Shadowlands.
Okay. Lay me down, Space. How you doing, brother? Oh my god, he's actually doing his fucking intro music.
Hello,
nice.
everyone. Once upon a time, at the very beginning of the Warcraft universe, you might have heard the tale about void and light, life and death, order and disorder. But as we found out, there was more. There were explosions, exciting music, the first ones, metal guitars. Hi-ya! They were the first ones. What have the first ones done? The first ones, seemingly, as a lot of information surrounding the first ones is still very much kept in the dark.
It's not very much kept in the dark. It's completely, like, fucking non-existent. The first ones were mentioned once, not even in the game necessarily. It was, we were told that there is such a thing as first ones, and that's really it. That's all we know about the first ones.
Seemingly, the first ones have brought order to the cosmic universe, meaning that they took light and they put it there, and they put void and they put it there, and death and life, and they like brought balance to these six cosmic forces, an eternal tug of war, and life was good. Yes, there was strife, yes, there was war in our crafts, but life was good, there was balance. And as long as this tug of war would keep going, as long as one force would not dominate the other, it would be good.
Yeah.
Part of being part of this cycle means that there are sepulchres, means that there are forces within these forces. So you got light, you got void, all that, you got like forces within it. And as we learned, within the Shadowlands, we got the Eternal Ones. We have the Jailer, the Winter Queen, Sire the Nepheus, the Primus,
Archon.
and Nero. No, not Nero. There's something been deleted. Kairestia the Firstborn, aka the Archon.
Wait, did he say Archon? Right. Wait, did he say the Archon?
And as we learned, within the Shadowlands, we got the Eternal Ones. We have the Jailer, the Winter Queen, Sire the Nepheus, the Primus.
Dude, oh my god. Okay, so the story of the Archon was so... Like, I always forget the Archon's name. So when he was going, like... I was immediately thinking Archon, because I always forget the Archon, because her story is so useless. Like, her story is so unappealing that it just never really, like, triggers with me. And what's interesting is even Noble, the god of lore in World of Warcraft, like, couldn't even remember that there is an Archon. Like, even Noble was like, yeah, fuck that bitch.
And Nero? No, not Nero. There's something been deleted. Kairestia the Firstborn, aka the Archon.
Yeah.
Right. They're all happily working together with Zovaal, and they work like the Shadowlands. So when you die, you go to the Shadowlands, and Zovaal, the Arbiter at the time, judges your soul, sends you off to a Shadowlands where you need to be. If the Shadowlands that your soul needs doesn't exist yet, they send out an order to the Sepulchre. Yo, we need a new Shadowlands, and the Sepulchre crafts a new Shadowlands, so you can chill.
Literally
But the main
3D
domains that you
prints
visited
it.
have been Bastion, Ardenweald, Revendreth, Maldraxxus, and Oribos, the capital, with Maw being the hell of Warcraft. Alright,
Yeah,
that's
well,
the setup
well,
of the Shadowlands.
We still don't actually know if the Maw was the hell of World of Warcraft. We know that the Maw is sort of, shall we say, it's now the hell of World of Warcraft, but who knows? Who knows what it used to be? If you look at the Maw, it used to be something else. It definitely used to be something else.
Shadowlands, the setup of the first ones. Some way, somehow, some reason, our boy Zovaal, doing his duty, learns that there is something out there. Ah, it just hurts. Something is out there. A greater threat. Something that this cycle that was imposed by the first ones would not be able to stand against. Zovaal learns that there's something out there. And for some reason, rather than talking about it with the fellow Eternal Ones, rather than doing something, he decides to lash out at his brothers and sisters. He wants their sigils. He wants the power of the first ones. Because even though the Eternal Ones would never be allowed to go to the Sepulchre, even though the first ones told them, some way, that they would be very naughty if they would go into the Sepulchre and Zereth Mortis, they did leave them with keys to go into Zereth Mortis.
Yeah, which also doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense. But hey, you know, we are here. We are having fun. What is the requirement of stories making fucking sense, right?
For some reason. And that's what Zovaal wanted to do. But obviously, he got his ass kicked by his fellow Eternal Ones, and they decided to imprison him within the Maw. To keep him contained, the Primus came up with this really cool thing called Domination Language, and he tattooed his brother's body, and he was like, "Fuck, Zovaal, you look so edgy and cool right now." And Zovaal was like, "Yeah, buddy, I'm gonna turn this into a weapon."
Oh my god, that is too fucking good. Oh shit.
Weapon. The Primus was like, "What?" Zovaal was like, "What?" And the Primus was like, "What?" And Zovaal was like, "Nothing." And the Primus was like, "Good. You think over the naughty things you've done, Zovaal, and I'll see you in like a few millennia after you spend your time in this eternal hell, and maybe you'll change your mind and you'll be my brother again."
Yeah, that worked out well.
And so Zovaal, chained up in the maw, all alone, cried himself asleep for many, many nights. But don't you worry, even though the maw was said to be this inescapable place where only the truly damnable souls...
It was literally never inescapable. Like, from the first moments of Shadowlands, people are escaping the fucking maw left, right, and center. Like, everything is getting in and out of that fucking maw, dude. It's like, what the hell? This is not inescapable. Like, where? When?
go. It's not really, though.
No. Sadly, no.
You see, it's really easy to escape the maw for anyone except Zovaal. It's
Yep.
really cool.
Well, actually, it seemed like it wasn't even that hard for him. He just didn't want to. Like, think about this. When the time came, he fucked off to the sepulchre. Like, it didn't, like, actually, when the time came, he went to Oribos. It didn't seem like it really fazed him. It was more just a case of he wasn't really feeling it. You know? He was like, oh, you know, I kind of like the weather here in the mall. It's not too hot, not too cold. Oribos is a bit drafty. So I'll send all my minions to do all these things for me. And once I'm ready, I'll go to the sepulchre for more agreeable weather on the other side of the fucking realm. It's like, why even call it inescapable at this point when no one seems to be trapped by this place?
Right. So, as Zovaal was chilling in the maw with no communication to the outside world, he got communication to the outside world in the form of Sire Denethrius. For some reason, Sire Denethrius was like, "Yo, Zovaal, if you just spoken with me, we might have worked on this together.
Yep.
But now I'm just going to side with the other Eternal Ones and actually imprison you." But he got in touch with Denethrius, and Denethrius created the Dreadlords, and then the Dreadlords were sent out to infiltrate all these cosmic domains. Pretty much.
Actually, I just want to rectify something here, and I don't want to tell Noble that he's doing the wrong thing, because he's not. But technically, we don't actually know whether or not Sire Denethrius actually created the Nathrezim for Zovaal, or whether he created them for himself. To be fair, we don't even know what the deal was between Denethrius and Zovaal. So maybe Noble is right, because all that's just a fucking big bunch of guesswork. Like, you know, you take your guess and hopefully you're right. You have about a 50% chance of being right. So may as well just go for it. But technically we don't know why the Nathrezim was created.
The story of Warcraft, as you know it, is a bit too much to go into, but pretty much the story of Warcraft, as you know it, has been orchestrated by the team-up of Zovaal and Denethrius.
Yeah, but also not.
Why? To get Zovaal out of the maw and get in those powers within the sepulchre. The ending of 9.2, the entirety of the Warcraft universe. Fuck. Ow. Oh, that actually hurt me in the meow meow. The ending of 9.2 is where it all was building up to.
Yep.
Ow, I need more coffee. Wait, I need more coffee. So, within his prison, with his brother Denethrius and an army of Dreadlords, they went to work. Putting out pieces, putting out pawns on the table in order to get himself...
Dude, you needed about 5 more layers of that fucking chessboard to make sense of this. Because this is not 3D chess. This is 5D chess.
in the right position to get themselves at the end of 9.2. Meaning a Sargeras going on his grand crusade of eradicating the
Yeah, but that
universe,
was
like
just
the Burning
Zuval.
Crusade, right? You might think, well, was that Sargeras? Was that the Void Lords? Wrong! Was the Jailer.
Yep.
You might think, well, what about the Void Lords sending out the old gods into the universe to begin with? Was that the Void Lords? Maybe. There's also potential of it being the Jailer.
Could be the
Aren't we
Jailer,
having
actually.
fun? The Titans, their whole war with Sargeras and being kicked ass and stuff like that. Was that just them? Sargeras?
it was probably
maybe?
the Jailer.
Nah, Jailer did it. So a lot of the storylines that we know and love in the Warcraft universe has now become Jailer did it. For this grand scheme of his, in order to re-originate whatever the first ones.
I physically feel sick when I listen to Noble do this. And not because of Noble. Because it's all that lore. It's everything that, I grew up with. I grew up with this fucking game. Like, I grew up playing Warcraft 3. Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft when it finally launched. And all of that's just been like fucking washed away with this horrible villain that just somehow claimed everything. And you look at how he claimed it as well, and you're like, I think you just want credit. Because I don't see how the fuck you were a part of all of this.
Created. So everything, we're gonna go fast forward a little bit. Everything that happened so far has been working towards that. Even storylines like Arthas the Lich King, especially Arthas the Lich King, Ner'zhul. You might have thought like that was an original plan of Kil'jaeden and Sargeras and the Burning Legion. No, it was actually Dreadlord's Jailer.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the Jailer. Jailer's
So-
all the way down, bro.
Okay, let's get a little bit closer to the Shadowlands itself.
Okay.
In Legion, Vol'jin dies. And Vol'jin makes Sylvanas the new war chief. We now found out that was the Jailer.
Yeah.
Actually, it was Muzala, but Muzala was working for the Jailer.
Yeah. It was basically the Jailer.
So Sylvanas, as the war chief, first goes after the power to create more Valkyr in Legion.
Yeah,
Even though she was now already in league with the Jailer. And then in Battle for Azeroth, she decides, you know what? It's time to empower my Jailer and get him out of the maw. Even though the Jailer was actually responsible for Arthas the Lich King, and you imagine how much Sylvanas has sacrificed and pushed forward and get a vengeance upon Arthas the Lich King.
It makes no sense, dude. Like, genuinely, to this day, I do not understand the alliance between Sylvanas and Zuval. This whole thing, the very guy who was behind Arthas killing her and slaughtering her people, the very person that she swore to hate for all eternity, was the one that she teamed up with to, spite Arthas? Hey, what was the logic in that story? I'm struggling to see the logic and the rationality behind the story. You can't rationally explain to me why she would follow Zuval.
Imagine how mad she would be about the force behind Arthas the Lich King that actually caused all of this. But no, for some reason, and they have still not explained what exactly the reason was, Sylvanas decided that it would be a really good idea to ally herself with the Jailer.
Yeah.
Anyways, she decided Battle
As
for
you
Azeroth
do,
has come.
of course.
I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to send a whole bunch of souls to the Jailer. Because you see, at the end of Legion, we defeated Argus. Argus is a Titan. Normally, Titans, they don't go to the Shadowlands. But in this case, it did. Why? Because of the Jailer, of course. You see, what we didn't know was that the Dreadlords were in league with the Jailer and the Nephius. And the Dreadlords actually...
Dude, I stopped making speculation content at the wrong time. Like, I could basically now, literally make any theory work. I don't even have to work on theories. I could literally just wake up every day, come up with some bullshit theory, and all I have to do is say, well, the Jailer wanted this, and that's why it happened. And no one can argue with me because it is the Jailer. 100%. I gave up on speculation, I think, way too early. This would have been the easiest money I could ever make. I could pump out probably 4 or 5 videos a day. You know, I've got a bunch of bullshit theories. Huh. I should go back. I should make some more fucking lore, Warcraft lore theories. I'll make a killing. I'll be rich.
Pumped Argus full of death magic or something like that. And then when Argus was defeated by us at the end of Legion, even though there was no way to predict that was actually going to happen at that moment, Argus shot off into the Shadowlands and broke the Arbiter. Uh-oh. So now what happens? Well, the Arbiter is broken, so the souls are no longer being judged. So now all the souls, like a gigantic toilet, they go into the maw, feeding the jailer. Which you might think, uh-oh, is there nothing we can do about it? Yes, we can. You see, souls don't just automatically go into the Shadowlands.
No.
Souls are carried into the Shadowlands by the Kyrian. Doesn't that mean that if the Kyrian just dropped their work, that no souls would go into Zovaal? World threat ended? Yes. But that would be smart. And as we can establish, everybody is really fucking dumb. So the Kyrians, they just continue.
Like, the amount of disbelief, right? The suspension of logic and rationality. Like, I swear to God, I think Steve Denuser is writing for 5-year-olds. Like, I genuinely believe that Steve Denuser's true calling lies in writing children books. This guy would do, he would be a fucking gem to, like, the 2 to 3-year-old book reading crowd. You know, books that basically have no reason, no logic, no, like, rationality. It just fucking exists. Because, literally this whole crisis could be averted if the Kyrians just started carrying the souls to any other realm that isn't the Maw.
Do their job. They bring poor Ben into the Shadowlands, drop him into the maw, feeding the jailer. Oh my God, how are we gonna fix this problem? Praise the purpose. Enter Battle for Azeroth, where War Chief Sylvanas Windrunner decides that it's a really good idea to start a war. Why a war? Haven't we already done a war before? Yes, but this time she is the one that leads the war. But Sylvanas knows that the Horde would never trust the Banshee Queen, right?
Yeah.
Why would you trust the Forsaken, right? So, she needs Saurfang on her side. And she convinces Saurfang, like, look, we might be able to broker a peace with the Alliance right now, yeah? But what about in 10 years? What about in 50 years? If we've seen anything, Horde and Alliance, the one thing that they do is they fight each other.
Yeah.
We might as well wipe them off the board right now, secure victory for generations to come. And you know what? It was actually a good explanation. It's a bit sad that you didn't put it in the video game itself and we had to read it in a short story, but it was a good explanation anyway.
Yeah, it was. It was actually,
so we go,
like, Sylvanas' reasoning, if they stuck with the reason Sylvanas gave Saurfang for the story and for why Sylvanas is doing this, that would actually have been a pretty good fucking story. Of course, they don't stick to that.
into the war, for the Horde, for the Alliance, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft. And we get up to the point where the main plan was we're going to occupy Teldrassil, we're going to make sure that the Alliance cannot strike back, we're going to hold all these Night Elves hostage, and it's going to be great.
Yeah.
Except Sylvanas got really pissed off, and she decided to burn down the tree and cause a massive Night Elf barbecue. Also, she gave the kill to Saurfang for
that
some
he
reason.
didn't take.
And now, uh-oh! Now we have nothing to hold over to the Alliance! And the Alliance is free to retaliate. Enter the Siege of Lordaeron, where Sylvanas nearly won, except Jaina showed up with her magical floating ship as she...
Look, I'm going to say, one of the things that even in the books don't make sense is the fact that Sylvanas gives Saurfang the kill. Sylvanas fights Malfurion. Saurfang sort of tips the scales, and Malfurion now is basically on the verge of defeat. And then Sylvanas goes, the one person that she wanted to kill, because she wanted to destroy hope for the Blood Elves, she gives to Saurfang. She's like, yeah, you kill him. Like, was that a taste of his loyalty? Because, you know, what was the sense or purpose behind that action? You want him dead, so kill him. Finish him off. You were the one fighting him for the most part. But no, she just lets him go. It's like so many things that you just go, wait a second. If you really wanted this, you wouldn't have done those things, you know?
She goes like, pew, 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 pew. And Sylvanas goes like, uh-oh, well, if I can't have Lordaeron, nobody can have Lordaeron. Fuck all you bitches! And she blows it all sky high.
Yeah, why?
Enter
No one knows.
Battle for Azeroth. I can feel how angry you are. There is no anger, Hannah. This is purely me having a shit and a giggle at it.
Like, I'll be honest, I speculated for so long about the destruction of Lordaeron. Because at the end, when Anduin and everyone gets out onto the ship, Sylvanas actually smiles at them getting out. She doesn't look confused or angry or upset that they got out. She actually sort of just looks like, yeah, okay, cool, you got out, good job. And it's kind of like, well... So it sparked a lot of speculation theories of perhaps this is some kind of plan to make sure that there are no forces in Lordaeron for the Jailer's ultimate return. Maybe Lordaeron will be used in the future for some kind of plot. And then it turns out, no, she just really wanted to fucking ruin Lordaeron for no reason whatsoever.
Emotions died. End of 9.1 is when I was angry. Emotions now are gone. And this is just me enthusiastically and kind of jokingly trying to tell you the story of the Shadowlands and Warcraft as a whole.
Yeah.
So, enter Battle for Azeroth, where we kill each other a lot. And Sylvanas yells for the Horde a couple of times. And the Horde has yet to suffer through another storyline in which the War Chief has gone bad and the world needs to take it up against her. As if we haven't seen that storyline before, right?
Yeah, but this one is totally different from Garrosh, guys.
Two storylines so far. New writing team. You have copied the Garrosh storyline and the Sargeras storyline and the Titan storyline. Interesting. Anyways, ultimately, we confront Sylvanas, we get ready for Siege of Orgrimmar 2.0, but there would be no Siege of Orgrimmar 2.0.
Noble actually makes a very good point here. They did. This new writing team effectively just copied most of the old game. Like, you can find every instance of Shadowlands, right, in the old lore. Like, it all exists there. Sylvanas is basically the story of Garrosh, with, you know, a slight twist at the end, but not really a twist, but a slight twist. She doesn't die at the end. Surprise, surprise. Garrosh also technically didn't die right until the very end, you know? But so there's that story. The entire Shadowlands situation is effectively the Sargeras story. That's it. It's literally a repeat of the Sargeras story. Their brother goes rogue and gets sort of pushed out. And what's worse is they didn't even just cover old World of Warcraft stories. They ended up, like, one-for-one copying popular movies and their plots. Like, they literally just recycled plots from, like, you know, the Avengers and Heroes of Game of Thrones and shit like that. Just, there's nothing original within this story whatsoever. Everything is just kind of copy pasta from somewhere else.
For Sylvanas yells really loud, "You were all nothing!" when she got really upset at Saurfang. And then she killed Saurfang. So Sylvanas floats off into the next expansion, proclaiming, "When next you see me, you will understand." Spoiler alert, my dear viewer, you will
don't
not
understand. No.
You will fuck all understand anything in Shadowlands.
Yep.
Because nobody explains anything. So Sylvanas floats off into the Shadowlands, where she joins the Jailer. The one that she's been in league with all along. Trust us, the Jailer's always been part of the plan. Wink, wink. It's not like we came up with him 2 years ago. So she joins the Jailer after shattering the helmet at the top of Icecrown, which caused a massive rift in the sky. But apparently also the Jailer...
No, the explanation was nowhere. It's not even as if the explanation... It would be fine if the explanation was in a book. It wouldn't be great, but it would be fine. The explanation is literally nowhere to be found.
Epic powers? I don't know how that works. Nephanos gets killed and sent off into the Shadowlands. Obviously, if you die, you get sent off into the Shadowlands. And he was like, ha, 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 you're just gonna send me to Sylvanas. But they didn't. No. And, like, Tyrande, at some point, like, Tyrande's got this whole arc, right? Where she becomes this epic night warrior. She wants to claim vengeance for what Sylvanas did to her people. Like, genocide of a race. There's a lot to be said there. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities between her path and Sylvanas, right? Imagine Sylvanas coming one-to-one with Arthas the Lich King back in the day. Imagine Tyrande going one-on-one with Sylvanas, right? Could be cool, could be interesting. It's not. They literally put Tyrande in a nap, in a timeout, and then when she wakes up, she's like, oh, I had a really good nap.
I forgive everyone now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for renewal now, for some reason.
Yeah, that still to this day doesn't make sense to me. Tyrande is hellbent on destruction, and then just somehow decides, never mind. Like, just moments ago, Tyrande was like, my life for the Banshee. That's what she told Elune. I will give my life to kill this bitch. And then, moments later, she's like, nah, I was kidding. I don't want to kill her. I want renewal. I want to look after my people. I want to go back to my husband and suck his dick a bit. You know, I don't want to die. Who cares about death? Who cares about vengeance? I did all of this for vengeance. I didn't get vengeance. You basically fucked me. Like, you literally cucked me right at the end. But, nah. Let's forget. Forgive and forget, you know? Live and learn sort of thing. It's like, what the fuck is the story, dude?
Also, Elune had something to do with the burning of Teldrassil. We're not exactly sure what, because the writing is extremely vague.
Yeah.
But she had something to do with the burning of Teldrassil. Okay, so, Tyrande, back to the point, mentions to Sylvanas,
yes.
like, you don't know where Nephanos is, do you? Like, you didn't even know Nephanos was dead. Meaning that the jailer kept Nephanos away from Sylvanas and she didn't know. Does that lead to anything? No.
No, not at all.
No. What? You expect things to lead to stuff? No. No, Sylvanas just serves the
thanks for the
jailer.
first time chat,
wait,
dude.
no,
Really
she's not
appreciate it.
actually
Welcome to
serving
the
jailer,
channel.
But she
Thank you,
totally
thank you,
served
thank
the
you.
jailer for whatever reason.
She is a robot,
throughout
true.
the entirety of the Shadowlands. What does that entail? Well, they kidnap our leaders. Well, some of them, like Thrall goes up there, Jaina goes up there, Bane goes up there, and Anduin goes up there.
Yeah.
In the case of Thrall, he reconnects with the elements. In the case of Jaina, she doesn't do anything. In the case of Bane, he does even less.
Bane and Thrall, like, is the epiphany. In this entire expansion, I have never seen someone write the lazy old meme of the guy sitting in front of the television while his wife brings him a beer and also takes care of the children and also cooks all of the food and also does all of the shopping and also pays all of the bills. That is Thrall and Bane in this fucking expansion. Sat on their assholes on the steps of Oribos, just sort of pouting, just sort of there. It's like, why are you here? What are you doing here? You are useless. Go back home. Go fucking talk to your fellow Tauren bitches. Because you are literally wasting space here. You're taking up precious space. I can't move that side of the fucking stairs because you're sitting there. It's sort of, just get out of the way. You know, just go do something else. For the love of fuck.
And the case of Anduin, well, as it turns out, Anduin is exactly the thing that they were looking for. Why?
No one
Well,
else. Maybe the
Anduin
light.
is so good looking and such a sweet child that if they would use Anduin and send him over into Bastion, they would give him an audience with the
Cyrus, how you
Archon,
doing,
and he
bro?
could just yoink out her sigil. Remember?
But I forgot about this, actually. They never even explained why Anduin was chosen. Wait, no explanation. Why did he decide Anduin was the one? You can speculate and say it's the light, but you have no fucking other options or answers whatsoever. It's just speculation, guess.
those sigils that the jailer wanted to have? Now, we had to work really hard for our audience with the Archon, but some way, somehow, being Anduin Rin means that you just instantly get invited over for tea and biscuits. So that's why they wanted Anduin. But Anduin, our lad Anduin, he always knows what's best, right? Whenever he's on a path that's wrong, his bones start to ache. That's actually a thing. But our boy Anduin knows right from wrong. And he tells Sylvanas, look around you.
Jesus.
Look at what and who you joined. Can you not see that the jailer is the bad guy?
He's using you.
Which the entire audience goes like, yeah. Like, it's a walking Frostmourne. Can't you see, Sylvanas? The jailer is the bad guy. And Sylvanas is like,
No.
I've come too far now. Fuck it. I'm doing to you what Arthas did to me, Anduin Rin. And she stabs him with a blade.
Well,
And she
maybe.
turns him into a mindless, controlled puppet. So she did the very same thing that Arthas did to her. The cycle has been complete. We're dealing with a storyline in which Sylvanas deals with her Arthas history, yet at the same time she does exactly what Arthas did.
Yeah, she becomes literally Arthas.
Subtlety and beautiful storytelling in my Warcraft, doubt it. So okay, Anduin has been converted, has been turned into the dark side, has now been dominated by the jailer. And he gets sent off on his mission, and he goes out collecting sigils. We try to stop them, but we can't stop them. Meanwhile, the Primus is like, yo, if we fail to stop them, we might need our own sigils, so go make your own sigils, which we do.
Dude, I'm getting triggered. I'm getting so triggered. Like, oh my god, he has the sigils. He can now open a way to the fucking sepulcher and to, you know, eternity in Zereth Mortis. But never mind that we no longer have our keys. We can just make new keys. It's like, well, why didn't he just make new keys? Like, it's just fucking easy to make keys. Like, he could have just made his own. Like, what the fuck is the story, dude? How can you lose a key and then just make a new key? Oh, well, you know, we need a new one, so we'll just make this one instead. And we'll say that this is a new purpose. Well, so in other words, basically the lock on the door to Zereth Mortis is the worst lock in the world because it will effectively open no matter what key you put in it. Like, as long as it's the shape of a key, the door will fucking fling open for you. I was like, oh my god, okay, never mind. So we can make our own keys even though we've lost our keys, and we were fighting so very hard to stop him from getting our keys that you would kind of think that these keys would be important. They're not really important. It's just the jailer thought it would be easier to just steal the keys than making his fucking own.
It's like really, really easy. I don't know why the jailer spent like millennia trying to get the sigils and Anduin up into the...
The password to Zereth Mortis is literally password, dude. That is it. That's it. The password to getting into Zereth Mortis is password. No capitals, no weird letters, just password. That's it. You just walk in, really. This place that is supposed to be the most secure place in all of Shadowlands. It's the most important place in the Shadowlands. They use the password that they would forget easy. Password.
Maw.
Oh
It's really easy to make these sigils, but whatever. Whatever, we get our own sigils, and obviously we lose. But not before Sylvanas realized that the jailer is the bad guy. You see, Anduin might have told her, like, look around you, look at what and who you joined. But that message didn't really land, right? She was too far gone. There was no turning back. Except, at the top of Torghast, the jailer dared to say serve, which caused her to remind herself of a time when she heard the word serve. And then she was like, I will never serve! Which was supposed to be like a really empowering moment, but it was really dumb.
That was genuinely one of those moments where you thought you were going to do one thing and you're going to get some kind of reaction, but instead you did that thing and you got the complete opposite reaction. When she yelled, I will never serve, almost every World of Warcraft lore fanatic, like, in unison went, what? Like, bitch, please. You've been serving this whole fucking... Like, it is obvious to everyone that you've been serving this whole fucking time. It's like a whore saying, I will never suck dick again as the dick is in her mouth. That's literally what this is. You have a prostitute, like a cheap one, that's saying, right, that's it, never sucking dicks again, but she's saying, oh. Like, what the fuck is that? Everyone is looking at this going, oh, well, you've been serving the whole time. What are you talking about? Like, this makes no sense. Why are you saying I will never serve when it's so obvious that you've been serving the whole fucking time? Oh my god. Agent N, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that.
Sylvanas will never serve. She turns against the jailer at the height of his power. And obviously, she gets her ass kicked. He restores her soul for some reason. And he leaves her to our judgment. And instead of just stabbing her instantly, we keep her alive for some reason.
Yep.
Now that I think about it, why exactly is Sylvanas still alive?
No one knows.
Like, I get the whole, we must hold hands, we must forgive each other. I get that part. But why didn't we kill Sylvanas? Like, what has she actually
Viking
done
Bracy.
in order to change the course of the story? I guess she helps out with the Burger King crown, but that's neither here nor there. Okay. So Sylvanas' soul is restored. What does it mean? Nothing, really. Like, she already had a moment in which she turned around from the jailer, so that effect is not there.
Yep.
The only thing that really happened is that her previous self can now see what she's become, and she realizes, like, oh yeah, I've become the very thing
Yeah, I don't like this.
that I fought again.
What's funny about her entire transformation as Sylvanas, now the full Sylvanas, is it happens so fucking quickly. Like, she goes from broken as shit, which she would be, right, considering all of this is real, to okay within a couple of weeks. Like, in a matter of a few short weeks, you go, well, actually, it wasn't that bad. It's back to work, you know. It's like, dude, you just found out that you committed genocide. Like, you just found out that you've been used by this horrible creature. How are you not completely fucked with depression and shit? No, it's fine. I've sorted it out. I spent a couple of evenings, you know, just mulling it over, and then I thought, well, it's not really that bad. Back to work.
But that's not the first time that she's
Dude, I'm
been
annoyed
told that.
beyond belief.
You might remember a certain Garrosh Hellscream that told Sylvanas, like, what's the difference between you and the Lich King now? And she, like, sassily said, well, I serve the Horde. That line that everybody thought was, like pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Like, it's not new information that she became like Arthas, right? But I guess there was a reason for getting the soul back in. And yeah, so we go into Zerov Mortis as we need to stop the jailer. And true to his nature, the jailer actually shows up in town as they're trying to make her way into the sepulchre, right? To complete their dreams, complete their plans. And the jailer sees us, and he has the perfect opportunity to either dominate us or murder us. And the jailer's like, lol, don't feel like it. I'm gonna go do something else now. He literally turns around and he's like, I'll kill you another time.
Dude,
obviously, he doesn't kill us another
rookie
time.
mistake. Rookie mistake. The jailer should have watched more TV and spent less time trying to conquer the universe. Anyone that has ever watched the movie ever knows if you have the opportunity to kill your rival, you kill them. Don't go, you're not worth my time. It's such weird writing, dude. This entire thing it's writing for 5-year-olds. Because anyone with half a brain can look at the story and go, well, yeah, that makes no sense.
Killed the jailer. And we find out all this motivation about, like, this big-ass threat that's coming and all the reasoning as to why he's been doing what he's been doing. We find out at the end, because that's good storytelling.
No, but we don't really
and
find
why
out.
did he do it? Because something's coming. What is coming?
No one knows.
What? You wanted conclusions? You wanted actual storytelling in your World of Warcraft? Nah. Just wait and see. It's just gonna be the next expansion, and the next expansion, and the next expansion.
It's
Maybe
basically
go
how
buy
they
a book
do it.
in order to find out why we're doing what we're doing. That
Look, what makes stories good is, yes, suspense, but we sort of go back to what we spoke about in the beginning of the stream, where I asked you guys, if I gave you a puzzle that was nearly impossible to solve, that would take you almost a month, and after a month you're still not done with it, how many of you would continue solving the puzzle? And most of you said, hell no. That's the same with suspense. You can keep players in suspense for a while, sure, go for it. But after a while, you have to let up the suspense. You have to give players the answers that they're seeking. If you just continue to go this, wait for the next expansion, wait for the next expansion, wait for the next expansion, you get to a point where you just go, I'm done waiting. I'm done. Like, yeah, fuck it. You know? If a girl continuously shows you her pussy, yeah, but she won't let you touch it, even though you are dating. She shows it to you. She sort of waves it in front of you, but she will not let you touch it. She's like, no, don't touch it, maybe tomorrow. Are you not, after a while, going to go, you know what, fuck this, I'm out? Like, it would be fine if you didn't show me the pussy the whole time. It would be fine if you didn't bring it close enough that I could basically fucking touch it. But you don't want to let me touch it, and you keep saying, maybe tomorrow. I'm out. Like, any self-respecting person would be like, yeah, all right, that's it. You know, I'm gone. for the girls out there, if a dude kept, helicoptering his fucking dick in front of your face, yeah, but he would not let you touch it. Basically, same thing. Yeah, you would eventually go, okay, I'm out. Yeah, you've laid me on for long enough. I can no longer do this. That's the issue with World of Warcraft. We've been led on so much. Dude, I have blue balls waiting for this fucking story to drop. I have literal blue balls waiting for this fucking story to drop. I feel like I've been edged to the limits of what any human can actually fucking handle. It's insane that you can't do a story like that.
That's the story of the Shadowlands.
Oh my
Any
God.
questions?
Loads. Yep. That makes sense. Do you guys have any questions now that you've seen all of that? You agree this is like, there's no questions really. Like, everyone should understand the story of the Shadowlands. Correct? If you're still confused after all of this, then, I don't know what to tell you. Have you watched the Warbringer Sylvanas cinematic? Would you agree that WoW after the cinematic ain't the same game anymore? Narratively, I wholeheartedly believe they did a 180. I've watched that to absolute death. I've watched that so many times it's not even fucking funny. Dude, I'm genuinely triggered by what I just saw. And I get triggered every single time I think about it, because every single time I think about it, I go, how dare you do this? Like, you could fuck up so many things and no one would bat an eyelid. Why would you fuck up our game? Like, what is he gaining from this? Like, I genuinely don't understand. Like, what is it that Denuser thinks he was going to gain from this? And the smug son of a bitch almost pretends like we have to thank him for his story and the way he tells his story. Like, somehow we owe him. I get triggered as shit watching WoW history of plagiarism for just for a good laugh. Ask Ryan Johnson the same thing. Who's Ryan Johnson? Ice Crown was funneling into Torghast. Why did Jada go to Zereth Mortis? Who fucking knows? No one knows at this point, right? Everything is just sort of like, we're told things, and it doesn't really matter what you're told because you don't really know. And no one can figure it out. Oh, Lost Jedi. I pretend like those things don't exist. Let's not talk about that. Why are you guys talking about things that don't exist? There are only 6 Star Wars movies in this universe. There are no more. There is 6. And that's it. If you wanna like talk about like the ones that came recently, those are not Star Wars movies. I refuse to believe it. Because the actual first 6 were okay. Number 1, 2, and 3 suffered from some really bad acting, and it could have been better, I think. But it was still miles and miles better than anything that recently came out. And awesome TV shows. Steve, how you doing, bro? I've never seen the TV show, I think. Mystery Box writing. Also strange. Did you write Star Wars fan fiction? I don't know. I need to go pee quickly. Give me 5 seconds. Well, actually, we're gonna need more than 5 seconds. But I need to pee quickly, and then I'll be back. And then we can react to some more content. Because there's a list of fucking content that still needs to be reacted to. I'm gonna be playing an ad right now, so go grab yourself a drink if you don't have one. It's gonna be like 5 minutes, and then we'll get right back into it. All right, see you guys in a bit. Yo, bastards. I'm back. Adelia, how you doing? All right, here we go. Questions. Where's the Nathrius? Where's the Thanos? Where's Venari? Where's the big afterlife described in the book? Where's the other afterlives that ZM is constantly creating? Why didn't we bring more powerful souls to ZM like Lady Vash, Kaltha, Smograin, etc. instead of Talia 4-Dragon? Dude, there's a million questions that one can answer, and I do not literally have the answer to any of it. I genuinely do not fucking know. I wish I knew. Like, you guys are asking me questions, and I genuinely have no idea. Genuinely no. Adelia, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 15 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you use the money well. Hookers and Coke. What else would I be using it for? You know, of course, I'm gonna buy some hookers. Gonna get myself a nice cheap $5 hooker and just, you know, do my thing. Walking away is best taco. Wait, what? Why? You don't want me to stream? You want me to just leave? All right, I'm trying to see your. Because they still living. It is true. That pretty lol. Heels was babyface react vid. I don't know how many people here actually care about heels versus babyface, but you know, I'm not a huge fan.
5-word walk.
Oh, this is like stupidly old though. This is like very fucking old.
You've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
Here is some new dialogue
every-
for the Arthas scene in 3 or 4 parts. Arthas, said Jaina. Is this all that is left of him? She sighed, thinking about a time that seeing him brought her joy unending. Staring at the ground, Jaina, came a familiar voice. Weak but she could hear it clearly. Jaina looked up at the soul. It started to glow slightly, and started to change. It took the form of a man. Strong and tall, with flowing long hair. Arthas Minithil.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible.
Crispy, thanks for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. I love how that almost went into like proper fanfic, you know, ERP levels of stuff. I really enjoyed that. Eludrin, thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. I see you guys started another Skamas train. I'm not going to say no. Give me all your money. I want it. Why not? All right. So Heels was a babyface. This is like a stupidly old video. This is from 2015.
Wait, that's
Holy
terrible.
shit.
Have a
That
dumpling.
is years ago.
Arthas. Jaina gasped, her eyes starting to swell with tears. Old wounds and feelings building inside of her. Anduin started at the visage of Arthas. Sylvanas gritted her teeth, tensing up and making fists. Arthas, is it really you? Jaina. Arthas' visage uttered. The darkness. He continued. So many regrets. Jaina wanted to touch Arthas' soul, but she was too scared to give in to the impulse.
She wanted to touch his soul, you say? Is it long and thick by any chance? Crispy, thanks for the 100. I really like that. Yeah, she wanted to touch his soul.
You look like you've lost some weight.
Oh, here we go.
That's
Next chapter.
terrible. Have a dumpling.
Arthas. She whispered. There are so many things she wanted to say to him. But the words were lost on her. She could not utter a single word. Tears now flowing over her cheeks. She wanted to hold him, wanted to feel his warm and gentle touch one more time, like they used to during the Wickerman Festival during Hallows End in Lordaeron. She will never forget that day. The day that they became lovers.
Dude, this is like one of the most exciting parts of the stream. Like, this is better than the World of
You
Warcraft
look
stuff.
like you've lost some weight. That's terrible.
There you go.
Have a dumpling.
Jaina. Arthas whispered, staring right into her eyes. My biggest regret, he said, was losing you. He slowly started to fade. His connection to the mortal plane waning. He stretched out his hand to touch Jaina's face, slowly fading. I loved you, always. And with those final words, Arthas Menethil, Crown Prince of Lordaeron, Paladin of the Silver Hand, the Lich King, faded into nothingness.
You look like you've lost some weight.
You brought it back there from the
More beats.
clasp. Oh, from the clasp of complete ERP. I have to say, this is where I would say, well done, really well fucking done. Thanks for the 100 bits, by the way, Eludrin. Really appreciate it. 200 bits actually. Jesus, you guys are far too kind. I want to see someone now do Twigger, by the way. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I want to see someone doing a proper, like, cheesy as fuck sex scene with that. Like, proper cheesy as shit sex scene. This is RP. I approve of this. Maria's Vigilant. I know you like this. Okay, so next up we have a video that I've been promising that I will watch for a long ass time.
This is a lol.
I've been promising this and fucking promising this. Don't have a choice. Something else happened? Or did it only just catch up? No, it only just caught up. Okay. Holy shit,
Arthas,
Adelia.
Jaina gasped, her eyes starting to swell with tears. Old wounds and feelings building inside
Oh
of
my
her.
god, it's
Ending
repeating
stared
it.
at the visage of Arthas. Sylvan.
Never mind, it's just repeating everything now. Okay, I think I know what's going on. There's something wrong with this overlay for some reason. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But for now, Crispy, really appreciate the bets. Thank you so much, Adelia. Can we get some hearts in chat for Adelia? Growing the Degenerate channel, as always. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, Adelia, for that one. Yeah, it is the Lalafals. As soon as you see a fucking Lalafal, you could know everything's about to go to shit. But okay, so I've been promising that I will watch Lalafal Propaganda version 1. So let's see. Days, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out, bro.
This is a Lalafell. Lalafell are powered by headpats. One headpat produces enough energy to power an entire.
Holy shit. Adelia with the 10 community subs. Holy crap. Thank you. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, there is 10 of you that now have a sub thanks to Adelia. I want to see hearts. Let's go. Hearts or middle fingers, it really is your fucking choice. But something has to happen in the chat. There needs to be some celebration of some kind. So let's get that shit going. Really appreciate that, Adelia. Thank you. All right, let's start this at the beginning. And you're what exactly is this propaganda shit?
This is a Lalafell. Lalafell are powered by headpats. One headpat produces enough energy to power an entire Lalafell for at least 2 hours. Because of the low cost and renewability of headpats, Lalafell are more efficient workers than Rogaden, who require a minimum of 2 cubic tons of hydrogen fuel and protein to function.
Jesus.
However, a lack of headpats causes Lalafell to become unproductive, negatively affecting their work performance and sustainability. For Lalafell, headpats are not a luxury, but a necessity. This Lalafell, however, is angry. It sees a cat girl getting headpats. This Lalafell is not receiving headpats. Cat girls are not powered by headpats. Cat girls are powered by Sims. This Lalafell sees a clear inefficiency that must be addressed. This Lalafell's employer does not fully understand that Lalafell require.
Holy shit. Eddie, you bastard. Ed the Norwegian. Thank you for the 20 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. You guys are far too fucking kind. And with that level 4 Skamar strain. Now, look, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say, if you are one of the people that got a sub just there, maybe say hello. You know, maybe say, hey, thank you very much for the sub. Spam some fucking hearts in chat, dude. It's very much appreciated. I love the money. You know, I'm not going to use it wisely, but I am going to use it. I really appreciate that. Of course, if I could, I would use the money to erase Lalafels from fucking Final Fantasy 14. I hate these little bitches. That cat girl is also very sexy. Let's go back so I can see the catcall again. That was a sexy fucking catcall.
This Lalafell, however, is angry. It sees a cat girl getting head pats.
Ah, is a sexy catcall.
This Lalafell is not receiving head pats. Cat girls are not powered by head pats. Cat girls are powered by Sims. This Lalafell sees a clear inefficiency that must be addressed.
Yeah.
This Lalafell's employer does not fully understand that Lalafell require head pats to function. Normally, this blatant disregard for a worker's rights to basic necessities would be a punishable violation of workers' rights. However, Lalafell are often overlooked in more ways than literally. This Lalafell has concluded that the only way to achieve equality, or at least the right to basic necessities, is to unionize with other Lalafell. What the Talls do not understand is that Lalafell who unionize do not protest peacefully. Lalafell are destined to one day subjugate the Talls. The abhorrent distribution of head pats is only but one of the sins that the Lalafell will seek retribution for. Anyone over 3.5 feet tall are more than likely going to be put 6 feet under. Be kind to your Lalafell. Pat your Lalafell.
No. Fuck the Lalafells. Is what I say. Who's with me? Who's with me? Fuck those little assholes. They are evil little bitches, is what they are. Whenever you see a Lalafell, you can know that things are about to go really wrong really fucking quickly. Now, every single time you see a Lalafell, you realize shit's about to go wrong. Chocobos, of course. You're on your own there? No, I am not, Crispy. So many people hate the Lalafells. I'm not alone on that. The problem is that you Lalafells are so evil and maniacal little sons of bitches that you've forced other people into, like, quiet submission. But in whispers, in rumors, in dark corners where no one can hear, we are plotting our revenge. And when the time comes, we are going to punt the fuck out of some Lalafells. I'm going to play this game and I can see they're trash. Tataru's right. All right, I'll allow Tataru. If I'm going to, I'll allow Tataru. She's all right. And Nanamo, maybe. But that's it. You're a cat girl? Crispy. Okay, so I have a quick question. How many guys are in this chat right now that play female cat girls? Like female, actually not just cat girls, they'd say cat and bunny girls. The guys in chat that play female bunny and cat characters. Oh, guilty. So I should go Lala just out of spite. I do. I would. Guy playing Rothgar. Does female Draenei count? Probably, yeah. I would say. I do. Because I like to look at sexy things and not my own soggy ass. I don't agree with that whatsoever. Badass silence, by the way. Thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. Hinky, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. I have a cat goal and a Lalafell. Gold playing cat goal. So, here's my question. Is there any girls in this chat that actually play a male character? Cat ears, how you doing? I much prefer matching my own gender to self-insert roles. When it comes to game stories, I'm pretty much the same. You say you hate Lalas and you endorse the worst one. Human male, by the way. I don't know. Give me that woman, please. There's two kind of male player. One is the one who wants to be the character. Two is the one that wants to fuck the character. Well, I don't mind wanting to fuck other characters, but wanting to fuck my own character seems a bit weird. Nearly forced to, due to Lost Ark. Are you wanting to be a warrior? If you're forced to be it, that doesn't count. I'm only asking if you do that by, like, you have the choice to play something else and you decide, no, I want to be this. So you play a bunny boy, but you're a girl. Okay. That's so weird to me. Like, genuinely, I don't get it. I play, like, whenever I play games, I try to build a character that is, like, no games allow you to be fat characters, right? Otherwise, I could probably make a character like that. But I tried to choose a character that I could see myself being in this universe. So not me necessarily, but a character that I could see myself in this universe being. My Warrior of Light was a happy accident, insofar as he looks stupid as shit, right? And as a result of looking stupid as shit, he sort of, fits in, if you will, because the Warrior of Light does not say much, nor is he very intelligent. He just sort of kills whatever they point him at. And that really fits with what my guy does. Ogre, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Look, I would never make a fat character in a video game. Why would I want to? I'm working out and I'm on a diet to not be fat in real life. So why would I want to choose a fat character in a game? But I would never be, if I have the option, female in a video game. Never. I have only twice in my life rolled female characters, and once was in Dragon Age, where I already completed the game with a male character, and then I went female just because it was something different. And then in Mass Effect now, where apparently some of the dialogue changes depending on whether you're male or female. So I went female so that I can see the female side of the story, and how the dialogue is when you play as a female character or as a female shepherd. But the only games where I will play female is if I don't have the option of playing male. So Tomb Raider, for example, love that game. Can't be a male Lara Croft. That would be weird. But other than that, I always play male characters. Always. Default fame shape is... I don't know about the default one. I'm trying to remember what the default fame shape looked like. Because I think I changed mine. What does my fucking shepherd look like? Hold up. I'm going to have to look. Can't remember. Open this up. Let me see. I genuinely can't remember what my female shepherd is, like, what she looks like. What? Okay, there we go. Man, that was weird. I clicked on Mass Effect and it said it's rated above your restrictions. I was like, what? Rated above fucking what? Alright, let me just quickly... I just want to show you what my... Like... I don't think that's the one I need to be picking up. Ray 9, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Don't worry, we're not going to be playing games right now. I just want to see something. The entire screen is censored. Yeah, well, I'm fixing it in a minute. Give me a moment. I need to capture the right fucking Mass Effect screen because it changes all the fucking time. Alright, so that's what my female shepherd looks like. I just hit default a bunch of times. And I just finished the mission with, what's her name? Kasumi? Where she gives you a dress. Because you infiltrate a party. And, this is the outfit that I usually rock with. So that's my armor in the game. That's what my character looks like in the game right now. And my casual appearance is usually this one. For some reason, I like this appearance. But this looks boss. Oh shit, I need to feed my fish. Alright, fish has been fed. I don't know if you can feed the hamster. It doesn't seem to be the ability to feed the hamster. Oh, I can't kill my fish anymore. My first fish did die, but I ultimately, so I'm seeing if you can romance Kelly. I don't know if you can, but I'm seeing, and Kelly is basically feeding my fish now whenever I leave, like whenever I leave the ship, Kelly gives my fish food. Because there's no one else I want to romance. I've already played the game where I romanced Liara. I don't want to do it again with Liara. And there's really no one else to romance because Miranda is only available to male shepherds, and I've already done Miranda as well on my male shepherds. So this is sort of the only option I have now, is just this. You can romance Kelly? Can you? Oh, shit. Okay. This game, by the way, this game is next level, dude. This game is absolutely fucking incredible. Ash can't be done as a female. Ash is only available to male shepherds. I believe Ash and Miranda are the two people that isn't, like they're locked into male shepherds. I don't know if there's any characters that's locked into female shepherds though. Like that I can't say. But as you can see, I have a shit ton of things that I still have to do here. Anyways. I did not. I've never romanced Garrus. Like, never. I've never even tried. I'm sorry, Garrus is just no thanks. Why would I? Why would I? Once playing is male shepherd, and that's the most interesting plot twist. What plot twist did you get? Hey, whatever makes you happy. Romance or Garrus? What? Why would you? Like, I'm assuming having sex with something the size of Sargeras would be very bad for your health. I don't care how big of a slut you are. That shit is breaking hips. I don't care how big the bad dragon is that you're taking. Sargeras will rip you in two. Unless, of course, you're planning to have sex with him as the final act you do on this earth. You should not try. Because he will rip you in half. Probably get sucked up into the pee hole. Well, that's probably a kink for some people. I'm as Joker in The Elusive Man. Peak performance. Can you romance Joker? I don't think you can. What is Garrus when there is the jailer? The jailer would also destroy you. The jailer would also destroy, I think, most people. But if you've never played Mass Effect, you're missing so much. There is genuinely just so much that you're missing out on. That game is phenomenal. I'm quickly trying to look here. What other videos do we have that people... Oh, someone asked me to react to Heels versus Babyface, right? Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you. It's been a long ass time since I've actually watched Heels versus Babyface. It's been ages since I've last watched Heels versus Babyface. My pussy would destroy the jailer. Go-Card. How do you figure? Are you suggesting that your pussy is so big that it would kill or fuck up the jailer to the point where he doesn't know whether he's coming or going? In that case, you could probably not have sex with any humans whatsoever, because it wouldn't even be like throwing a sausage down a fucking corridor. It would be like throwing a sausage into space. There would be just no point in sex for you whatsoever with normal male humans, if your pussy could obviously do that. I don't think it could stretch that wide. Because your hips would basically be on two different continents at that point. There's no way. I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me.
Buddy, it's Az here from Heel vs. Babyface. Next week sees the launch of patch 6.1. That's 5 expansions now that have had a 0.1 offering.
His voice is so different. Like, holy shit, his voice is different.
So which expansion has the best? I'm going to rate the 0.1 expansions in the order which I believe the quality of the content comes out on top. Number 5. With subscription numbers at an all-time low with Mists of Pandaria,
This is from
Blizzard literally
2015.
reinvented the world of Warcraft with its next offering, Warlords of Draenor, taking you to an alternate timeline of the Orc homeworld and part-time Draenei refugee camp, Draenor, prior to its being destroyed by Nazul. After a very impressive
them old player models is really hitting.
display at
hard.
BlizzCon, the community
fucking
began
hell.
to have its faith in the franchise restored somewhat, even if the beta did take an absolute age to arrive, and a lot of the content announced at BlizzCon either removed or watered down so much it could give a bottle of Avion a run for its money. But the desire to get out of Pandaria as quickly as
I'm gonna be honest. I'll quickly check with chat here, but content that is this old from like I don't know if I'm at all interested in watching it. I don't want to, like, generally speaking, I will watch just about anything that you guys want to watch, but I feel like, what's the point of this specifically? Gold Scion, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you guys want to watch this, or? Because I'm okay with watching it. I just don't want to watch it if everyone else is just going to sort of sit here bored. Because this is obviously, like, very old content. The content came out in 2015, so it's like 7 years ago. Oh, it's dead. Move on. It's kind of funny how Bunny Boy stuck with me because I have a Fantasia addiction, and now I'm good. Nice. Redcon doesn't exist. Yeah, it's rather old by now. Not relevant, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, doesn't even matter now, you know? So I'm going to skip this. I do apologize for not reacting to this. I recognize that there's a lot of people that, like, please, guys, I'm more than happy to react to things. But if you're going to send me things to react to, at least, you know, I would say try to have it be at least somewhat relevant, unless it's something like, you know, criminal investigations and stuff like that, because that's always interesting. But, like, game stuff can be, especially WoW stuff, can be really boring if it's too old. So we're going to give that one a skip for now. I'm not really in the mood to watch that. I'm trying to see now if there's anything else. Whoa. What? Is this real? I don't... Wait a second. Xbox's 4A studio just lost half their team. We're already at 4As? Like, what the fuck happened to AAA? How are we now at 4A? If you want to laugh, check WoW history of plagiarism. Class X, link it to me.
Welcome back, everybody. So, it seems things may be getting a little bit too big. An anecdote to kick us off with is that the basically the head of Ubisoft Massive quit, and he basically said, it's too big. It's too big for me to... I don't want to do this. It's too big. And away he went.
I agree.
And now in today's news, we have got another...
Look, I genuinely think that... So I heard about the Ubisoft Massive guy leaving. And I genuinely believe that these massive conglomerates, like these giant gaming companies that have just become basically so big that no one can really follow it. Like, it's just massive companies that's meant to just shove games into the market and thousands of employees. I don't see how many creative personalities, so people that would ultimately be going into game development, would want to work for or run these companies. Because these are corporations. That's literally all they are, right? They are corporations. They want to pump as much as possible into the industry and basically, just make money. And I feel like, remember I told you guys a while back that I think AAA gaming is going to die? That is one of the reasons I believe that it is going to die. The very talented game developers will not stick with the incredibly large gaming companies out there. There's no point.
Number of the big quadruple
meat grinds, but for games, pretty much.
Seemingly running into the ground a little bit. And VGC are coming in with some incredible reporting on what's going on with The Initiative, which are Microsoft's quadruple A studio that, of course, were working on Perfect Dark. This was announced in 2017. We're fairly sure it still is in pre-production, almost certainly. May have even been rebooted very recently, so there's a lot to talk about, and the studio is facing large issues. I mean, the percentages that we're going to talk about here in terms of staff losses are honestly quite shocking.
Yeah, the worst. I think they're the worst I've ever seen outside of a studio that's being closed, to be honest.
The Void Hunter, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, it's wild. So, VGC are reporting that up to 34 members of the core development team, that's almost half, because, you start off small, and then when you're ready for production, then you scale. So almost half of the core team have left within the last year. Now, this includes big titles such as Game Director, Design Director, Lead Level Designer, Principal World Builder, 2 Senior Systems Designers,
Jesus.
3 former Santa Monica designers, and more. Now, not add insult to injury, but also they've lost 2 writers, Tech Director, Tech Art Director, the leads of gameplay, engineering, animation, and QA, and now the studio has less than 50 people.
I genuinely believe, like I said before, I think this is inevitable. When you go work for these quadruple A companies or the triple A companies, the ultimate goal, I'm not even sure what quadruple A would mean, except for just giant budgets of unlimited cash, right? Because effectively that's what AAA means. It means that you have budgets spanning into the millions when you make your games. So this is spanning into the billions to make games, whatever that might mean. But there is sort of a catch to that, right? If all you're doing is trying to push, like if you're spending that much money on a game, the game has to make 2 or 3 times the amount back, correct? So that, because that's why you would open a company and spend that much money on a game. You want to make massive product and massive profits from the game that you're pushing. And I feel like that would be so horrible, because suddenly every decision you make isn't really about how fun the game is. It's more about how much money the game can make as a result of what you're doing here. And yeah, I think anyone that is interested in going into video game design with a genuine passion for video games is going to find companies like Blizzard, Activision, Ubisoft, EA. You're going to find it crushing, soul crushing, to work for companies who genuinely don't give a fuck about your creativity. They just want money. They want you to push as many content or as much content as possible in the shortest amount of time possible.
Now, this is something that is quite interesting, because if you've been following the studio, you'll know that Crystal Dynamics, who did, say, Tomb Raider
And Marvel's Avengers.
they
Tomb Raider's
have
good.
recently basically flown in to help. Not literally flown in, you get what I mean. Now, a lot of these staff losses perhaps seem like they're happening at the same time when another major AAA, in this case studio, is coming in to help.
Yep, certainly.
And certainly this is where you see the AAA, quadruple A. What does that mean? I think it's more potential production budget and ambition. Obviously, this is a case where we've got a AAA studio that is much, much, much larger than this quadruple A studio. I think it's just about the scope and the ambition of titles.
Exactly.
Now, VGC have also worked out that they're actually not
Alright,
even
so we
hiring
can't
that many
watch that.
roles for this
Okay.
company, which is maybe surprising considering how many of those key positions they've actually lost. And that basically means that Crystal Dynamics are probably taking a more strong lead
But what?
on whatever this Perfect Dark project is actually going to end up being.
Yeah, and that sounds a little bit kind of insane because obviously, you know, this is the Xbox thing where they got Crystal Dynamics just coming in to do it. But it makes a lot of sense when we look into who's actually running the show at the initiative and how this might have actually happened.
Yeah, so Andy at VGC did a great job. He was super fast.
This is so
Am I the only one that thinks a game coming from a company called The Initiative sounds ominous as fuck? You know, not in slight seriousness. The Initiative sounds like the kind of game that wants to fry your mind or steal your mind and mind control you. The Initiative, it's such a Bond villain-esque kind of name for an organization. You know? Oh, who's this enemy that's destroying the world's water and oceans and bringing about the next ice age? Oh, it's a group called known only as The Initiative. That's a weird name for a gaming studio. It feels very like, and especially since they're part of Microsoft, it makes you really worry, right? Because Microsoft is sort of big enough to become one of those, dude. Oh my god, I fuck it. I was watching this video about the Cho'Galls. Do you guys know what the Cho'Galls are? Umbrella as well. But do you know what the Cho'Galls are? Cho'Galls. It's like CHEAGOLS, I believe. It's the conglomerates of South Korea. Like, all the largest companies in South Korea are known as the Cho'Galls corporations. Conglomerates. They call them the Cho'Gall conglomerates. These companies are fucking untouchable, dude. Like, literally untouchable. No matter what they do, no matter what their CEOs and shit pull off, they get away with everything. These are the people that work for Samsung, LG, SK, and one other. I don't remember what the other one was, but there was a Hyundai. That's the one. These are apparently they kill people. Like, people have died in their factories, and then almost nothing happens to them. They get off with a slap on the wrist. Just because they're so fucking large that. So Samsung, for example, is like 20% of the entire GDP of South Korea. So obviously the government is going to fuck with a company that is 20% of its entire GDP. So yeah, the government basically just lets these guys get away with whatever they want because the government can't afford to lose these companies. It's strange as fuck, dude.
Together. So there's interviews with former senior staff citing a lack of creative autonomy and slow development progress as why they left. Basically, the momentum of the project was falling over. And it's one of those things, if you're leading a company or whatever, there needs to be momentum, there needs to be velocity. Staff need to feel like they are, on a snowball that's going bigger.
Yeah, they're making progress.
Yeah, in a good way. Now, the funny thing is, these two leads actually were previously at Crystal Dynamics, but the two of them basically, according to these reports, had a very top-down leadership style, but the studio itself preferred a bit more bottom-up, a bit more autonomous.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the studios like marketing and stuff when it was announced was very much, hey, we're gonna bring people in and we'll be bottom-up, we'll have everyone like involved creatively in this project. But when it came down to it, when Gallagher and Neuberger when rubber hit the road and they were going forward, they had obviously always done things at Crystal Dynamics in a top-down way, kind of, no, we control everything that's happening. And it kind of is a mismatch of how they hired all these people.
Chabot, that's the one,
they have some of
I don't know how to pronounce
genuinely
it.
some of the best development talent in the world at this studio. It's really, it's unbelievable how much money they must have spent on this. But fundamentally, a lot of these people have realized that the studio's not been run the way it was promised to being run.
Yeah. Which itself is quite challenging because...
What do you think? Do you think a studio should be run top down or bottom up? What's your knee-jerk reaction to that? Do you think games should be run top down or bottom up? Out of Balila go from clickbait and big raid latest to this boring ass podcast? Well, I mean, he does the podcast just as a sort of extra thing, right? equal parts. You need business smarts, but the creative should be bottom up. Yeah, I kind of feel like it should be like you can't have like the general workers also running the company. That generally doesn't work. So you need people that is in charge of like the big stuff, the business side of things. I mean, I do think when it comes to the actual design of the game, there it should be more collaborative. Like people should be working together because two heads is always going to be better than one.
Sure.
World of Warcraft, by the way, I
You
think
can't be
suffers
completely
from
bottom
a
up, you can't be completely top down. There's
top-down
got to be a balance.
approach.
Yeah.
I think we can certainly think of a company like Valve and think, wow, wouldn't it be incredible to work there in this wonderful, bottom-up place where things happen because staff just happen to band together internally based on what they care about. But we've all, heard the reports of some of the downsides of Valve culture.
Yeah, nothing gets done.
Yeah, and I think in a universe where you think about games like Anthem,
but
where it's
Valve-
just...
Dude, Valve doesn't give a fuck. To be that successful and to not actually come up with anything is ridiculous. Like the amount of money that Valve makes, if it wasn't for Steam, Valve would no longer exist as a gaming company. If Steam did not exist, there would be no Valve. Like Valve would have closed 100% because Steam is basically allowing Valve to effectively not do anything. If you also think about how long it takes for new things to actually happen on Steam, just made more games. Not the way that they're making it right now. So Ballilar isn't wrong on this. In Valve, there is no one that decides what has to be made. Like, there's literally not a single person in Valve that gets to decide what they want to make. It's effectively the employees of Valve will come together and they'll be like, so you know what would be really cool if we did something like this? And then if there's enough employees that go, yeah, that could be really cool, then they just sort of start working together and they get the budget and they start making the game. That's it. There's no one that says, hey, we need to make this fucking game. No one. There's no drive whatsoever. Yeah, Gabe literally doesn't give a shit. He's making money hand over fist, I do think they have some drives in terms of like technological drives. They have decisions there in some ways. But even then, I think it's a lot down to whatever the employees want to do. There's no architect, there's no structure within Valve where someone makes decisions for something. And I'm saying if they did not have Steam, they would not exist. Not as it is run right now.
People are off doing cool shit, and we haven't worked out what the game is. Yeah. You can see how that would mean they wouldn't be going anywhere fast. And then I suppose
Anthem
when these
had
two
so
guys
much promise, dude.
try to tighten things up.
This Anthem was so beautiful, and it
clashes with
could
the team.
so
It is a mess.
easily have
And
been
so that's basically
so
the way
fucking
they were
amazing.
used to leading. It was the way things were done at Crystal Dynamics, according to the report anyway, which could potentially then make a lot
And
of
then it
sense
completely
because
failed.
Crystal Dynamics themselves are coming in to help.
Yeah.
So they're going to be working, maybe not with the same people, but at least they're going to be plugging in a familiar company structure, a familiar company ethos, which I suppose is going to help there be some sort of perfect dark game. Now, whether it's going to have a quadruple A moniker, whatever the hell that means, I'm not particularly sure.
Yeah.
No one knows what
So
quadruple A
it's
means.
a weird one. Now, management did respond to VGC. They basically just said that they're confident in the team and the new talent that's joining, talking as well about global staffing changes, the
I think
difficulty of
literally
opening a
being
new
Iron
studio.
Man boring.
Now, Microsoft were said to have been surprisingly lenient with the studio, and I think this is where it could get a little bit more interesting.
Definitely.
Yeah, because you even look at some of the issues that Blizzard has had in terms of like games and stuff, and some of it comes down to being a bit, lenient, being a bit, free and easy, right? With some of like the Morheim leadership style, which ended up, running into some problems. And if the boss is going to be super lenient, not really be tight in deadlines, then where's the completion urgency that actually forces the clay to be shaped into something that can then go in the kiln? Because apparently that's the analogy I'm using today.
Yeah, especially when you've got a bunch.
I would say yes and no. You need some kind of enforcement. But I don't think the problems of Blizzard it was a result of Mike Morheim's leadership style. I think the problems of Blizzard was the expectations of Activision that clashed with the leadership style of Mike Morhaime. Mike Morhaime, because here's the thing, World of Warcraft and Blizzard Entertainment did wonderfully until it got picked up by Activision. And it still did well under Activision until about the time that Activision decided, hey, we want you to make more games. That's really where World of Warcraft's problems started, was whenever Activision said, we want more games from your studio, you're not making enough games. And that's where things started to fall apart. Prior to that, yes, World of Warcraft wasn't known, or Blizzard wasn't known for their amazing schedules and their amazing amounts of games. But whenever they did release a game, you could bet your ass that game worked. And that game was fun and people really enjoyed it. And then as soon as like Activision started interfering, this is where you got that sort of weird clash, I think, of cultures. So I actually think you can be a very laid back owner of a gaming company because, look, game developers by design is they're gonna want to get games out of the door because you're making games specifically for people to play. It's sort of like a content creator, like myself. So you could say, well, where is the person that pushes me to make more videos or to go live more? And the answer is no one. No one needs to push me. It would be very weird if I made videos but never uploaded them to YouTube. The whole point and purpose of my videos is so that other people can see it. Because I want to hear what other people have to say about them. I want to see if they spark interesting conversations. The whole point of streaming is so that I can stream for other people, you guys in this instance. Because I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear your insights, your thoughts, your ideas. Why would I stream and no one watches? And more insistently, why would I make a stream that no one can watch? So, for example, go live on YouTube, but set it to private. So literally no one can watch but me. So I feel like in this instance, most game developers wouldn't need that much sort of timeline. You wouldn't need to go, right, it needs to be out within 2 months and that's it. Because they want people to be able to play the game. So they're going to work to get their game out the door. Others are self-driven and some need that team leader connection to drive them. That is also true. Darkscream. Making stuff before someone started making people make stuff. Someone, in some ways, it's true. In some ways, it isn't. I feel like, specifically when it comes to game design, people who go into game, or people who should go into game design, are people who have a passion for it. I think we can all agree. Most jobs that we do in this world, we do because, well, we have to eat. Very few people like their jobs. Most people do their jobs because, well, the alternative is going hungry. When it comes to game design, however, I feel like that's a very specific, specialized thing. And most people that go into game design because they genuinely have a passion to design video games. And I don't think once you have a passion for something, I don't think you need someone watching over you to make sure that it's being done. Whereas in almost every other career and position, yes, you need someone to make sure that you're actually doing your job, because if they were literally just paying you to sit and do nothing, most of you would sit and do nothing. Tell me I'm wrong.
Of like developers who are generally, you know, creative people and creative work, they're always going to want to tweak. They're always going to want to tinker and make something better. And I mean, that's kind of the story of like how Overwatch came to be after out of Project Titan. That's what happened to Blizzard, never releasing games for, you know, years and years at a time. And I feel like, you know, Microsoft are kind of getting into this possibility now. But for Microsoft, it makes sense because it could be an overcorrection from their past. Mm-hmm. Because obviously Microsoft past was, you know, I think everyone in the industry knows this. They were extremely controlling with all their studios, and that's why they were known as like the studio killers. EA
and it failed. Like so many of their fucking studios
failed. Oh, this
failed.
studio's working with them. Oh no, that's not very good. I mean, the same happened with. I mean, most recently, I think is was it Alpha Protocol? I can't remember the name of it. But there was one really notorious game that Microsoft fiddled with the devs every stage of the way and ultimately killed the studio. And then the Microsoft and Scalebound thing happened, and that's obviously, you know, fault on both sides there for sure. But It's just a case of they were maybe too controlling, asked for things that weren't supposed to go in there. I think they did the same with Level 5, the Japanese RPG developer. That's something else as well.
They killed
But now they're
Microsoft. Microsoft killed a number of fucking studios. I don't know how many people know this, but in the beginning, when Microsoft was just starting to acquire game studios, dude, so many game studios was bought by Microsoft, and then like a year or so later, you would learn that it no longer exists. Like the studio is just gone. They've effectively run the studio into the fucking ground. Like games that would come out that was just horrible. No one cared about the games. No one wanted to play it. It sucked. Because basically, you know, Microsoft wanted to micromanage everything. I'm glad to see they've gone the other way, but maybe they've gone too far now. I don't know what the answer is.
If they're going, okay, well, we need to give developers freedom and give them the time to make what they need to make. And that's obviously worked out fairly well for Halo, going, no, take the time. Take the time, it's fine.
Well,
Work away.
343 seems like it needed to have cultural issues and management issues also be polished up.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
that's-
though, I hate that they're just going it worked for Halo. Because there is a bunch of Microsoft-specific games that is incredible. Senua's Sacrifice, for example, is a game by a Microsoft studio. And it is phenomenal. So I personally think that there's more games than just Halo that is a good example of a company taking their time and actually making the game right.
So it's like they may be overcorrecting here. So I think it's kind of up to them to go, okay, well, this is maybe a little bit too much. Gallagher is burning all our money and we've got nothing for it. So they need to learn to kind of put the screws a little bit, but not too harsh.
Yeah, and you know it's kind of brutal. Like, look at this, right?
Psychonauts
this
as
is
well, I
some
heard.
more,
It
worse
was
hit
very
divisions.
good.
Like, here's design.
Age of Empires,
There's more
very
people
fucking
gone
good.
than still there.
That's 12 gone and 7 still there.
Yeah, and if you look at these people, like, I mean, of the remaining, Red Dead, Forza Horizon, Motive, Naughty Dog, Crystal Dynamics, nothing for Christian apparently, Crystal Dynamics and Daybreak, right? So that's there. Writers, you know? Oh, half. 2 of them gone, 2 of them left. Programming. I mean, quite
Sad
brutal.
days.
Quite
Jesus.
brutal.
I mean,
so-
there's a senior graphics engineer from Naughty Dog gone. That is a lot.
wonder-
That's incredible. Like
In
that's the kind of stuff
Exod,
you don't
thanks for
wanna
the
lose.
follow, dude. Really
Especially
appreciate
looking at
that.
the
Welcome
design,
to
you're
the
like,
channel.
whereas
Thank
obviously
you, thank you, thank
Neuberger
you.
was sort of the problem allegedly in terms of
Been
how
doing
it
2
was
hours
being
of
run,
clips and
but you
checked
know,
if you're
Tomb Raider
alive.
director,
There you are.
you've got design director for
Bro,
God of War, you've got
happy to have you
you've
here,
got
man.
Respawn, id, and God
We're
of War
just
people
catching up on the
all
news
over
for the day.
place in terms of senior system design, and they're just gone.
I
mean, I think it was
appreciate that. In
Drew
Exod.
Murray, the design director, went back to Insomniac, left Insomniac, went here and went.
Saying
"No, I'm
40,
going
how you
back to
doing, bro?
Insomniac." And if you're
Free
thinking about
Radical,
employee
Never
satisfaction,
Frost.
you can see why, because Insomniac are doing great stuff.
I imagine the Division was nice, or not the Division, the Initiative. I imagine, I suppose there you go. The Initiative could also be some sort of loot shooter as well. But like, I imagine it was a nice place to work, that these people weren't pressured. I think ultimately it may have just failed in the whole creative satisfaction thing.
Yep.
When it, you know, the combo of nothing's going anywhere fast, and then suddenly it's top down and it starts to feel weird. Now, there's more going on here, because there's other similar studios that seem to be having issues, right? Because this is our third, I don't want to say failed quadruple A game, just
Yeah.
slow to the point where I don't think it's where they want it to be.
Yeah.
Because Beyond Good and Evil 2, that was called quadruple A. Where is it? What's going on? Skull and Bones, that was also considered quadruple A by Ubisoft, and that's
Wait.
nowhere to
Beyond Good and Evil 2 was called Quadruple. Dude, what the fuck is this new label? It's like, why are you coming up with new label? Like, no one gives a no one needs another label for fucking video games. Like, come on now.
be seen. The last we'd heard, it was basically $120 million down the hole, which, I mean, they're approaching double Project Titan, so that's nice. And seemingly a game with constant
Compared to the
reboots,
first
constant
ones.
changes, not really a clear identity or direction.
Yep.
That's brutal.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're going to have whenever you're going for this like quadruple A approach. Obviously, the Initiative were small in the studio, but like Ubisoft teams are getting massive, and they weren't just we've got a big studio. We're going to get multiple studios to work on this because that's the ambition we have.
Yeah,
we need loads of bodies to make this, but with every it's I think it's a classic situation of too many cooks. where
It's always
once you go above a certain number of people, I mean, how many is you're supposed to have in your head at one time? 150 people. When you have
was it Monkey Sphere?
yeah, something like that, yeah. But you've got, when you have to think about as a director or as a team of directors, you have to think about the project that's going to come out of 300, 400, 500 staff. It's like, how are you supposed to keep all of those individual creative elements aligned into this one vision?
I genuinely believe they make a good point here. Do you guys know what they're talking about when they say 150 people? Like, they're talking about the sort of sweet spot for tribes. It seems like it's about 150 people. If you know, if whenever you're like, most people in this world can get along fine with about 150 people, no larger than that. Whenever communities and groups grow larger than 150 people, it seems to create a lot of problems of mistrust and distrust and all sorts of social issues that sort of stem from that. So small communities seems to be what we as humans evolved to work best in. Doesn't mean we can't work in cities and stuff, but we tend to prefer smaller communities. And I am sort of wondering if that couldn't be the sweet spot for game design as well. Death Knight, how you doing, brother? Like, you have World of Warcraft, yeah? It was beginning of Legion that Activision announced that they are going on a massive hiring spree for World of Warcraft. Like, they want more developers, more content, more frequently. And coincidentally, it is also when World of Warcraft started going downhill, because those new developers would not have had much of an impact on Legion. They would have started working on things like BFA. They would have started working on things like Shadowlands. And when you have, say, 1,000 people working inside a studio, all making the same game, it stands to reason. Consider the fact that when you're making a video game, it's a collaborative effort, right? Nothing in a video game exists on its own. Everything sort of forms part of a larger sort of thing that you're making. And if you're not friends with the people that's making other things from you, how are you going to communicate? How are you actually going to find that connection that you're sort of going on the same wavelength in a way? I don't even think Classics, it depends on how it's managed. I think when studios, specifically things like games, that is very collaborative and you sort of need everyone to be on the same page. I feel like whenever they get too big, I don't think there's any way of turning it around. I think it's just done at that point. Yuku, thanks for the 2 months. I really appreciate that. 39 months in a row. Thank you.
Not to say it's impossible, because it has happened, but it's just exceedingly difficult to do.
Yeah, and to just go over like how brutal this is for Ubisoft, because we know of the Ubisoft successes, right? Like, Valhalla and all of that, but the amount of money they're throwing into projects that are seemingly nowhere, at least thus far, or, we're not sure. So this is per Bloomberg. Skull and Bones has been delayed several times.
I'm still looking forward to Skull and Bones.
Into that. Beyond Good and Evil 2, where's that? That apparently is in pre-production after at least 5 years of development.
Yep.
Like, how are you still in pre-production after 5 years?
Jesus.
I suppose if it still is in pre-production, then perhaps it's not incurring a truly humongous cost.
Maybe.
To the company, but still. And then also there's a planned remake of Prince of Persia that was delayed indefinitely.
They're basically not coming up with any new games.
A lot of problems, a lot of issues. And then we go into Ubisoft Massive, where I think this just starts to bring the human element in, where, managing director, David, right? He's been there for 17 years. He took a 6-month break. He came back, and he handed in a 6-month notice.
Yep.
He's gone.
Yeah, he did all the soul searching, and he found that he didn't want to work there.
Yeah, like he said, I think my philosophy and my skills work well for a certain kind of group, a certain kind of size, but I don't think I'm the right manager for what the studio's become. I'm perfectly at peace with that. I mean, yeah, if you think about
many people,
what would
too many
be
cooks in the
creatively
kitchen,
satisfying, even thinking about myself, it's
too much of a headache.
You want to make some cool games, you want to focus on some cool games, you want to actually be able to focus.
I'm going to ask all of you, do you think do you think just naturally, just sort of first knee-jerk reaction here, do you think a smaller studio or a larger studio would be beneficial to making a video game? How do you think you could best make a video game? With a small studio or a very large studio? Trollvask the Lonely, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Small studio with a huge budget. So AOC. Nintendo AOC is actually a pretty good example of, yes, smallish studio, massive budget to do basically whatever the fuck they want. You know, so they're not constrained by budget, but they don't have to deal with hundreds of different people. Because the other thing that you have to understand is we're not just talking about like even relationships between developers. We're talking about logistics of getting 1,000 developers on the same page. You're talking about a logistical nightmare because the guys who's making the combat system needs new art for something, right? Or a shit ton of art for some of their combat. That now has to filter through the whole company, from art to system design to all the rest of it, to all the artists, to all the system designers, to everyone else. Everyone has to be on the same page and everyone has to work towards the same goal. But you have hundreds of people in every single department, and all of those people have to somehow be marching to the same music at the same time in step with one another. It stands to reason that you can do that easier with a smaller company. If you just have like 10 people in an office, it's not as if you have to go company-wide fucking meetings. You literally just go, hey, Greg, I'm looking for some artwork for this really cool kick. Can you come up with something cool? And Greg goes, got ya, bro. I'll work on it now, right? That's about the extent of the logistics that you require. Whereas, you know, obviously in Blizzard, you're not just going to go, hey, Bob, right? Bob isn't anywhere near you. Bob is on the other side of the fucking campus. You have to email Bob, but then emailing Bob means that Bob is also dealing with like 5,000 emails from other Bobs in the company. And no one actually knows what the fuck is going on with anyone else because everyone is so sort of drowned out by the noise of this company. So, yeah, I personally just knee-jerk reaction tells me larger companies where games go to die.
On the thing so that they can
Bob is busy with lawsuits,
or, you know, even just satisfying the Factorio sense of, you know, you're setting up the things, and but then it just gets so large that
Hades, I'm not saying that it's impossible because obviously large studios have product games, but I'm actually thinking I wonder if in the long run it will continue to work. I think it is possible for a short period of time to have a massive studio and make some games. But I think given enough time, almost every massive studio will fundamentally fail at making anything good. You know? That's just my thought.
you're managing managers and that's your job.
Yeah, because, I mean, thinking about Ubisoft Massive in particular, over 750 people working there, and they're working on, I think they're still involved in upkeep for Division 2, I'm not super sure on that, but they're working on Division Heartland, which was that big free-to-play game, I believe. That's supposed to be the big new push for the Division series. They're working on the open world Star Wars games that obviously Ubisoft are going to put a lot of effort into that. That's going to be, Ubisoft open world jokes aside, that's going to be, like, as far as they're concerned, one of their biggest possibility projects of all time.
Absolutely.
Dude, you pull off
Avatar.
You pull off a brilliant Star Wars game and you're made. That's a $1 billion industry right there. If you can pull off a great Star Wars game, it's GG. It is a money printer, effectively. So yeah, I think Ubisoft is putting a lot of effort in Star Wars.
Frontiers of Pandora, which is, you know, Avatar's probably not going to revive quite as strong as people would hope. I don't quite think the movie's initial success is going to work again, but
where's movie 2 and 3? What's going on?
Yeah, but exactly, it's still like this
Wait,
is a massive game that they're working.
Is there actually working? Like, is there actually an Avatar 2 and 3 in the making? Dude, I haven't watched Avatar in years. Why haven't I watched Avatar again? That was a cool fucking film. I think I should watch Avatar again. I don't remember much of Avatar, but I think I remember I kind of liked it. 2, 3, and 4. Well, 1 has been out long enough that I can't remember half of it. So, it was supposed to come out in 2020 or so, and now it's delayed again. Fucking delayed again. Avatar: The Last Airbender? No, not Last Airbender. We're talking about Avatar, the Blue People movie.
On for years and years and years.
Porkies.
And
What
the-
the hell's Porkies?
There's going to be so little fun in managing all of that happening, especially if you've joined and you're studio lead and you're working on games. You're like, you probably want something hands-on, or at least be able to play through
Same
and go,
story,
oh, yeah,
just
that's
quicker."
pretty cool. Let's have some idea chat. Instead, it's just, I have to manage 750 people. This is not what I joined games to do. Goodbye. And that's, I
Yeah.
think, that's what we've seen so many places of all of these like veteran developers going, there's all the VC and angel investor money in the world. I'm going to go start a new studio, because massive studios is not fun for people to make. It's not.
No,
It is not
no
cohesive
point.
for fun games to come out of them.
Yeah.
Realistically,
Ultimately, I think what we learn here is that across all of these scales, the most important thing is creating a work environment where people actually feel motivated, they feel that the progress is reasonable, which does pretty much mean that certain constraints and timing have to exist.
Yep.
And then also size, because you can't get to the point where it's no longer satisfying for a human. So as you're going to a scale of 750, how do you make that a great place for all 750?
yeah.
I don't
mighty
think
challenge.
you can.
Mighty challenge, and one that I think we're just going to have to deal with because the games industry is getting bloody big, and I think it's probably going to keep on happening.
No, I don't agree with
Absolutely.
Balil at
So,
all here. I don't agree with him. Yes, the gaming industry is getting bloody big, but I think quadruple and triple A gaming is on the way out. I believe the gaming industry of the future, if we go 40, 50 years into the future, considering that, World War III doesn't wipe us the fuck back to the Bronze Age, I think you're looking potentially at millions upon millions of indie studios that brings out games. I'm talking about, we're probably going to see 50, 60, 70, 100, 200 games a month coming out from smaller indie developers. Games that last maybe 20 hours, 25 hours of gameplay. It's really good. It's really fun. It's really entertaining. And then you move on to the next indie game, because there's just so many games being made by so many cool small companies. I don't necessarily think that the large AAA industry sort of formula is sustainable anymore. The thing is, it's become so expensive to make video games. They have to continuously get better and better and use more and more money in order to make these games. You now even have companies calling themselves quadruple A companies. And you heard that, right? I believe Good and Bad, Beyond Good and Evil 2, is already at $126 million of budget. Now, I ask you, chat, how many copies do you have to sell of Good and Evil, Beyond Good and Evil 2 to ensure that it actually makes its money back? Considering you've already lost 126 million on it. You're probably looking at about 200 million by the time it finally comes out. So you're taking a massive risk. You need, let's put it this way. You need, if 1 million people bought the game, yeah, you're still nowhere near. You've only made 150 million. If you sell it at 60, you've made, if 1 million people buy it, you've made 60 million, right? Now you could say, well, probably more than 1 million, but okay, 2 million, that's still 120 million. 3 million, that's 180 million. You still haven't made your fucking money back. So you're starting to look at 5 to 10 million people have to buy the game in order for you to make any sort of decent profits off of the game. And that's not even including all the developers that still have to be paid every single month, even after the game's been launched, for patches and obviously for expansions and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, when games get that expensive, it becomes almost impossible to make those games work. Consider that most games don't sell that many millions of copies. So yeah, you have taxes, you have fees that have to become marketing costs, because a lot of the cost actually comes afterwards, right? It's not even like the development is expensive, but then after that, you're paying marketing. So you're looking at a game that probably is going to run around a budget of 400 to 500 million dollars, which at that point, it's almost impossible to make the money back unless the game is highly successful. And not all games is highly successful, right? Look at Ubisoft. It's a great company, it makes great games, but they have had many games that have fallen on its ass, right? Just because it wasn't that fun. When people got their hands on it, they weren't that happy. I feel like the scopes and budgets for AAA and quadruple A games have become just too large. It's completely unsustainable in the modern day era, as far as I'm concerned.
There we go. Quadruple A. I think it's almost going to be a bit of a victim of its own moniker.
Yeah, it was never going to work. Like,
yeah, I mean, great AAA games, big AAA games, just call them that. But I almost wonder if there is such a pressure to break new ground, you know, such a pressure to be utterly transformational, that
you want to be
kind of falls
new
under
just
its
for the
own weight.
sake of
I mean,
being
I can
new.
understand a bunch of people almost being in an artist's incubator with the initiative. That's almost what it would have sounded like at the start.
yeah.
And that could be really satisfying, but ultimately a game needs to be made.
I mean, so I play a shit ton of games, right? That is very small, that almost no one would have heard of. This War of Mine is absolutely fantastic, and it is quite a small game. I think the whole game is like a gig or 2 gigs, maybe like 2.6 gigs. You know, it's a small game, but it's hours and hours of enjoyment. Oxygen not included. It's still one of my most played games on Steam, and it is a tiny ass game, but it has literally unlimited amounts of enjoyment inside that game. The graphics is sort of cartoony and shit and quirky and funny, and you know, the gameplay is really cool, like colony simulation stuff, but it's fun. So I genuinely believe that is the future of video games like that.
You then have
Like Critical Mass of Scope.
obviously
True,
a
I'm on.
mismatch of wants and desires and management. I don't know. Perhaps a quadruple A game is less something that is set out to be made and more something that just naturally happens as we get better at making games.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you think of quadruple A and you think, what exists that could maybe match that a little bit? And in terms of
Quadruple A.
pure scale, you're thinking
Probably.
maybe Assassin's Creed Valhalla, because that's
As it
hundreds of
gets
hours.
flushed down the
But,
fucking
you know,
toilet.
I think there's a lot of consumers are going to
Why
have
were
that,
people so
especially, well, I mean,
happy
this is a
with
critical,
Assassin's Creed
response, but,
Valhalla?
IGN gave the latest expansion, Dawn of Ragnarok, I think it's called, give it a 6 out of 10, because they're like, this is just 30 to 40 hours of more Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I'm bored.
That's what a lot of people said of the latest Far Cry.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously those are Ubisoft problems, but it's like, when does the next Sony open world not
think
feel
Paint the
good
Gear, it's
enough
what
or
they would
unique
want.
enough or transformative enough?
Look, if you're going to make a quadruple A game, right, and your investment in that game is 200 to 400 to maybe 500 million, you're going to want to make 1.5 to $2 billion off of that game. Because most investments, Doomscreen, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out. Or are you saying hello now for the first time? I'm not sure. Sort of been losing track of time here. But any investment that you make that cannot at least return the investment within 2 to 3 years at 3 times the amount is a bad investment. You don't want to break even. You want to make more than what you're ultimately investing in, right? Especially for these massive companies. So if they're going to invest in something like a $500 million fucking game, right? All things considered, that's the whole budget. They're going to want to make, between 1.5 and $2 billion in revenue from that game. That's the luck of the draw. It's literally the luck of the fucking draw. you hope that your game can generate the amount of hype required to convince so many people to actually buy your fucking game. And you really hope that that is at all possible, because most of the time it's not going to be possible. And it feels to me like they're shooting too high.
Because, like, I mean, I think the best example is Horizon Forbidden West being cut off by Elden Ring. It's like, I know which of those games I'd play a sequel to. Because Forbidden West it's great, it's massive, it is like, you know, probably something close to like 80, 90 hours of like really just
no, you don't want like obviously
through.
You want incredible
all the detail put
profits,
in being beautiful, but
what you have to look at, and this isn't necessarily just about greed, by the way. What you have to think about for these companies is also the risks involved. We like to look at these AAA companies and say, oh, well, they're just fucking greedy assholes. And yes, to some extent that is true, but also not quite. Remember, even nowadays with, AAA companies that can usually run budgets of up to 30, 60 million sometimes for games, the budgets are getting more and more expensive. That's a massive risk that you're taking. You're spending 50 million on a game with like no way of knowing if that game is going to make any money back. So if a game manages to get a windfall and say manages to make, let's say, $1 billion or $2 billion or something like that, that means that you now have room for other failures, because not every game that you're going to bring out is going to be a success. So you now have room in case some of your games fail. You can still keep employing your people because you've made that like serious gross like profit off of this fucking thing, right? You've made just clear profits off of this. So yes, in some ways it is very greedy, like the way they're shooting for things and the way they milk things. But then at the same time, you sort of understand that their budgets have gotten so fucking large that in order to fund future projects, they can't afford to make, say, for example, you spent 60 million on a game. Any one year would go, if you spent 60 million on a game and you end up making 120 million, that's a good profit, right? That is a great profit. Will anyone here say that it was a waste of time if you spent 64 million and you ended up making 128 million? Would you say, no, shit, that was the worst investment of my life? Of course you wouldn't. It's 100% fucking profit. You've literally turned 100% profit. You've made 100% of your money back at the end of this. But now consider that maybe your next game and the game after that and the game after that fails, then all of that profit is wiped out. And then you look at that and you go, well, that was not a lot of profit. I should have made more on the game that actually succeeded so that I could catch myself in case other things fail. Now, of course, they don't think that way, but that's how most of them should think. Hello, my friend. I apologize for being off topic, but would you forgive someone else if her bust size grew? Jaster, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. No, I think Sylvanas' boobies is perfect as it is.
it's not transformative, it's not new, it's just it's Horizon Zero Dawn but bigger and nicer.
Well, is that what Quadruple A is?
Jaster,
basically...
thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. You literally came at the tail end
hey, we want
of the stream. We're just sort of finishing off with some gaming news.
It's going to feel new. It's going to be innovative.
Maybe that's what they should call it, yeah.
At which point do you just have a really tricky situation of that requires loads of ideation and loads of prototyping that's really expensive, because I think breaking new ground 20 years ago or 10 years ago
was easy.
Probably a lot easier in a way, because you can just sit there, innovate in the mechanics, innovate in the ideas, and then all your art and stuff like that is easier, a bit cheaper to do than it is now. But now it's like, you got to do all of that innovation, but also people are used to realistic horse testicles and, perfect rope physics, perfect animation. If I think about Uncharted, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's like the bar is raised so high that...
True.
I guess that's what Quadruple A is. It's the challenge of breaking new ground whilst maintaining the AAA production values that a lot of gamers do expect these days.
It's almost not possible.
Yeah, well, good luck to them, because if they could pull that off, it actually would be pretty cool. So, I hope it works well for you, Microsoft, and everybody else. But
What game is this
wouldn't
that he's
hold my breath
playing
till it
here
comes
or
out.
running
Nope.
through?
No, I think scale.
That
Scale.
actually looks
Suffocate.
like
Yep.
a kind of cool
too
game.
long.
There's diminishing returns on scale in games, and I think we have very, very much hit that. Especially as we enter the realm of people have more games to play than they have time. Then, you know, if Horizon Forbidden West was as good but 20 hours long and cost a bit less, would that be a
Perfect. Found you
better
on YouTube
game?
recently and
Maybe.
pop in from time to time and see your humor and such. Jaster, I'm very happy to have you here, bro. And your question was pretty cool. I'll have to admit, but I do think Savannah's Boobies is just perfect size. Like, not too big, not too small, just the right amount. Pentagear, it's not so much just the art. It's the art in comparison to everything else. These days, it's not enough for the artwork in your game to be realistic. It almost has to be hyper realistic. It's not enough for, I play games like Mass Effect. I'm replaying Mass Effect now, yeah? And it's still, you guys saw the graphics there. It is the remake, it is the legendary edition of Mass Effect, but it's fine, right? It's not horrible, it's fine. But then you look in some of the scenes where there's sort of wind blowing or there's certain elements that's moving, and you just like, whoa, that does not look natural. Like, the trees are blowing, but it's sort of just constantly blowing in one direction. It's like a gale force wind that just fucking non-stop blows on the trees, and you're like, that's not really how that works. Right? Trees sort of sway in the wind back and forth, but because back then all you had to do was sort of show the wind with the trees fucking being blown by the wind. Nowadays you look at it with everything we already know about video games, you're like, oh, that looks kind of awkward. That's not really how it should do, right? But back then it was like, whoa, look at the fucking trees, dude. The trees is literally moving with the wind. Like, that's so cool, right? I think people have started expecting a hell of a lot more. And that's meant that gaming companies have had to step up more. But this is, again, where I go to the indie development side of things and I just go, indie games are so much more fun, Because, yeah, the graphics are sort of shite in most indie games. And, it doesn't look fantastic, but it's quirky, it's fun, it's cartoony, it's animaty, and it gives character to something that, if you played something like Oxygen Not Included with like realistic graphics, like even Age of Empire level graphics in Oxygen Not Included wouldn't work. The whole point of Oxygen Not Included is that it's sort of quirky and funny and fun and lighthearted, and it hits you a different way. So I feel like a lot of the time they're focusing so much on what they think is important to the gaming audience and not enough on what is actually important. I think the gaming audience will absolutely forgive things not being hyper realistic if the story was incredibly good and the gameplay was incredibly good and it was a journey that you genuinely. So I, for example, Gonarch plays. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I'll use this as an example. Every single time I finish playing Mass Effect, I go through about a month of a depressive state where I can play and do nothing else. Every single time. Cesius, how you doing, brother? I haven't seen you in such a fucking long time. Every single goddamn time I play Mass Effect and I finish it, there's like a month where I'm desperately seeking space kind of movies, space games, something, I just need something that scratches that same itch, because that's what that game does to me. It drops me into this depressive state of I just need more Mass Effect, and you don't need that. Like, you don't need the best graphics to get that. You can get that from silly graphics. And I feel like AAA companies oftentimes focus on completely the wrong things. Following your Clips channel for some time now. Glad to catch the stream rolling. Bro, happy to have you here. Very happy to hear that you're enjoying the Clips, man.
Probably.
To me,
life
yes.
this side.
To a lot of
No.
other people, no.
Yeah,
Well,
life
that-
sucks.
This is
So
why I
that's
think it's
easiest.
like, you know, if it released more regularly and was cheaper, maybe. But then obviously that comes with some drawbacks.
Yeah, so there you go. Big challenge in game development. Look, what do you think? What is if Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a AAA game and Horizon Forbidden West is a AAA game, and you think about what those games are, what's the quadruple A version of that? How is it different? How's the gameplay different? How's your fantasy different? Let us know. I'll see you next time.
Elden Ring is actually a very good example of that. Its art style is unique, right? It's not really way out there, you know, in terms of art. It's not the most realistic graphics I've ever seen. You would think in the year 2022, like a game could look a hell of a lot better. I honestly, when people sort of before I even saw any footage of the game, people were like, oh my gosh, see the graphics, it looks fucking perfect. And I looked at the graphics and I was like, I wouldn't say perfect. This sort of looks like the kind of graphics that you would expect in this decade. But it's not groundbreaking. It's not, let me put it this way, it's not cyberpunk levels of graphics. But then you look at the art style, you look at the gameplay and how the art style and the gameplay sort of meshes and works together. And you start to go, well, it's not cyberpunk, it's better. Because it is actually pulling off what it needs to pull off, right? That's literally what it's doing. It's supposed to be doing what it's doing, and it's doing it well. And that is very important. Fan of Warcraft for like 20 years. WoW refugee, all that jazz. I can only clap to your takes on the state of Blizzard and storytelling. Dude, very happy to have you here. Apocalypse. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. 30 months in a row. Thank you. I fought it and it entertained me more than Shadowlands. Am I a child or is WoW really that bad? No, WoW is really that fucking bad. I believe. Oh man, WoW is really that bad, isn't it? It really is that bad, Pity. Jinx, you owe me a Coke? I don't want, like, what? How the fuck did you jinx me? Oh, right. Because you said yes and I said yes. But we didn't say it at the same time. You typed it before I said it. So if anything, I copied you. But I agree with your answer. Wow, it's just horrible right now. Let's not even sit here and try to pretend that it isn't. The only people that currently is playing World of Warcraft is either people who's playing it for other reasons than the actual game, so they're playing with friends. People who have found ways of finding fun in the game, even though the game isn't really fun. So this would be your transmog farmers, your mount farmers, and then people that is very addicted to the game. Blizz copying people? Yeah, well, why not? As a streamer, you have to copy everyone. Like, very soon, I'm gonna start doing, sup, y'all, it's your boy Akalon. Because, you know, the biggest streamer on the platform is doing that, and it works for him. So I'm gonna have to start doing that as well. Level for new main for next expansion. Wookie Jokey, how you doing, bro? Yeah, well, you know, I'm talking about the only people that still love WoW. Or I think people who are, and this is not to say that they're wrong or anything, but it is people that is somewhat addicted, I think, to the game. For them, even though the game isn't necessarily at the best, it's still better than anything else that they want to play. Echo bathroom stream. Oh, I'm also doing bathroom streams. I saw Amaranth doing it, and I think I can make a real killing out of that. Now, why would I call myself Skeptic Orc? It wouldn't say as well. Sup, y'all, it's your boy Skeptic Orc. Nah. Sup, y'all, it's your boy Akalon. That would work. Yeah, I have to copy. I can't really do the eyebrows. Stop making videos, but terrible was in a posh British accent. I could probably do that as well. You need to wail in a video game first. By the way, you motivate me to buy weights. There you go, bro. There you go. Your room is too clean? Dude. There's like a whole collection of shit on this side of the room. what you see behind me is clean because I make it look clean. Everything is just thrown off the fucking desk onto the floor there. Believe me, it's not as clean as you think. It's not dirty, but it is definitely not clean. It's untidy, I would say. I see things and I just fuck it off the desk, and then once a week I'll throw it all away. It's become easier to do though, since I no longer drink any soda and I only eat meat. It's become much easier to do. I said a game theory video. Could you react to that? We'll react to game theory tomorrow. Those room is a disaster area. He likes it though, so you know it works for him. I think. Who said that my hairline is the same as Asmongold's? Are you nuts? Like, how is my hairline the same as Asmongold's? I have all my fucking hair still. What are you talking about? Like, except for the line that is formed by the headset, I have all of my hair still. Like, none of my hair is falling out. It's never fallen out. Like, this is my hairline. I've had this hairline, I think, since high school. My hairline has always been like this. Probably even before high school. This is just the natural sort of pattern of my hair. Be seething, but he ain't molding. No, I'm definitely not fucking molding. I am mad, but I'm definitely not balding. At least Cape Town wasn't an oven the last few days. It was quite cold here the last few days, actually. Look, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's it. It's real as fuck though. Dude, you have no idea. Like, it's kind of permanent now as well. I'm not even fucking kidding with you. I wake up in the morning and there's a genuine, like, there's a line that has now become a permanent fixture on my head. Like, my hair here has just started to grow flat as a fucking result of wearing a headset the whole time. It's surreal. Like, this is like permanent. I don't really get to change this. No, I mean, it doesn't bother me. It is what it is. I'm a proud fucking gamer, dude. If anyone ever asked me why is your hair like that, I'd be like, bitch, I play games. And he want me to play games. And I would never use, like, earphones. Or earplugs or whatever. It's not new train. Streamer check. Yes. Beathead syndrome. Headset pattern balding. No, I mean, this headset is kind of cool. So this one doesn't really do it as bad because it's a lot softer. So the headband on this one is quite hard. Like you can see there, it doesn't have a lot of give, right? Like, not a lot of give. It's quite fucking tough. But then you look at this one, and it is soft, bro. Look at that. Like, soft and squishy. So this one is really fucking perfect. But if I have it on, I can hear shit all. It cancels literally all the sound. So, yeah, can't really go with this one. Ah, fuck. No, I didn't turn it off. It's fine. Your Void is falling apart. I need new headset, but I'm not going to waste my money on that shit now. I'm doing other things instead. If anyone asks me, I'm fully taking the opportunity to claim brain damage. Oh my Jesus. Yes, the Earth's typing, guys. Well, I have to hear myself. That's the problem. So whenever I speak, I can hear my own voice in my headphones. Right? I have monitoring on, so I can hear what I'm saying. If I turn monitoring off, I have to scream in order to hear myself. And then after about 3 hours ago, Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with my voice? And then after about 2 days of streaming, my voice goes, you know what? Fuck you. How about fuck you? I'm taking the day off. And that's never a good thing. Like, your voice shouldn't be taking days off. So yeah, it kind of helps when you can hear yourself speak. So you don't scream the whole time. You should have worn the other headset when watching the jailer cutscene. True. The Jada cuts him so bad. Oh my god, Shadowlands is so bad. I genuinely can't imagine going back to it. I can't wait for tomorrow. We're playing some more Final Fantasy 14. I'm so looking forward to that. Yeah, it helps me talk normally, so I hear what I'm saying, and I don't have to yell. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost 12 o'clock here in the evening. I still have to go make some food. I have some ribeye steak tonight. I'm looking forward to some ribeye steak, bro. You have no idea. I haven't had ribeye in a while, actually. Like a week and a half since I've had like ribeye. I'm really looking forward to some good ribeye. And then yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, same time, same place. Tomorrow's schedule is gonna be some just chatting stuff. Maybe we'll try to do at least one reaction video every day as well. So we'll maybe do a bit of just chatting, a bit of reaction, and then straight into Final Fantasy 14. So we'll play Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow, then the day after. So on Thursday we'll do Final Fantasy 14, Friday Final Fantasy 14, and then Saturday we'll do just chatting and reactions again. We'll see if I want to throw in some other games as well. I might actually start throwing in some like just random city builder stuff and stuff like that on Tuesdays and Saturdays. Just so that it's not just chatting with nothing else going on, you know? From 14 after Stormblood? Did you mean after 4.0 or after the patches? After the patches, maybe, Malphas. I'll give it a break, but it's not a break. It's more we're gonna put Final Fantasy 14 on a short back burner while we try Star Wars: The Old Republic, and then swap back immediately to 14 as soon as I've tried Star Wars: The Old Republic. So it's sort of like a quick swap, you know? Just because I've promised a lot of people that I will give other MMOs a try. So yeah, that's sort of the plan, at least for now. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Please be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.